The apocalypse isn't terrifying in itself. What's truly frightening is that humanity has lost the ability to reproduce. Women have become incredibly powerful, while men are all rendered impotent. Any male survivor who engages in a relationship is drained to the point of becoming a lifeless husk. I am the only hope in this world, because I am immune to being drained. Chapter 1 Origin. KTV foreman Zhao Ruorshi insisted on going with me. She kept rubbing her magnificent white breasts against me and teasing my chest with her hands. She wanted me to get rid of her on the spot. She even whispered in my ear, "Boss Zhang, I want you. Can you take me away? I'm yours tonight. You can do whatever you want." On the last night of billions of men in this world, a beautiful woman with a baby face and big breasts chased me and said the above words to me. What happened has to be told from the beginning. My name is Zhang Chong. I was born in Wenchuan, Sichuan on the last day of the millennium. I have a cheerful and lively personality. I like to play with swords and guns since I was a child. I am the local child king. I lived a carefree life before I was 8 years old. My parents and sister were very good to me. But the good times didn't last long. In the 2008 Wenchuan earthquake, I was only 8 years old and had just had a vague understanding of the world, but I saw my parents and sister die in front of me. My sister could have survived, but in the second earthquake, she was hit by rocks rolling down the mountain to protect me and unfortunately died. I was rescued by the rescue team and entered an orphanage. Since then, my personality has changed. I have doubts and fears about the world. I always feel that the end of the world will come at any time. After staying in the orphanage for 3 months, I was adopted by a couple in Shanghai. They treated me very well. At first, I didn't accept them very much, but their meticulous care for me touched me. I gradually walked out of the shadows and my personality slowly returned to my original cheerfulness. My adoptive parents were well off and often took me out to play. In late October 2010, I was taken to Indonesia for vacation. There was a tsunami. I saw my adoptive parents being swept into the waves with my own eyes. I stood on the roof and watched this scene in disbelief. At that moment, my heart seemed to be pierced by thousands of arrows, as if disasters were always around me. From that day on, I felt that the god of death was around me. I was worried all day long and always felt that tomorrow would be the end of the world. I was almost diagnosed with mental illness and sent to a mental hospital. Fortunately, I had always been a good student, and the beautiful head teacher Li guaranteed me. Li had just graduated from college, and was only 8 or 9 years older than me. She was young, beautiful, friendly, and very kind to me. She even took me to her dormitory to live and tutored me. In winter, she slept in the same bed with me because she was afraid that I would be cold. That year, I was 13 years old. For the first time, I realized the difference between women and men. I couldn't help but touch Li's snow-white breasts while she was sleeping. The soft touch made my heart tremble. But soon Li had a boyfriend, and this blow was no different from encountering the end of the world. In 2017, I graduated from high school. I didn't take the college entrance examination. I enlisted in the army and became a soldier. In my opinion, soldiers can resist disasters. However, the opposite happened. After I joined the army, I was the first to rush forward wherever there was a disaster. I saw too many separations and disasters, and I felt that being an ordinary soldier was still not safe enough. I started to train hard, and a year later I became a Special Forces soldier, an elite among soldiers. 4 years later, I was injured during a mission in Syria. At that time, I was fighting with a hot American female agent. I caught her, but she shot me in the vitals and I almost became a eunuch. After returning to China, I had an operation in the military hospital and transplanted artificial blood vessels. The main injury I suffered was the rupture of the blood vessels that caused the corpus cavernosum to be congested. Fortunately, the operation was very successful, so I did not become a eunuch. After 3 months of recuperation, I recovered as before. I was discharged from the army on Valentine's Day, February 14, 2022. After returning, I watched the frequent wars and disasters around the world every day, and I was worried. Once, I saw a post on the internet saying that the sun has been very unstable in recent years and a super solar storm may break out at any time. Electromagnetic pulses, super high-level charged particle flows and superplasma clouds will surround the Earth, causing great changes in the Earth's creatures, and the Earth will become a terrifying planet. After seeing this post, I lost my appetite and insomnia every day, and I always felt that the super solar storm would break out tomorrow. 7 days later, I decided to prepare for the arrival of the super solar storm and called on people around me to prepare with me. As a result, my relatives and friends said I was crazy and that I must be mentally ill. No matter what others said, I always felt that this thing would definitely happen. Helplessly, I chose to fight alone. It takes money to make any preparations, and my pitiful retirement pay is not enough, so I decided to sell their house. My adoptive parents left me a property. The house is not big, only more than 80 square meters, but because it is in Shanghai and in the urban area, the house is still very valuable. I sold it for 4.8 million, plus 350,000 retirement pay. With 5.15 million yuan, I left Shanghai. If a super solar storm comes, the larger the city, the less safe it will be. I came to a town near Nanjing, Jiangsu, and spent 500,000 to buy a 2-story rural house outside the town. After buying their house, I started shopping online and hired migrant workers to expand the cellar of the house, digging it 10 meters underground and laying a thick layer of lead blocks on the ground. The reason I did this was because I was worried that the super high-energy electron flow generated by the super solar storm would cause computer equipment to go out of control and cause nuclear warheads around the world to be launched. I also bought a lot of refining tools and the best iron ore in Brazil to make weapons myself. The Chinese machete and the Tang sword are the two most favorite cold weapons in my army. However, in the era of hot weapons, cold weapons are just toys, but if the end of the world really comes, I believe that cold weapons will once again take the stage of history. It took me several months to successfully make a Chinese machete, a Tang sword, a military knife, and a 10-round revolver crossbow. Even with these weapons, I still don't feel at ease. My career as a Special Forces soldier gave me the ability to make my own pistol. It is illegal to make your own pistol, but when the end of the world is approaching, I can't care so much. When the end of the world comes, any law will become a dead letter. The domestically made Type 92 pistol is my favorite. When I was a Special Forces soldier, I could disassemble and reassemble it with my eyes closed. The process of making it myself was complicated and difficult, but I still made one and made some improvements. It can hold 20 rounds of ammunition. Then I spent 600,000 to buy a discarded diesel bus, and took great pains to buy the shell of an abandoned small plane from the United States, which cost 800,000. The shell of the plane is titanium alloy, which is what I want. I used these alloys to refurbish the bus shell, and then removed all the seats and armrests inside the bus, replaced the tires with monster truck tires, which can adapt to various road conditions, raised the chassis, and modified the engine. In order to increase stability, I lowered the roof from 3 meters to about 2.5 meters. It took me a year to modify this bus. After that, I spent another year to reinforce their house and store a large amount of food and energy. The food was mainly canned food, compressed biscuits, pickled meat and rice noodles that can be stored for a long time, with a total storage of more than 10 tons. In terms of energy, batteries, gasoline, and diesel are the main sources. There are also several generators, 10 laptops, and 20 mobile phones. These things may become waste, or they may be of great use. I bought some to keep in mind. For nearly 5 years, I have been working almost non-stop. All I have done is to wait for the arrival of 2025. I plan to stay at home for a whole year starting from January 1, 2025, and stay in my safe house for shelter. Therefore, on December 31, 2024, I gave myself a heads up that this would be my last day walking in the outside world. I took the last 10,000 yuan I had left to a nightclub in the county and spent it lavishly. The foreman was a girl with a baby face and big breasts. Her name was Zhao Ruoshi. After more than a dozen female public relations stood in line, I didn't choose any of them and took her. Before leaving, I gave her a 5,000 yuan tip. Zhao Ruoshi thought I was going to take her away. I smiled and said to her, "Money is just waste paper to me. I'll give it to you if you want it. You don't have to go with me." What I meant was that the world might end tomorrow, so what's the point of having money? But normal people would think that I have too much money to count and spend. After hearing what I said, Zhao Ruoshi insisted on going with me. She kept rubbing her big breasts on me and teasing my chest with her hands. She wanted me to get rid of her on the spot. She even whispered in my ear, "Boss Zhang, I want you. Can you take me away? I'm yours tonight. You can do whatever you want." Such words from a beauty like Zhao Ruoshi are very tempting and even irresistible. Unfortunately, they sound pale and powerless to someone who thinks tomorrow might be the end of the world. It's not that I don't want to get rid of Jiaoruoshi, but it's already 11 o'clock in the evening and I have to get back to the safe house before 12 o'clock. I rejected Jiaoruoshi and walked out of the club. After walking a few steps, Jiaoruoshi actually chased me out and changed her clothes. In order to get rid of Jiaoruoshi, I quickened my pace. After walking for a while, I heard a scream from behind. I turned around and saw that Jiaoruoshi was stopped by 3 drunken men, one of whom hugged Jiaoruoshi from behind. I hesitated for a while, sighed in my heart, and turned around and walked over. Just as I turned around, a strong flash of light suddenly flashed across the dark night sky, illuminating the surroundings like daylight, and then the light shot straight at me. The speed of light is not something I can avoid at all. I didn't react at all, and the light hit me and passed through my body. I was scared to death and thought I would die, but after a few seconds, my body didn't feel anything and everything was normal. Then, there were hissing sounds all around, bang, 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 explosions one after another, and after more than 10 seconds, it returned to darkness without a trace of light. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in the dark sky, like a rocket launch, and it exploded immediately in the air, with a flash of strong light. I was terrified and cried out inwardly, and immediately realized that it was not a rocket at all, but a nuclear warhead. Boom, the huge shock wave blew me away, hit the wall heavily, and bounced to the ground. My eyes went black and I knew nothing. When I woke up, I was lying in the ruins full of black water, my body buried under the rubble, and a wall was above me, but the wall did not fall on me because of the support of the tree stumps. I moved my body, it seemed that I was not injured, and I got out of the small hole formed by the collapse of the wall. I got up and looked at the military watch on my wrist. I was actually asleep for 5 days and 5 nights. Chapter 2, The Talking Female Zombie. I got up, stretched a bit, and looked around. All the buildings were in ruins, a desolate scene. Most of the broken walls were covered in moss and vines. It struck me as odd only 5 days had passed, yet the environment felt as if it had aged a lifetime. I checked my watch to get my bearings and prepared to head back to the safe house. Since I woke up, I hadn't felt any real danger. Aside from the grey sky, the surroundings were eerily quiet. But my instincts told me that the world had changed, and danger could appear at any moment. I'd barely taken 2 steps when I spotted 3 corpses lying in the black water ahead. Their bodies lay in unnatural positions, like mummies weathered by the desert sands. Strangely, the area around them was full of black water, a setting that didn't fit the formation of dry corpses. As a former Special Forces soldier, I'd seen my share of dead bodies, so seeing mummified corpses didn't faze me much. But the clothes on these 3 were oddly familiar. They wore the same clothing as the 3 drunk men who had surrounded Jiaoruoshi before I lost consciousness. Could they really be those 3? But why had they turned to dry husks while I remained unharmed, just 8 or 9 meters away from them? Unable to figure it out, I didn't dwell on it. 5 days ago, I didn't know how many nuclear warheads had exploded in the sky, and the radiation levels around here must be through the roof. I needed to get back to the safe house as quickly as possible. I immediately set off in the direction of the safe house. It was about 15 kilometers from the town, and I hoped the journey would be safe. On the way, the scenery was nothing but ruins. Whether the buildings had collapsed or were still standing, their walls were covered in moss and vines. It puzzled me. How could such growth appear in just 5 days? Had the plants mutated to grow so quickly? That seemed like the only explanation. Just as I was leaving the town ruins, I sensed movement behind me and heard a faint growling. But it didn't sound like an animal, it sounded human, possibly a woman. My Special Forces training had sharpened my senses far beyond the average person's. I crouched and looked around but saw nothing suspicious. In a professional stance, I crept in the direction of the growling sound. After advancing about a dozen meters, I reached the gate of a collapsed house overgrown with vines. The growling grew louder. I carefully approached the corner of the wall and peered into the yard. What I saw left me dumbfounded, my mind going blank. A woman with her upper body bare was lying on top of a struggling man, biting into him. Yes, she was biting him, as if eating him. She had already chewed through half of his left shoulder. The man's face was contorted in pain, his mouth open as if screaming, though no sound came out. There was nothing unusual about a zombie eating someone. But I was shocked because I recognized this woman. It was Zhao Ruoshi. Her appearance was completely different from 5 days ago when we were singing, drinking, and playing games in the private room. Now, she looked like a wild woman, her hair disheveled, eyes glowing with a ghostly green light, resembling a wild beast. Besides Zhao Ruoshi, there was another woman. This one was stunning, with a shapely figure, completely naked. Her muscles were clearly defined, her ample chest bouncing with every movement as she straddled the man's lower body and moved vigorously. I was stunned. What the hell was this? I could accept a female zombie eating a man, but a female zombie assaulting a living man? That was beyond my comprehension. Before I could process what I was seeing, something even more bewildering happened. Are you Ruoshi? Stop eating meat. Come, do it, and suck. You'll get stronger, the woman on the man's lap suddenly spoke. Her speech was slurred, like she was struggling with language, almost childlike. No sucking, he stinks, Zhao Ruoshi replied, speaking in the same stilted manner. If you don't suck, you won't get stronger. You'll get caught, the other woman continued. Men are too weak. They can't catch me, Zhao Ruoshi responded. It was shocking enough that these zombies could talk, but their conversation was even more baffling. Then something happened that made my jaw drop. The woman on the man's lap let out a satisfied growl, as if reaching a climax, and the man's body visibly shriveled, as if drained by a vampire. Within seconds, he became a dry corpse. I immediately recalled the 3 dry corpses I'd seen earlier and realized that they, too, had probably been drained in the same way. Damn it, you get drained to death after having sex. I was completely bewildered, instinctively covering myself. What a world, this apocalypse. Even as a former Special Forces soldier, I felt a hint of fear. If the entire world had become like this, wouldn't humanity be doomed to extinction? And that seemed like a very real possibility. I no longer wanted to linger and just wanted to get back to my safe house. That was the only place I could be safe. I crouched and took a step to sneak away, but... crack! I stepped on a long stone that snapped under my weight, making a sharp noise. Damn it! I cursed internally, then turned and ran without looking back. Who's there? Zhao Ruoshi's voice called from the yard. 2 shadows leapt out of the house. I turned to see them still airborne, soaring 2 or 3 meters high. Being chased by 2 naked women was never something I'd imagined, but here I was. Suck him! The woman who had just drained the man shouted. He smells good, Zhao Ruoshi's voice followed. Hearing their shouts, I clenched my teeth and ran toward the safe house with all my strength. I wanted to scream for help. A Special Forces soldier actually wanted to call for help, which showed just how terrifying the situation was. I couldn't let them catch me, or I'd end up as a dry corpse. All my preparations, all my efforts to survive the apocalypse, what were they for? Wasn't it to fight fate, to live a few extra days? Even if it was the end of the world, I wanted to survive. But now, all my efforts seemed like a joke, utterly meaningless. Because I was about to be assaulted by 2 women who I wasn't sure were zombies or wild savages. I sprinted for about a kilometer, pushing myself to the limit. Back in my Special Forces days, my maximum sprint was 500 meters. But with my life on the line, I had somehow doubled that distance. The worst part was, the 2 women behind me seemed tireless. They maintained my pace and were even a bit faster, slowly closing the distance. My breathing grew ragged, it felt like my lungs were about to burst, and my legs were filled with lactic acid. I had reached my limit, I couldn't run anymore. My pace slowed as footsteps closed in behind me. 2 hands grabbed my shoulders, and a tremendous force pulled me down onto my back. Above me, Zhao Ruoshi and the other woman loomed over me. Chapter 3, Arrival at the Safe House. Crack. Bang. When I stabbed the woman in the head with my knife, her fist hit my face, and I was flung backward over 3 meters. Blood gushed from her head as she stared at me in horror, took a step forward, and then collapsed, her eyes open, lifeless. The woman twitched twice on the ground before lying completely still, dead as could be. Zhao Ruoshi glanced indifferently at the dead woman and began slowly approaching me, unaffected by her companion's death. Her eyes held only the hunger for me as if I were a delicacy. With her current injuries, Zhao Ruoshi was no longer much of a threat. I felt confident I could take her down. But I hesitated. For one thing, I had a pretty good impression of her before all this happened. Besides, she was undeniably beautiful, both her looks and her figure. It felt like a waste to finish her off. Most importantly, I was curious. What exactly had she turned into? Did she even remember me? This world now seemed too unfamiliar to me. The more I knew, the better I could survive. As Zhao Ruoshi limped toward me, I retrieved the knife from the other woman's head and slid it back into my shoe. Keeping a safe distance, I backed up while picking up a thick branch from the ground, about 3 fingers wide and 1.5 meters long. I shaved it flat on one end and tied a vine to it, creating a loop. Grabbing one end of the branch, I slipped the loop around Zhao Ruoshi's neck and led her toward the safe house. The 10 kilometers felt longer than ever, taking over 7 hours. We walked, stopped, and occasionally hid from other creatures. Along the way, I saw women and groups of 3 to 5 men wielding various weapons, a few even carried guns. Luckily, Zhao Ruoshi was too weak to resist and mostly let me lead her. Only her eyes fixed on me with a ravenous stare, as if she wanted to devour me. When I finally saw the safe house, I breathed a sigh of relief, reassured it had withstood any attacks. Covered in vines, it still stood tall. The modified bus in the yard had been crushed by a fallen tree, tangled in vines. The safe house door was a heavy one from an abandoned bank, complete with a fingerprint lock. Any forced entry would trigger a booby trap, turning the intruder into a pincushion, or, if they got through the door, 5 kilograms of explosives would reduce everything nearby to dust. There were signs that someone had tried to break in. Traces of blood on the ground suggested the intruder had been injured, but couldn't he get through? I took Zhao Ruoshi inside, secured her, and then went down to the basement. The first 2 floors were mostly empty, save for a few chairs and tables. Everything I needed was stored in the basement, shielded with layers of lead against nuclear radiation. The moment I entered, I froze, staring at the clock on the wall. The electronic clock showed the date, June 3, 2025. I stood there, stunned, for a full 2 minutes, then gradually started piecing things together. My military watch showed I'd been out for 5 days, a period I assumed was correct. But the changes I'd seen, like the vines and transformed environment, seemed to reflect much longer. How could this level of transformation happen in just 5 days? I closed my eyes, searching my memory, and suddenly, it hit me. Right before everything happened, I saw a blinding flash in the sky. It was brighter than the sun, quickly splitting into beams, one of which hit me directly. Soon after, a rocket exploded nearby, and I was knocked unconscious. As I struggled to recall, one detail stood out. Just before losing consciousness, I had a brief feeling of being pulled into a twisted space, but only for a second before being thrust back. Could it be? If both my watch's 5-day reading and the clock's 5-month display were correct, then it would mean I'd somehow entered a time vortex. For me, it had been only 5 days, but for the world, 5 months had passed. It all made sense now. The changes I'd seen couldn't have happened overnight, but had to be gradually adapted to over time. With a clearer mind, I took a quick shower, cleaned up my wounds, and ate sparingly, mindful of my stomach after 5 days without food. Afterward, I turned on my computer and phone. As expected, there was no network, so I shut them down, leaving just one phone on with the radio. I scanned the frequencies until I found a broadcast, though the signal was weak. We are facing an unprecedented disaster. Women have become the dominant force, growing stronger, while men grow weaker. All male listeners, please heed this warning: avoid physical contact with any women. Men will be drained to husks if they do, though scientists are working to understand why. Are we nearing humanity's end? Within 100 years, every man, woman, and child could perish, and Earth will belong to the infected. I lay awake all night, listening to the broadcasts in various languages. A few were in Chinese, the others were English, French, German, and Portuguese. I must have dozed off eventually, because the next time I checked, 9 hours had passed. After washing up and eating a bit more, I climbed back up to the first floor. Outside, the sky was still shrouded in grey. I found Zhao Ruoshi lying weakly on the ground. Her wounds looked infected, with some starting to decay. I frowned. I hadn't brought her here to watch her die. Picking her up, I took her back to the basement. Thanks to my military training, I had basic medical skills, so I carefully cleaned and dressed her wounds, then gave her a proper bath and dressed her before laying her on the bed. Sitting beside her, I studied her face. She looked peaceful, breathing softly, her chest rising and falling in steady rhythm. Even lying down, her figure was flawless. As I brushed a hand across her face, her eyes suddenly shot open, and she pounced on me like a wildcat in heat, pinning me to the ground. Chapter 4, The Survivor. Zhao Ruorshi was straddling me, her intense gaze locked onto mine as if she were about to devour me any second. Back in the military, strength had always been one of my strong points. I could bench press up to 120 kilograms, and lifting 90 kilograms was effortless. But now, I felt like a child in front of Zhao Ruorshi. If her right hand hadn't been broken, she probably would have subdued me in seconds. At this point, Zhao Ruorshi could only manage about a fifth of her full strength, not just because of her injured arm but also due to the numerous deep wounds across her body. The woman she had encountered earlier had dealt her a heavy blow. With my extra hand free and my expertise in various combat techniques, especially joint lock maneuvers, I had more options to work with. When raw strength isn't an overwhelming advantage, technique often prevails. I targeted Zhao Ruorshi's vulnerable points, initially assuming it would have no effect, since common sense suggested zombies should feel no pain. But it turned out she did experience pain, and quite noticeably so. Each powerful hit I landed triggered a pained expression when I struck her waist. She even jumped back in reaction. This observation left me puzzled. Could it be that Zhao Ruorshi wasn't a zombie but had undergone some other type of mutation? After a monumental struggle, I finally managed to restrain her, binding her to a chair with rope. As I examined her closely, I was astonished to see that her injuries were healing rapidly, much more than yesterday. This accelerated recovery was far beyond what any normal human could achieve. "Do you still recognize me?" I asked, holding her chin in my hand. She stared at me for a moment, then looked away with a toss of her head, growling low like a humanoid big cat. Her silence left me unsure of what she'd become, so I let it go. After a full day of rest and recovery, my own body was back to normal. I ate a little, then began training while listening to the radio, hoping to learn more about this post-apocalyptic world. However, the broadcasts were vague, mostly urging survivors to seek refuge in certain areas for safety and food. Some warned men to stay alert, while others had even begun preaching, claiming that humanity's sins had angered the gods, leading to this disaster, and that repentance to the goddess of destruction was the only path to redemption. As an atheist, all of this sounded like pure nonsense to me. Frustrated, I switched off the radio. The food and water stored in the safe house would last me decades, so survival wasn't a concern. As for those so-called shelters, none could rival the security of this place. Over the next 2 days, Zhao Ruorshi's wounds continued to heal at an alarming rate. Even the bones in her broken arm had begun to show signs of calcification. What kind of creature was she? On top of that, I discovered Zhao Ruorshi could eat the same food I did. This didn't seem like a zombie at all, she was more like a human. I'd assumed she could survive without food or drink, but whenever I ate, she growled at me. Hungry, hungry. When I fed her, it was only her glowing green eyes in the darkness that gave away her inhuman side. At her current recovery speed, she'd likely be fully healed within a week. By then, the rope might not be enough to hold her. Not wanting to wake up as a desiccated corpse, I decided to take extra precautions. After administering a sedative, I used chains to secure her neck to the corner of the wall. While curiosity about the outside world gnawed at me, memories of Zhao Ruorshi and that woman held me back. I didn't want to risk facing something even deadlier out there. I'd heard the saying that curiosity killed the cat, and I wasn't planning to die. The safe house's rural location provided an ideal geographic advantage. Zombies were unlikely to gather in such an isolated area. For now, I felt safe, at least in the short term. However, just as I thought I could live peacefully here for a while, a group of uninvited guests appeared outside the safe house. The shadow of my past haunted me, keeping me on high alert. Every day, I maintained a rigorous training regimen, motivated by fear of both Zhao Ruorshi and that formidable woman. Only by growing stronger could I ensure my survival. One day, as I finished a set of push-ups, I heard a rapid knock on the door. Thump, thump. I didn't respond. The knocking grew more insistent. Thump, thump. Friend inside, please open up. Help us, someone's injured, called a rough male voice from outside. I frowned but stayed silent. My safe house was nearly impenetrable, with reinforced, opaque tempered glass windows backed by steel plates that I could lower at any time. Brother, I don't think anyone's in there, a younger male voice said. That's impossible. I saw light here from the mountain yesterday. The doors and windows are sealed tight, the surroundings intact and reinforced. There has to be someone taking shelter here, the rough voice insisted. But if they don't open the door, what can we do? A horde of zombies is closing in. We should leave, the younger voice replied, sounding frightened. How can we escape? Xiaodu's hurt, my gun's out of ammo, and Xiaomin's condition isn't stable. If she turns, we won't even know how we died, said the rough voice again. But we can't just wait here to die, the younger voice was near tears. Keep knocking. Thump, thump. Friend, could we please take refuge here? We won't be a bother for long. We can pay you with blood energy points, the rough voice called out again. Blood energy points. I furrowed my brow. What was that? The unfamiliar term piqued my curiosity. I peered through the peephole to see 4 people outside, 3 men and 1 woman. One of the men lay on the ground with a bloody leg that looked as though it had been torn by some beast. The woman, unconscious, was being carried by a young man in his 20s, while a middle-aged man with a hunting rifle was the one knocking. Thump, thump. Friend, we can offer you 3 blood energy points. That's a lot. You'd have to kill 3 berserk zombies to earn that much, the middle-aged man said, sounding desperate. Berserk zombies. My confusion only grew with the new terms. I had no idea what was happening out there. Drop the gun first, I finally said. The middle-aged man hesitated but eventually threw the gun aside. I didn't trust strangers, but I wanted information from them, so I decided to take the risk. I gripped a dagger, hiding it in my sleeve, just in case, and then opened the door. As the door swung open, the middle-aged man glanced at my hands, his eyes flashing with a subtle expression before he quickly masked it. If I hadn't been particularly observant, I wouldn't have noticed it. I grew wary but stepped aside, signaling them to come in. The middle-aged man dragged the injured man inside, and the young man carrying the unconscious woman followed. As soon as they entered, they collapsed onto the ground, completely drained. Friend, have you been hiding here the whole time? The middle-aged man asked from the floor, looking at me. Yes, I replied. Do you have water? He asked. Yes, I answered. Just as I turned to get them some water, I felt a sudden rush of movement behind me. Spinning around, I saw the injured man leap up, pulling a machete from beneath him and swinging it down toward my head. Chapter 5, Conspiracy. The sudden change made my hair stand on end. I turned my body to the side and swung out the dagger hidden in my hand. Base. Hiss. Blood spurted out. The sharp dagger cut a deep gash in the man's arm, leaving the bone visible. R. The man screamed and fell to the ground, and the machete in his hand fell to the ground without his grip. I raised my foot and kicked the man in the head. With a thud, he fell to the ground and didn't move. At the same time, the middle-aged man and the young man also took action, attacking me from the left and right. The middle-aged man punched me in the face and the young man kicked me in the crotch. As soon as this group of people came in, they started attacking without saying a word, and their moves were ruthless, all attacking their vital points, without holding back at all. I was furious. Do you guys think I'm just a freeloader? If I can't even defeat a bunch of you, then my career as a Special Forces soldier is in vain. I had shown mercy to the man with the machete just now, and deliberately avoided the vital parts when I attacked. Otherwise, what I cut would definitely not be his arm, but his neck. A cold light flashed in my eyes. I raised my left hand to block the middle-aged man's punch, and at the same time raised my right foot to confront the young man. Bang, a muffled sound. The young man took a few steps back and looked at me in surprise. The middle-aged man missed his first attack, and then he threw another punch. I jumped lightly and kicked the middle-aged man hard in the chest. The middle-aged man was kicked away by me, and he took a few steps back and sat on the ground, looking at me in surprise. The young man spat, rushed towards me again, and threw 3 consecutive punches, which I dodged. I bent over and punched the young man in the stomach. With a thud, the young man grimaced in pain, but he still didn't give up and rushed towards me with a scream. I stood still and swung my arm to punch out. Bang. I hit the young man right in the face and he fell to the ground. Damn it, why could he hit me? I'm already at level 1, how could I not beat him? It hurts so much. He clearly hasn't activated the demon slaying watch yet, how could he be so powerful? the young man said angrily, covering his face. Demon killing watch. It was another new term, but I didn't have time to think about it at the moment. My face was cold and I kicked the young man in the head. He groaned and fell to the ground. I raised the dagger in my hand and was about to stab him in the leg. Friend, wait a moment. The middle-aged man sitting on the ground shouted, covering his chest. Give me a reason within 3 seconds. I looked at the middle-aged man coldly, with the dagger in my hand keeping the stabbing posture. I'll give you all the blood in my body. The middle-aged man raised his wrist and said. Looking at the middle-aged man's wrist, I was stunned for a moment, with strong doubt in my eyes, and was about to put away the dagger in my hand. However, at this moment, the young man who should have been unconscious suddenly woke up, pulled out a knife from his arms and stabbed me in the foot. Fuck you, I was really angry. I pulled my foot away and the young man stabbed the ground. Hiss. I stabbed the dagger hard into the young man's left shoulder, pulled it out and stabbed it into his right shoulder again. I have broken both of my arms. R. The young man let out a scream. I'm going to fight you. The middle-aged man sitting on the ground roared, jumped up, pulled out a dagger from his waist, and slashed at me. The middle-aged man's speed and strength suddenly increased. I could hardly see his movements clearly. I relied entirely on instinct to jump sideways and barely avoided the knife. In an instant, I smelled a strong smell of death, and a chill ran down my spine. If I had been a step later, my head would have been split open. The middle-aged man missed his attack and a look of surprise flashed across his face again. He turned around and slashed at me again. I had lost my balance and could no longer dodge. I gritted my teeth and raised my dagger to block. When? The sound of metal colliding. I suddenly felt a numbness in the base of my palm. The middle-aged man threw another punch without stopping. I hurriedly raised my hand to block and took a step back. Bang! The punch was so powerful that I felt my arm was going to break. I quickly took 3 or 4 steps back before I could stop. After several unsuccessful attacks, the middle-aged man looked at me with some unknown fear in his eyes. I looked at the middle-aged man in the same amazement, totally confused as to why he suddenly became so strong. If he had been so aggressive from the beginning, I would probably have fallen into their trap. What on earth is wrong with this world? Both women and men have become so powerful. I am not an ordinary person. I have undergone devilish training in the special forces. Even if 7 or 8 ordinary people come, they are no match for me. If we fight one-on-one, I will kill you instantly. But now, facing a middle-aged man who looked nothing special, I was actually at a disadvantage and could only defend myself. Although the middle-aged man was a little afraid of me, after he glanced at his wrist, his eyes turned fierce and he rushed over again. That kind of explosive power is definitely not possessed by ordinary people. Even the elite among special forces find it difficult to achieve such skills. In desperation, I threw the dagger in my hand out. At this moment, I had the urge to kill. I didn't want to kill him, but if I didn't kill him, I would probably be the one to die. I aimed at the middle-aged man's chest, but at such a short distance, the middle-aged man actually reacted. He raised his arm to protect his chest, and the dagger pierced directly into his arm. He did not stop, and slashed at my shoulder with the dagger in his hand. At the critical moment, I fell on my back. The middle-aged man chopped in the air, but he pounced on me without stopping, and stabbed the tip of the knife towards my head. I grabbed the wrist of the middle-aged man holding the knife. The middle-aged man was very strong. He only had one hand, and the other hand had lost its ability to move because it was pierced by my dagger. I couldn't resist him with both hands, and the knife slowly fell towards my face. The tip of the knife was only 3 inches away from my eyes, and I seemed to see the god of death waving at me. Is this the end? I tried my best to stop the dagger from falling. I screamed. It was the limit. The tip of the knife was just above my eyeball, no more than an inch away. I like this. I won't accept this. At this moment, the huge downward force suddenly disappeared, his hands loosened, and the middle-aged man's body tilted to the side, half falling on me. I pushed the middle-aged man away and looked at him in surprise. I didn't know what was going on and thought he had fainted, but he hadn't. The middle-aged man fell to the ground, sweating profusely, staring at me with his eyes open, gasping for breath, looking like he had run a marathon and was exhausted. Kill me. The middle-aged man looked determined. No hurry, I replied calmly and sat down on the ground. My body was extremely sore. I had exerted too much force just now and was exhausted. I was a little overwhelmed. After resting for a while, I lifted the middle-aged man's wrist and looked at it carefully. There was a very strange watch on it. To be precise, it is not worn on it, but more like it is embedded on it, like a tattoo, but it is not a tattoo. It is square and translucent. If you don't look carefully, you would think there is nothing. What is this? I asked. Chapter 6, Unraveling the Mystery. Kill me. The middle-aged man did not answer but just repeated, as if he had lost all desire to live. Why should I kill you? I asked back. I wanted to kill you just now, but failed. You won. The law of the jungle is the basic rule of the new world. It is normal for you to kill me. There is no reason. The middle-aged man replied. If you answer me a few questions, I can let you go, I continued. Even if you let me go, I can't survive. We are out of food and medicine. Only death awaits us. Instead of being eaten by those damn zombies, I'd rather be killed by a human. At least I can keep my body intact. The middle-aged man was determined to die. I can give you food and medicine, and even let you recover from your injuries here. I have to find out what's going on. Being ignorant is dangerous at any time. Really? The middle-aged man looked at me in disbelief. I didn't say anything and went straight down to the basement. When I came out, I had a big package in my hand, which was full of food and some common medicines. I threw it in front of the middle-aged man and said, "Tell me what's on your wrist and what the blood energy is." "These are yours." The middle-aged man sat up with difficulty, opened the big package and took a look, then looked at me with shock. "So many," the middle-aged man exclaimed. I was a little impatient. "Hurry up before I change my mind." The middle-aged man glanced at me and pointed at his wrist, saying, "This is the demon-killing watch. As long as the survivors who are not infected by the destruction virus successfully kill a zombie, it will automatically appear." Appear automatically. I repeated in a low voice, but I felt very strange in my heart. How could it appear automatically? You don't know. The middle-aged man looked at me in surprise, as if he had seen a monster. I shook my head and replied, "I have been here since the unrest started and have never been out." That was all I could say. "No wonder, but why are you so powerful when you haven't even activated the demon-killing watch?" The middle-aged man looked strange. "I'm great. I didn't feel that way. Very powerful, I'm already a level 2 demon killer. Ordinary zombies are no match for me. Even when facing violent zombies, I can protect myself, but I can't beat you." The middle-aged man looked at me with a hint of fear in his eyes. What is a level 2 demon slayer? There are so many things I don't know. The 5-month gap has left me with no understanding of this world at all. After killing a zombie, a wisp of blood mist will automatically emerge from the zombie's body and enter the survivor's body. The demon-killing meter will be activated, and the meter will display the survivor's physical indicators and the collection of blood energy points. Successfully killing 10 ordinary zombies can accumulate 1 blood energy point. When you accumulate 10 blood energy points, you can become a level 1 demon slayer. A level 2 demon slayer requires 20 blood energy points, and a level 3 requires 40 blood energy points. Each level will double, and so on. The middle-aged man explained. It's so magical that my eyes twitched slightly. I just don't know why this happened. It feels so mysterious. How could this happen? I asked. We don't know either. We met a group of people before. They said that this disaster was most likely not a natural disaster, but an invasion of alien civilization. The middle-aged man replied. Alien invasion? Damn it, it can't be that bloody, I cursed in my heart. Let's not talk about this for now. You said before that you could pay me with blood energy points. Can these blood energy points be traded? I continued to ask. Upgrade blood energy points cannot be traded, but skill blood energy points can be traded. The middle-aged man said immediately. What are skill energy points? I asked again. I knew roughly what upgrading energy points meant without any explanation. Skill blood energy points are only available to rampaging zombies. Collect 100 skill blood energy points of the same skill attribute and absorb them to gain the corresponding skill. The middle-aged man replied. So awesome. My heart skipped a beat, and I suddenly felt a little excited. If what the middle-aged man said was true, then wouldn't it mean that the survivors could become supermen as long as they killed enough zombies? What are the skills? I don't know about that. We've only killed 5 rampaging zombies in the past few months, and each time we killed several people. At the beginning, there were more than 30 people in our team, but now there are only 4 of us left. It was so tragic that I gasped. The mortality rate is too high. So what are the 5 skills I have collected? I became a little impatient. The 5 skill points are completely different. They are clairvoyance, super ear, swift run, iron bones, and invulnerability to all poisons. I was surprised again. It sounds amazing. Is it really that magical? How to trade? I suddenly thought of it. You can trade after you activate the demon slaying watch. The middle-aged man replied truthfully. Why weren't you very strong at the beginning? How come you suddenly became strong after a while? And why did you suddenly become weak and fall down? I asked suddenly, almost missing the question. Every demon slayer has an initial skill. Mine is Berserk, which allows me to greatly increase my combat effectiveness within 30 seconds. It is almost equivalent to a level 3 demon slayer. However, this skill has side effects after using it. I will suffer from physical overdraft, and it can only be used once a day, otherwise my body will be paralyzed because it cannot bear it, said the middle-aged man. I see. I nodded. After listening to the middle-aged man's words, I roughly had an understanding of the entire doomsday world. At least I was no longer as ignorant as before. But why did it become like this? How did all this come about? Everything is full of mystery. It is not known whether the super solar storm was formed naturally or was driven by some powerful force, but now is not the time to think about these things. The most important thing is to survive. From this group of people we can see that the outside world is extremely cruel. 5 months ago there were more than 30 of them, but now there are only 4 left. The death rate has reached an outrageous level. If you want to survive you must become stronger. I remained silent, thought for a while, and said, you go upstairs first. The middle-aged man seemed to know what I wanted to do and didn't ask any questions. He stood up panting. The young man whose shoulders were broken by me kept lying on the ground groaning, looking at me with resentment in his eyes. The woman they brought in was still lying on the ground and had not regained consciousness. The man with a bloody leg seemed to have woken up but was still not fully conscious. I used all my strength in that kick. I got them into a room on the 2nd floor of the safe house, locked the door, and went downstairs. I got out a Chinese machete and a revolver crossbow from the basement, put some food and water in a backpack, and went out. Of course, the most important weapon is their homemade Type 92 pistol that I hung on my waist. It gives me the confidence to go out. With this gun, my sense of security instantly doubled. This is the first time I go out since returning to the safe house. I have a new understanding of the world and I must go out and see it. I know very well that hiding in the safe house will only make me isolated from the world and become more and more corrupt, and I will gradually lose the desire to fight against fate. By that time, death is only a matter of time. No matter what, I will not bow to fate. Since so many nuclear bombs launched into space didn't kill me, how can I die at the claws of a tiny zombie? I ran towards the town with a machete on my back and a crossbow in my hand. I need to kill a zombie first to activate the demon killing meter. Chapter 7: Activate the demon killing table. The town is only 5 miles away from the safe house. I originally wanted to go to the county town, but I was afraid that the journey was too far. If I encountered powerful zombies and those wild women, I might not be able to come back. To be on the safe side, I chose a small town because it is close and has a small population, so the number of zombies should be limited. I soon arrived outside the town, which was in a mess, with car wrecks on the streets and moss and vines growing on the houses. I squatted in the corner and waited for a while, but didn't see any zombies. I was a little surprised. It was the same along the way. I didn't encounter a single zombie. It was the same when I brought Zhao Ruoshi back from the county town. I still don't know what the zombies look like. Are they the same as those on TV, or are there some other changes? The once bustling town is now a dead town, eerily quiet. Sudden creak. The terrifying sound of a door opening came from behind me, which made my hair stand on end. I rolled over, turned around, raised my crossbow, and shot an arrow in the direction of the sound. Boom! The arrow hit the door and half of the arrow was embedded in it. It was then that I realized it was just a gust of wind. I relaxed, put on a self-deprecating smile, turned around and continued walking forward. Chirp! As I turned around, I heard a sharp scream behind me. Instantly, I felt a chill on the back of my neck. Out of fighting instinct, I bent down sharply and rolled to the side. I felt something rushing over me, and when I rolled over, I immediately saw a giant rat as big as a small wild boar staring at me about 5 meters away, its eyes emitting green light. Damn, I have never seen such a big rat in my life, my palms are sweating. What's even more terrifying is that the rat is not only huge in size, but also has a pair of hooked incisors that are 2 inches long, and its foreclaws that are on the ground are shiny black, and its nails are like eagle's beaks. With a chirp, the hooked tooth rushed towards me at high speed, like a hound finding its prey. Sob, sob, sob. I fired 3 arrows in succession. With a swish, the hook-toothed rat leaped up quickly, easily dodging the arrows and crossbows, and pounced towards me with its foreclaws spread out. I didn't expect that the crossbow was useless. I was a little panicked for a moment. The hook-toothed rat was too agile. I wanted to draw the gun on my waist, but it was too late. I decided to go all out and threw the crossbow in my hand out. Bang! Hit the hook-toothed rat. Chirp! The hook-toothed rat screamed in the air and fell to the ground. I didn't dare to hesitate any longer. I pulled out my gun and shot the hook-toothed rat. Bang! With a loud bang, the bullet hit the hook-toothed rat right in the forehead, blood splattered everywhere, and the hook-toothed rat's head was directly beaten into a meat paste. The body collapsed to the ground and did not move. A wisp of green mist emerged from the corpse and entered my body. Almost at the same time, I felt a heat on my left wrist, as if Luotai had branded me. A translucent watch was embedded in my wrist, as if it was marked. I quickly took off my military watch, and immediately saw a strange watch like the one on the middle-aged man's wrist appear automatically. The translucent watch flashed and appeared. Then a mechanical female voice came to my ears. The Demon Slayer program has been activated. Welcome to the Demon Slayer world. You are the 9,878,601st Demon Slayer. Congratulations on joining us. Demon Slayer Level 0. Heart rate and brain waves are normal, not infected with the destruction virus, and the camp attribute is a survivor. Strength 15, Speed 10, Agility 12, Endurance 12. Overall, excellent. Initial skill, Endurance increased by 80%, automatic release of skills already possessed. 1 blood point, 9 blood points are needed to upgrade. This series of sounds seemed to ring directly in my mind. When I was expecting the initial skill, I heard that it would increase endurance by 80%. Why endurance? What kind of rubbish skill is this? Endurance is useless. It means nothing has changed. Endurance is useless unless you are running away. This also requires that the opponent is of similar speed to you, otherwise he will catch you in an instant, and endurance will be of no use. The only thing that made me feel relieved was the blood energy points. That hook-toothed rat was actually able to resist 10 ordinary zombies. Killing one would gain 1 blood energy point. My goal was to activate the demon killing watch. Mission accomplished. I picked up the crossbow and headed towards the safe house. But when I took a few steps, I heard a series of footsteps. In various buildings, groups of hook-toothed rats swarmed in. There were more than a dozen of them. One was enough to deal with me, and when so many came at once, I turned around and ran without thinking. If I had a submachine gun to shoot at them, it might be okay, but a pistol would definitely not be able to deal with so many. I ran directly into a small building next to it. It should have been a residential building before, but now it is in ruins. I ran to the 3rd floor, but there was a locked iron door up there, so I couldn't go up any further. I pulled out my pistol and was about to shoot at the door lock, but a hook-toothed rat had already rushed up. Without hesitation, I swung my hand and shot the hook-toothed rat. Bang! Blood splattered everywhere, their head exploded, and another hook-toothed rat was killed by me. A few more rushed up from behind. Bang bang bang. I kept shooting. It felt great to have the gun. I realized how wise it was to change the magazine to 20 rounds. Every shot hits its target. Soon all 11 hook-toothed rats were killed by me. My wrist felt hot again. Blood energy 12. Demon Slayer level 1. So quickly, my heart moved, and at the same time my body felt a warmth, but this feeling soon disappeared, and the next second I felt full of strength. Strength 20, Speed 15, Agility 17, Endurance 20. Except for the larger increase in endurance, the other increased values are the same, all 5 points. As soon as the mechanical female voice fell, 4 more hook-toothed rats rushed up. The previous fear gradually subsided at this moment, and I became a little excited. The bullets were limited, with only 8 rounds left, and I couldn't use them carelessly. I put the gun into the holster on my waist. Before it was upgraded, I felt that the hooktooth was extremely fast and I could hardly see it when it was sprinting at full speed. But the 4 hook-toothed rats that rushed up at this time seemed to be much slower in my eyes, probably because my agility and reaction speed had improved. My fighting skills and combat abilities have been honed to perfection. When my strength and speed increase, my combat effectiveness will be greatly enhanced. Pulling out my Chinese machete, I took the initiative to rush forward, whoosh whoosh whoosh. A few silver lights flashed, and the 4 hook-toothed rats were easily cut into pieces by me and scattered around the stairs. Their whole corridor was filled with a fishy smell, and their blood was very sticky. The blood energy points increased by 4 points again. Looking at the dead bodies of hook-toothed rats on the ground, I curled my lips and went downstairs. However, when I got down to the first floor, I was dumbfounded and immediately turned around and ran upstairs again. A group of zombies gathered below at some point, moving towards the small building with their fangs and claws bared. There were at least 100 of them. There was clearly nothing in the town just now, so where did so many zombies suddenly appear? I came to the iron door on the 3rd floor again with doubts. Chapter 8, Strange Giant Bird. I rushed to the 3rd floor without any hesitation, pulled out my gun and shot at the door lock. The door lock was shattered by the shot, and I entered the iron gate and closed it. At this time, the zombies have rushed up. Their speed is much faster than imagined. Maybe not that exaggerated, but not as slow as described on TV. Basically, they are the same as normal people, or even faster. After closing the iron door, I took out a rope from my backpack and tied the door up to secure it again. The zombies walked to the iron gate, stretched out their hands through the iron bars, and tried to grab me. The sound of groaning came one after another. The horrible faces were devoid of any emotion. Some had half of their face missing, some had an eyeball hanging out, some had their mouths torn to the roots of their ears, and some even had half of their bodies missing. No matter how severe the injuries were, it had no effect on them. There was only hunger in their lifeless eyes. I observed for a while and felt a little relieved. The zombie obviously didn't have any brains and didn't know how to untie the rope. It just kept banging on the iron gate. There are simply too many zombies. Even if they are not very powerful, it is still very difficult to kill them. If you get bitten or scratched and get infected, it would be terrible. I turned around and continued running upstairs. This small building has only 4 floors, and the roof is just up there. The doors of the 2 houses above, which were opposite each other, were locked. 5 months had passed, so the possibility of someone being here was extremely low. However, there seemed to be banging sounds inside, and I felt a chill in my heart. Could there be zombies inside too? Thinking of this possibility, I didn't dare to kick the door open and ran directly to the roof. Standing on the roof and looking down, I gasped, and there was a loud bang. It was pitch black and zombies kept pouring towards this side. It felt like all the zombies around the town had come over. What the hell? Why are they flocking here? Do I smell like meat? This small building is isolated, surrounded by either bungalows or collapsed buildings, with no way to go. I suddenly realized that I seemed to be in a desperate situation. I was promoted to level 1 Demon Slayer, but before I had time to be happy, I was about to die. This world is full of dangers. If you are not careful, you may be forced into a situation with no way to escape. When the danger came, I suddenly felt that I was a little careless. When I came out, I forgot to ask the middle-aged man about the basic characteristics of zombies. I still don't know why so many zombies suddenly appeared, and they were obviously coming for me. Gradually the sky darkened and it started to drizzle. At this moment, I felt as if I had returned to the 2008 Wenchuan earthquake. I felt so helpless and desperate that day. No, I will never bow to fate. I, Zhang Chong, will survive no matter what, and live better than anyone else. I carefully observed the surrounding terrain, looking for a way out, but after looking around for a long time, there was no place to escape. After more than an hour of hard work, I felt a little tired, so I sat on the roof, took out the food from my backpack and started eating. Just then, the sound of a helicopter suddenly came from the distance. I immediately stood up and looked carefully, with a look of disbelief on my face. There is always a way out, and I see the light. A few seconds later, two beams of light streaked across the night sky and came straight towards us. They were helicopters. I heard on the radio before that many large and powerful safety zones would regularly send out various types of rescue aircraft to search for survivors. I kept waving at the helicopter, hoping the people on it could see me, and shouted at the top of my lungs, but my voice was drowned out by the roar of the propellers. The helicopter flew directly over me. At night, there was no light in the town, all the lines seemed to be damaged, and you couldn't see below from the air. I watched the helicopter flying away unwillingly. If I missed it, I might just have to wait for death here. How could I possibly rush out with so many zombies below? I raised my gun and fired a shot into the air, bang. There was a flash of fire and the sound of gunfire shook the sky. The helicopter remained indifferent and continued to fly away. What the hell are these guys doing? The search and rescue was so careless, and a bunch of idiots just flew by like this, I cursed in my heart. Puff. As the sound of the helicopter propeller gradually faded, a strange and loud fanning sound was heard from behind. Then a huge shadow flew by. It was too dark so I couldn't see it clearly. It seemed to be a giant bird, but its size was a bit too big. I have the impression that there are no birds this big on Earth. I estimate that when the wingspan is spread, it is at least 5 or 6 meters wide. Moreover, the flying speed of the big bird was terrifyingly fast. It disappeared in a flash, and the direction the big bird flew was exactly the direction of the helicopter. After a few seconds, there were gunshots in the distance, da 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 da. There were flashes of light in the darkness from time to time. Then, a red light flashed by. Boom! There was a violent explosion in the distance, it felt like a missile. The explosion site was no more than 2 kilometers away from the small residential building where I was standing, and soon flames shot up into the sky. Roar! A loud roar as if from hell rang out, as if it was right next to my ear. In the firelight, a huge bird-like creature flew into the sky. Then there was another series of gunshots, which seemed to be machine gun fire. The helicopter that had just disappeared appeared again, but there was black smoke coming out from behind the helicopter, and it was swaying in the air, and it could fall at any time. The giant bird flew straight towards the helicopter, and then 2 missiles were fired from the helicopter. Boom, boom. The deafening explosion was heard again. The giant bird let out a long roar and fell down with the helicopter. Bang! The helicopter crashed. After a few seconds, there was no other movement except the burning flames and the fire shooting into the sky. I was a little confused and didn't know what was going on. It seemed that the giant bird was fighting fiercely with the helicopter and both fell. The raging flames lit up half the sky, and the entire town became clear in the firelight. I stood on the roof in a daze for a while, and suddenly found that the corpses below began to move. Their attention was completely attracted by the huge explosion and the flames rising into the sky. Soon, the corpses around the small building scattered and all ran towards the fire. I suddenly understood a little bit. These zombies seemed to be attracted by sound. When I killed the hook-toothed rat before, I fired more than 10 shots. The gunshots were very loud, and they seemed even more harsh in the silent environment. With this judgment, I immediately felt a lot more at ease. At least I was sure that the zombies were not coming for me, otherwise it would be too scary. I don't want to be Tang Monk in the apocalyptic world, who everyone wants to eat. I walked downstairs carefully and was surprised to find that there was not a single zombie left. They were all following the direction of the fire. God really helps me. However, when I ran out of the town, I suddenly discovered a problem. The direction of the raging fire seemed to be the direction of the safe house. I stood still in a cold sweat. It can't be such a coincidence. Chapter 9, Fierce Battle. I was extremely anxious and ran all the way. At this moment, I suddenly discovered the benefits of increased endurance. After running more than 2 kilometers, I didn't feel tired at all. Even though I took a DT, I still arrived at the burning flames before the zombies. The helicopter crash site was less than 50 meters away from the safe house. The surrounding area was in a mess, with helicopter fragments everywhere and the main part engulfed in flames. But I didn't hear any sound from the giant bird. I felt that the giant bird should have been injured. Could it have run away? Before I could think too much, I heard a babbling sound behind me and I rushed to the safe house. But when I entered the yard, I was stunned. A giant bird had half of its body stuck in a window on the second floor and the other half was outside. Looking at the giant bird from a close distance, it is not as big as imagined. The bird's body is only slightly larger than a normal person. It is not as huge as when flying in the air. I think it must be the amazing dimension of the wings spread out. Before I could react, I heard shouting from the window where the giant bird had flown in. I immediately remembered that the room where the giant bird had flown in was the room where I had imprisoned the middle-aged man and his gang. I immediately rushed into the safe house, ran to the second floor and opened the door. The inside of the door was in a mess. The giant bird's sharp beak had pecked a hole in the middle-aged man's abdomen, and blood was constantly gushing out of the hole. The young man whose shoulders I pierced was pressed under the giant bird's body. His eyes were open, but he was already dead. At this time, only the man who lost one leg was fighting with the giant bird with a machete in his hand, but the knife had no effect on the bird's beak. But the giant bird looked very weak, and its body was stuck between the window and the wall, unable to move. Otherwise, the man with a broken leg would have been pecked to death by the giant bird. I raised my crossbow and shot 3 arrows at the giant bird, but the arrows could not penetrate the bird's feathers that were as hard as steel wire. My attack angered the giant bird, which glared at me and let out a long howl. The man with a broken leg covered his ears in pain, as if the sharp sound had pierced his eardrums. The furious giant bird couldn't reach me for the time being, so it vented all its anger on the man with a broken leg. It took one bite and pierced his chest directly. Then it took another bite and pierced his head. The man with a broken leg died before he could even shout. The middle-aged man sitting by the door held his stomach, looked at me in pain, stretched out his wrist and said with difficulty, "Friend, I'll give you skill blood points." I didn't know what this meant. The middle-aged man pressed a button on his watch, and then a wisp of green mist flew out of his watch and entered my watch. Gain skill blood energy points, 5 items. Clairvoyance, super hearing, speed, bones of steel, immunity to all poisons. Clairvoyance and superb ear are the initial skills, with no level requirement. You can acquire them by collecting 100 blood energy points of the same skill. Wind Run and Iron Bones are elementary skills that can be learned by level 5 demon slayers. You can acquire them by collecting 200 blood energy points of the same skill. Invulnerability to poisons is a mid-level skill that can be learned by level 10 demon slayers. You can obtain it by collecting 300 energy points of the same energy-saving type. The mechanical female voice immediately came to mind and quickly repeated itself. The middle-aged man was already dying, with a look of reluctance in his eyes. He held on for a breath and said to me, "Friend, can you help me take care of Xiao Minute?" Just as the middle-aged man said this, the unconscious woman in the corner suddenly woke up, with a strong green light emitting from her eyes. She growled and pounced towards the giant bird. "No!" the middle-aged man shouted in despair. The giant bird shook its head and opened its big mouth, biting the head of the woman who pounced on it. With a snap, the head fell off and the giant bird swallowed it in one gulp. When I looked at the middle-aged man again, he had stopped breathing with his eyes wide open. He died with such unwillingness and despair. I sighed, squatted down, gently stroked the middle-aged man's face, and closed his eyes. The giant bird ate the woman's head and stared at me. There was no other living thing in the room except me. I touched the pistol at my waist, but finally moved my hand away. The sound would attract zombies and I couldn't use it. I pulled out my Chinese machete, held it with both hands, stood in front of the giant bird and chopped off its head. When there was a crisp sound, as if something had hit an iron pillar, and it made my palm numb. Surprisingly, such a fierce blow only left a shallow mark on the giant bird's head, and it didn't seem to cause much damage to it. But my actions completely angered the giant bird. With a sharp cry, the giant bird struggled madly, and its stuck body broke free from the gap little by little. I gasped. What kind of monster is this? I clearly saw the missile from the helicopter hit the giant bird, but even with such heavy damage, the giant bird was still so fierce. No wonder the helicopter was so anxious when it flew over my head just now, it turned out to be escaping from the giant bird. Seeing that the giant bird was about to break free, I didn't care about anything else. I pulled out my pistol and shot at the giant bird, using up all the remaining 7 bullets in one breath. Bang, bang, bang. After shooting, I turned around and ran, without even checking whether the bullet had penetrated the giant bird's body. I went straight down to the first floor and rushed into the basement. A pistol without bullets is no different from scrap metal. As soon as I entered the basement, I immediately took out the magazine box, took out 3 rows of magazines that were already loaded with bullets, and went back to the first floor. As soon as I came out, there was a loud bang from the second floor, and then a giant bird stumbled down from the second floor. When it saw me, it burst into violent screams again. Even though all 7 bullets were shot at the giant bird, it still failed to kill it. However, there were obviously several holes on the giant bird's body, so it was not really invulnerable to swords and guns. When I saw the hole, I immediately felt more confident. As long as the enemy could be killed, it would be fine. The magazine was already loaded into the handle of the gun. The giant bird looked at the pistol in my hand and seemed a little afraid. Instead of rushing over, it spread its huge wings and waved towards me. I rolled over to avoid the flapping wings, stood up, raised my gun and shot, bang bang bang. Another 7 shots were fired. The giant bird was a little overwhelmed and retreated repeatedly, waving its wings wildly, not knowing whether it was trying to block the bullets or because of the pain. Boom! A wall next to the giant bird was directly destroyed by its wings. The fire outside shone in, and through the hole in the collapsed wall, one could see a group of zombies in the distance surrounding the flames with their fangs and claws bared. Some zombies walked directly in, and the scene was extremely weird. What's strange is that despite the loud noise here, the zombies seemed not to hear it and even consciously moved away from the safe house. The giant bird stared at me for a long time, and finally gave up the idea of attacking me again, turned around and walked out. As soon as the giant bird came out, the zombies hid away like mice seeing a cat. The giant bird caught a zombie as a way to vent its anger, stepped on it with one claw, and pecked through the zombie's head with its sharp beak. It turns out that these zombies are afraid of the giant bird. I suddenly realized that this giant bird might be the rampaging zombie mentioned by the middle-aged man, an advanced zombie. According to the middle-aged man's description, it should be much more powerful than ordinary zombies. The giant bird is so ferocious even in such a weak state. What if I let it recover? Facing such an extraordinary creature, I will have no choice but to die. Letting it go is like letting a tiger return to the mountains. Once it recovers, it will most likely come back to find me. The only way to survive now is to kill this giant bird. I was about to rush out when I suddenly heard a noise in the basement. With a bang, the basement door was knocked open. Zhao Ruoshi jumped up from below with a cold face. She actually broke free from the chains, and her injuries were almost fully healed. As soon as Zhao Ruoshi jumped up, all her attention was focused on me. Her pair of beautiful eyes were full of hunger, as if she was going to pounce on me and press me down in the next second. Chapter 10. Am I going to die? Damn it! I screamed in my heart. Just when I thought Zhao Ruoshi was going to rush over and knock me down, the giant bird that walked out suddenly screamed and turned back. At the same time, Zhao Ruoshi, who was staring at me, reluctantly shifted her gaze away and turned to the giant bird. The eyes of 2 different but very strong creatures met, and the air seemed to be flashing with sparks of electricity. I suddenly thought of the scene when the giant bird swallowed the woman's head brought by the middle-aged man. I found a problem. There were 4 bodies upstairs. The giant bird only ate the woman's head, and the 3 men were killed but not eaten. Could it be that there was something else going on? The giant bird only ate the female demons but not humans. There seemed to be an irreconcilable hatred between them. As soon as the woman woke up, she pounced on the giant bird without saying a word, like a moth to a flame. It was clear that the woman didn't care. Before I could think too much, the seriously injured giant bird became extremely excited when it saw Zhao Ruoshi. Regardless of its injuries, it rushed into the safe house and flapped its wings hard towards me. Zhao Ruoshi was no pushover either. She held an iron chain in her hand, and the iron collar around her neck was still there. The other end that was embedded in the wall was pulled out by her. Zhao Ruoshi swung the chain and smashed it at the giant bird. With a bang, the wings and the chain collided. After the attack, Zhao Ruoshi jumped up with a bang and jumped directly onto the back of the giant bird. She wrapped the iron chain around the giant bird's neck and pulled it hard, causing the giant bird to cry out in pain. Looking at how vigorous Zhao Ruoshi was, I suddenly felt so insignificant. At the same time, I was also a little curious about what level of demon slayer I had to be on par with Zhao Ruoshi. Anyway, I am definitely no match for Zhao Ruoshi with my bare hands. But soon I discovered that the giant bird was the truly terrifying existence. I swung it hard and Zhao Ruoshi was thrown to the ground. The giant bird grabbed her with its claws, and Zhao Ruoshi blocked it with an iron chain. With a bang, Zhao Ruoshi was obviously overwhelmed. The power of the giant bird completely overwhelmed Zhao Ruoshi. In my eyes, Zhao Ruoshi's strength was irresistible. She felt like a bull, but the giant bird was able to easily overwhelm Zhao Ruoshi, even though she was seriously injured. How powerful would the giant bird be if it were in its full state? I can't imagine it. The giant bird's claws dug deep into Zhao Ruoshi's lower abdomen, but the latter had a blank expression on her face, as if that was not her belly. Seeing this scene, I suddenly became a little anxious. I raised the gun in my hand and shot at the giant bird. I couldn't let it eat Zhao Ruoshi. Bang, bang, bang. All the bullets were fired directly, and the giant bird was hit by the bullets and retreated repeatedly, with more than a dozen blood holes on its body. Zhao Ruoshi swung the chain in her hand and hit the giant bird. The giant bird flapped its wings, and bang, Zhao Ruoshi was knocked away, hit the wall heavily and bounced off the ground. Wow! Zhao Ruoshi fell to the ground and immediately vomited blood, but she didn't care. She wiped her mouth, stood up again, and walked towards me. I was stunned. What was going on? Why did the fight turn to my side? Could it be that Zhao Ruoshi had a relapse? The female devil seemed to be only interested in mating, but now was not the time. Besides, I would not do that with you. It would kill me. Even if Zhao Ruoshi is stunningly beautiful, I will never give in. When I think about turning into a mummy if I do it, I would rather commit suicide than be sucked dry by the female devil. Zhao Ruoshi quickly walked up to me and stretched out her hand. Hey, stop messing around, deal with the giant bird first. I shouted, not caring whether Zhao Ruoshi could understand me or not. Zhao Ruoshi turned a deaf ear to my words, stretched out her hand and pulled, holding the Chinese machete in her hand. It turned out that she wanted weapons. I wiped the sweat from my forehead and thought to myself, if you want it, just tell me. How would I know you want it if you don't tell me? If you want it, I will definitely give it to you. I looked at Zhao Ruoshi's back, and my heart was slightly moved. That graceful figure, the firm and plump buttocks, and the full breasts that almost burst the clothes. You should know that the clothes Zhao Ruoshi is wearing now are mine. Men's skeletons are much bigger than women's, so the clothes will naturally be much bigger. However, even so, Zhao Ruoshi's magnificent breasts still support the clothes. But who would have thought that there was a devil hidden in the body of an angel? Holding a Chinese machete, Zhao Ruoshi immediately became different and rushed towards the giant bird again. Ding ding ding. In an instant, the two monsters fought each other for several rounds, neither of them defended, they just attacked. I wanted to help Zhao Ruoshi, but found that I had no idea where to start. They moved too fast. Just when I thought Zhao Ruoshi was going to win, something shot out of the giant bird's mouth at a speed as fast as a bullet. Instigate. The bird easily pierced Zhao Ruoshi's right shoulder, and then the big bird flapped its wings, and Zhao Ruoshi fell heavily to the ground. The giant bird stepped on Zhao Ruoshi's head with one claw. The next second, a crackling sound of bones being squeezed was heard, and the sound made people tremble in their hearts. Damn it! I spat, raising the gun in my hand. The moment I pulled the trigger, I moved my wrist slightly and aimed the gun at the giant bird's eyes. How could I have missed this place before? I was so careless. Bang! He pulled the trigger without hesitation, and the bullet whizzed out with a loud bang. Snap! The bullet felt like it was hitting rubber, but it still penetrated. The giant bird howled towards the sky in agony. Its claws that were stepping on Zhao Ruoshi immediately loosened and it fell to the ground, rolling over and over. This was the first time I saw a giant bird lying on the ground, and all the previous injuries were not as severe as this one. Zhao Ruoshi stood up, raised the machete in her hand, and chopped it hard at the giant bird's neck. There was still the sound of metal colliding, but the difference was that after I chopped it down, there was only a shallow scratch on the giant bird's body, while Zhao Ruoshi's chopped it directly cut off the feathers. The blade penetrated half an inch, and a stream of black blood flowed out from the giant bird's neck. However, this attack still failed to cause fatal damage to the giant bird, it only cut the skin on its neck. The giant bird flapped its wings vigorously, and Zhao Ruoshi was knocked away again, flying backwards 6 or 7 meters and landing not far from me. If an ordinary person fell like this, he would probably break several bones in his body, but Zhao Ruoshi stood up as if nothing had happened. However, the blood on her forehead, the bloody hole on her shoulder, and the bruises on her body all showed that she was seriously injured. Although Zhao Ruoshi is strong, she looks very mechanical. She feels like a robot when fighting. She has no skills or flexibility at all. She only attacks and does not defend or dodge. Zhao Ruoshi's behavior is very similar to that of a zombie, but she doesn't seem to be a zombie. This mystery deeply troubles me. Instigate. A shadow shot out from the giant bird's mouth. I was startled and without thinking I took a step forward to block Zhao Ruoshi. The shadow shot straight into my chest. Am I going to die? Chapter 11 Upgrade. My chest ached and it became difficult for me to breathe. Zhao Ruoshi pushed me away from behind and rushed towards the giant bird with an expressionless face. The two monsters fought again, but I slowly fell down, with blood gushing out of my chest. I looked at my chest and saw a bloody hole on the right side of my chest. It seemed as if my body was pierced directly. My consciousness was slowly disappearing and I felt so cold. Death was approaching me rapidly and my mind went blank. The safe house that I had built with so much effort, several years of time and millions of dollars was completely useless. The giant bird could easily penetrate the outer wall of the safe house. This world is too crazy. It has far exceeded my imagination, but I just can't accept it. I really can't accept it. I haven't lived enough. My vision became blurry, and in the dim light I saw Zhao Ruoshi being pinned down by a giant bird, which opened its huge mouth and was about to bite her. Zhao Ruoshi was the last woman I met in my life. I was very happy at the KTV that night. I had envisioned the last moment of my life countless times, but I didn't expect to spend it with a female public relations woman. I raised the gun in my hand, with great effort, aimed it at the huge mouth of the bird, and pulled the trigger the moment my consciousness faded. Bang! Flames spurted out from the muzzle. The recoil, which originally had no effect on me, now caused a vibration that caused severe pain in my wound. I took a deep breath and tried to raise my head to look, but at this moment a terrible scream rang out, and my eardrums almost broke. I lost all my strength in an instant, my limbs went limp and I fell face down on the ground. Just when I thought I was going to die, a thick green mist suddenly came and enveloped me completely. The green mist kept drilling into my body, and I instantly felt much more comfortable, and my chest didn't hurt so much anymore. What's going on? I was a little confused, and before I could think, a mechanical female voice sounded in my mind. Kill the special rampaging zombies and gain 60 health points. Demon Slayer level 3, advancing to the next level requires 80 blood energy points. I currently have 2 blood energy points, which means I still need 78 points. Strength 30, Speed 25, Agility 28, Endurance 45. Skill health points, 100. Obtain the special initial skill Spiritual Thread. When the female voice finished speaking, all the pain in my body disappeared. I looked up at my chest and it had returned to normal without any visible scars, only some blood stains on it. The sudden change made me a little overwhelmed, but I soon realized that not only was I not dead, but I was upgraded from a level 1 Demon Slayer to a level 3 Demon Slayer, skipping level 2. It seems that the moment of upgrading can instantly repair the body. No matter how serious the injury is, as long as you don't die, you can survive. But this is just my guess. He sat up and looked not far away. He saw a giant bird lying on its side with its mouth still open. The bullet just now had entered the bird's mouth and flew out from the back of its head. By some strange coincidence, I actually killed the giant bird, which was a blessing in disguise. This giant bird actually gave me 60 health points in one go. No wonder it is so absurdly strong. I feel that even if I become a level 3 Demon Slayer now, I may not be a match for the big bird in its prime. Finally coming to my senses, I jumped up, feeling very light and my strength greatly increased. Zhao Ruoshi was lying on the ground, covered in blood. She had just recovered but now she was covered in scars again, and the injuries were even more serious than before. Zhao Ruoshi opened her eyes and looked at the night sky with an expressionless face. She felt that the injuries on her body were not on her, but on someone else. I helped Zhao Ruoshi up. She had multiple fractures and could not move. You saved me. Zhao Ruoshi suddenly spoke. I was stunned for a moment, then looked at Zhao Ruoshi and nodded, I guess so. I want to drink its blood. Zhao Ruoshi opened her mouth and pointed at the giant bird corpse lying on the ground next to her. I frowned and felt a little sick. The smell of the giant bird was really not very pleasant, but it was better than that of zombies. At least there was no rotten smell. Zhao Ruoshi's injuries were so severe that her whole body was limp. If I hadn't supported her, she would have had difficulty even sitting up. In fact, Zhao Ruoshi's contribution to killing the giant bird was far greater than mine. If she hadn't held the giant bird back, it would have been impossible for me to kill it by myself. Even so, I was lucky enough to shoot the bullet into the soft part of the giant bird's mouth. I put one hand on the back of Zhao Ruoshi's head. She looked at me mechanically, like a doll, without any emotion at all. Before, I wanted to ask Zhao Ruoshi whether she still recognized me, but now it seems there is no need to ask. She definitely doesn't recognize me. It's even a question whether she is still herself. My hands were covered with Zhao Ruoshi's sticky blood. There was a deep cut on the back of her head, and my hand felt like it was touching her spine. Seeing that I didn't move, Zhao Ruoshi seemed a little anxious and moved her head. This movement caused my fingers to go straight into the back of her head, softly. I was shocked. With such a serious brain injury, Zhao Ruoshi wouldn't die. At this moment, I was suddenly stunned and felt a strange emotion flowing in my mind. An invisible thread extended from my finger and entered the back of Zhao Ruoshi's head. The next second, I felt like my soul was leaving my body and I could see everything through Zhao Ruoshi's eyes. Zhao Ruoshi turned her head slightly and looked at me, her expression still cold, but a kind of dependence appeared in her eyes. Spiritual thread link. Capture the puppet. A mechanical female voice suddenly rang in my mind inexplicably. Soon I felt the strong message that Zhao Ruoshi was conveying to me, that she wanted to suck the blood of the giant bird. That extreme desire was so strong, just like a traveler who had been wandering in the desert for several days, with nothing else in his mind except the desire to drink water. Without any hesitation, I pulled the giant bird over and aimed the wound on its neck towards Zhao Ruoshi's mouth. When Zhao Ruoshi came into contact with the blood, she sucked it desperately, as if she had really become a vampire. In just a few seconds, Zhao Ruoshi drank a large amount of blood, and the giant bird's body shriveled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is not sucking blood, it is clearly sucking all the essence from the giant bird into its stomach. At the same time, the injuries on Zhao Ruoshi's body were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. What kind of monster is this? I was dumbfounded. Soon, Zhao Ruoshi no longer needed my support. She grabbed the giant bird's neck and sucked even harder, just like a hungry baby sucking breast milk. A few minutes later, the giant bird was completely turned into a mummy, with only its feathery claws and sharp beak remaining intact. Zhao Ruoshi raised her head with satisfaction and wiped her mouth. The injuries on her body had disappeared. She glanced at me, slowly stood up, and stood behind me expressionlessly. I felt a little strange. If it had been before, Zhao Ruoshi would definitely have pounced on me, had sex with me, and then sucked me dry. But now the look in Zhao Ruoshi's eyes when she looked at me no longer had that hunger. Instead, it showed a gentleness that was cold but very kind, as if she had known me for a long time. I can clearly feel Zhao Ruoshi's emotional fluctuations. Her mind is blank now, with only my shadow in the warm red light. An invisible thread closely connects Zhao Ruoshi and me. Just now, the mechanical female voice said the word, magic puppet. I soon realized that Zhao Ruoshi had now become my puppet. Chapter 12, Golem. Thinking of this, I suddenly felt a lot safer. I have witnessed Zhao Ruoshi's strength several times. Now she must be even stronger than before. She sucked the giant bird dry and all its essence merged with her. It would be strange if she was not powerful. Demon killing puppet, level 5. The mechanical female voice came again. Zhao Ruoshi's level is actually level 5, which is 2 levels higher than mine. No wonder she is so powerful. I estimated that she was at level 4 before. After establishing a spiritual connection with me, the demon slaying table can also display Zhao Ruoshi's level, which is pretty good. The flames outside were still burning, and the zombies were waving their claws and fangs around the flames. Many zombies were burned to ashes in the flames. The intimidation of the giant bird made these zombies dare not get close to the safe house. Even though the giant bird was dead, the zombies still turned a blind eye to the safe house. It seemed that the smell of the giant bird alone made the zombies feel uneasy and fearful, and it was an innate fear, just like mice were afraid of cats. It was like a natural enemy. I dragged the shriveled corpse of the giant bird into the basement. Zhao Ruoshi followed me silently, always keeping a distance of 1 meter from me and following closely. The objects on the giant bird aroused my great interest. Its feathers were harder than iron, and each of the nails on its 2 claws was 5 inches long, which could easily break an iron rod. Its 1 meter long beak was even more terrifying. It took me a whole night to cut off everything from the giant bird. Its bones were very hard and light, and I could hardly feel them in my hands. I was very curious about the things on the giant bird, so I used it for experiments. After several attempts, I made an amazing discovery: whether it was bones or claws, they would turn into liquid when put into a microwave. After solidification, it can be formed into any shape, and there is no way to leave any trace on these things except using a microwave oven. My Chinese machete is just forged from iron ore. It's okay against ordinary zombies, but it's useless against violent zombies like the giant bird. I immediately melted down everything on the giant bird and forged it into Chinese machetes, tang swords, daggers, and crossbows. After making 4 items, all their materials were used up, and their weapons previously forged with steel had to be thrown away. The Chinese machete made from giant bird bones is extremely light, weighing only 1/10 of the previous one, but its hardness is greatly improved, its toughness is also stronger, and it is almost impossible to break. The string on the crossbow is made of the tendons of giant birds, and the pulling force is terrifying. The power of an arrow shot out is almost comparable to that of a bullet, and there is no sound. This immediately makes the value of the crossbow surpass that of a gun. The gunshot is so loud that it can easily attract zombies within a few kilometers. It is too dangerous and cannot be used lightly. This is something I did not expect when I was preparing for the doomsday. I then plucked all the feathers of the giant bird. There were a total of 489 feathers, some long and some short. I put away the long ones for the time being and made the short ones into crossbow arrows, strictly according to the length of 9 inches. These feather arrows are many times more powerful than the steel arrows used before, and the heads are very sharp without any polishing. After finishing everything, I felt a little tired and fell on the bed. Zhao Ruoshi stood beside the bed with an expressionless face. Zhao Ruoshi was covered in blood and her clothes were tattered. I lay on the bed looking at her, thought for a while and then got up again. She looked a little scary, so I'd better wash her, otherwise I might get scared when I suddenly see her like this when I wake up in a daze. When she stood up to help Zhao Ruoshi take off her clothes, she took a step back. There was a sense of rejection in the mental connection between her and me, and she didn't even let me touch her. I tried to send out a signal. It took a while for Zhao Ruoshi to calm down. Her face was cold as ice, and I used the mental link to command her to take a shower. The message Zhao Ruoshi sent back was that I can't be too far away from her. So I went to the bathroom first, and Zhao Ruoshi went into the bathroom by herself, took off her clothes, and turned on the shower to rinse the blood off her body. As the water gradually washed away the blood on her body, her jade white body was immediately exposed. Her back was clearly curved, and the curve of her waist formed a breathtaking curve where it met her fleshy buttocks. I couldn't help swallowing when I saw it. Zhao Ruoshi's figure is so good, it's perfect. However, such a beautiful woman follows me and becomes my puppet, obeying my every word, but I cannot touch her. This torment is more painful than any punishment for a man like me who is at the peak of his condition. I turned my back and didn't look, trying to calm myself down. I kept reminding myself that I must not have any bad thoughts and must hold it in, otherwise I would turn into a mummy. Zhao Ruoshi was taking a shower, and I was a little bored, so I turned on the radio to listen to the broadcast. As soon as I opened it, a warning voice came out. Special violent zombies and birds have been found near Huiyang Town in Area A, orange alert, orange alert. At 2 p.m. today, an indiscriminate bombing will be carried out on the area. Small nuclear warheads will be used. Survivors in the area are requested to evacuate immediately. Repeat, Area A. When I heard the broadcast, all my sleepiness disappeared instantly. Huiyang Town, is that the small town near the safe house? What does concentrated bombing mean? And using nuclear warheads? My heart suddenly jumped to my throat. I immediately checked the time. It was 11 o'clock in the afternoon. 3 more hours. Damn, I jumped up. There was no way the safe house could withstand such a bombing, and neither could the basement, as it was not an air raid shelter. Once the bombing is over, everything around will be reduced to ruins, including the safe house. Not only that, all the food I have stored may be destroyed. I dropped the phone in my hand and ran to the second underground floor. There was not much time left and I had to move the things as soon as possible. There are 10 tons of stuff. Where should I put them? I took a look at the second floor and suddenly thought of something, so I rushed out of the basement and into the yard. The bus that I carefully modified lay quietly in the yard, covered with vines that almost covered the entire body of the bus. I pushed aside the vines and found the car door was closed. It needed a remote control key to open it. Without thinking too much, I turned around and went to look in the basement. But as soon as I turned around, I bumped into a soft body. I saw Zhao Ruoshi, naked, covered in soap bubbles, standing behind me with an expressionless face. Her breasts were full and graceful, luckily a small half of them were covered by soap bubbles, otherwise I would have had a nosebleed. Zhao Ruoshi has a baby face and big breasts, and her figure is so hot that it drives people crazy, but the hateful thing is that you can't touch her. In the triangle area below the flat belly, 2 abdominal lines are clearly visible, and the foam in the triangle area is thicker and covers the key point again, otherwise it would make people unable to stop. A pair of snow-white long legs are unscrupulously exposed, slender and strong, the thighs are full and elastic, and the pair of buttocks are full of flesh. One look at them will make people want to pinch them. I was a little out of control, but as soon as the thought came to me, I bit the tip of my tongue to calm myself down. I didn't know Zhao Ruoshi's situation yet. What if I touched her and aroused that primitive desire again, causing her previous state to resurface? Then I would be in trouble. Zhao Ruoshi's strength is above mine, and I don't want to try to see how powerful she is after absorbing the giant bird. Don't be too far away from me, Zhao Ruoshi said mechanically, feeling indifferent about being naked. I swallowed and replied, okay. After saying that, I threw away all distractions and rushed to the basement. Chapter 13 Leaving. I easily found the bus remote key in the basement, then picked up the Chinese machete I had just made and ran to the yard. The vines that buried the bus were cleared one by one. This Chinese machete is really easy to use. It is not only sharp but also extremely light, making it very easy to wield. After a while, the bus was cleaned up by me and its original appearance was revealed. Looking at the bus, I felt sad. Fortunately, I made preparations, otherwise I would be really desperate now. I got on the bus and tried to start the car. Everything was fine and I finally felt relieved. Then I turned around and went into the basement to start moving things. During the whole process, Zhao Ruoshi just followed me, still without any clothes on, and kept running naked. I really can't stand it. What's even worse is that Zhao Ruoshi won't help me at all. She just follows me wherever I go and never leaves my side. I don't know what's going on with her. Being naked like this is not a good idea, it will easily distract me. I had to spare some time to use mental induction to let Zhao Ruoshi wash off the soap bubbles on her body and put on her clothes, so I wasted 10 minutes. I carried items selectively, and had to throw away some of the unused items because the space on the bus was very limited. Water and energy are the most important. It is still questionable whether the water outside is drinkable. If you drink it and get poisoned and turn into a zombie, you will be doomed. The water storage capacity is not very large to begin with, but if I drink it alone, it will be fine for a year or two, except that I won't be able to take a shower. I put almost 2 tons of water in a water tank on the back of the bus, and it took me half an hour to get the water. If my strength had not greatly increased and I could carry 300 or 400 kilograms of water in and out at a time, I'm afraid I would not be able to finish it even in 3 hours. Next is the energy. The bus is powered by diesel, and a full tank of fuel can drive about 800 to 900 kilometers. After I modified it, the tank became bigger, so it can drive about 1,200 kilometers, and it can add 500 liters of diesel at a time. I don't have a lot of diesel in stock, only 5,000 liters in total, and due to space constraints, I can only carry 1,500 liters. With 2,000 liters of diesel, I can basically cross most of China even if the road conditions are bad. Of course, it must be in a straight line. After the two important supplies were ready, it was already 12:20 and I started to move the food. I had to leave here before 1 o'clock, otherwise I would not be able to get out of the explosion area and would be blown to the sky. There was no other way. The space was limited, and the bus was not a truck, so its loading capacity was also limited. Out of 10 tons of food, I threw away 9 tons, and the rest were sealed and placed in a 3-layer sealed cold storage room, which can operate on its own for 10 years. I also kept my computer, cell phone and other things in the cabinet of the converted bus. In fact, this bus is no longer a bus, but more like a large Hummer armored RV with big tires. The entire shell is made of titanium alloy, which is not only extremely strong but also very light. Except for the driving position, the rest of the interior is like a small home, and all the space is used reasonably. The glass is all bulletproof and cannot be broken even by machine gun fire. It was already 1:20 in the afternoon when everything was moved. I didn't have time to stay any longer. I took Zhao Ruoshi on the bus, started the car and left the safe house. Looking at the safe house getting smaller and smaller, I felt a little lost. I spent so much energy and money, but in the end it was all in vain. It seems that it is not easy to take destiny into your own hands. Not only are there too many unexpected situations, but the creatures in this world have also become very terrifying. When I think of the giant bird, I feel a little scared. That thing is really powerful. After driving the bus for a while, I was immediately in trouble. Where should I go? But after only 3 seconds of hesitation, I had a goal. I would go to Nanjing first, then all the way to Shanghai, and finally to the seaside. I had heard on the radio before that there were certain islands in the vast ocean without zombies. They were the last pure land on Earth, where I could live like I did before the end of the world. Because these islands are home to a large number of scientists and resources, coupled with the special physical environment and biological changes formed after the apocalypse, technology has developed rapidly, dozens of times faster than before the apocalypse. There, the survivors are constantly looking for ways to fight the zombies and destroy their virus. In fact, what I am most concerned about is the issue of reproduction. According to what I have learned so far, women and men cannot have sexual relations. Once they do, the woman will suck the man into a jerky. But so far I haven't met any normal women, all of them are mutated female demons. Among the survivors there must be normal women who have not undergone mutations. So will these women also suck the men dry after having sex with them? The answer seems to be yes, because I heard an alert on the radio before, asking everyone not to engage in sexual activities, and that men would turn into mummies if they had sex with women. Why is this happening? It is unknown, but one thing is clear: if this happens, humans will not be able to reproduce, and in a few decades or even 100 years, humans will completely disappear from this planet, just like the dinosaurs once did. I think I definitely can't go inland. Judging from the current situation, we don't know what kind of monsters will appear in the inland. However, the creatures in the sea should be more terrifying, but the radio did not seem to say that there are terrifying creatures in the sea. No matter what, I have to go to the beach first. More importantly, there are many relatives and friends of mine along this route. If possible, I may be able to save them. The first stop was Nanjing. Li Qian had told me before that she was working in Nanjing. Actually, I feel guilty about Li Qian. At that time, I didn't establish a relationship with her because I liked her. It was more of a casual thing. Ning Shui rejected me, and I was disheartened and my vision of love was completely shattered. The first person who hurt me was my elementary school teacher Li Li. Li Qian is just a substitute, or to put it bluntly, just an object for emotional catharsis. But Li Qian was sincere to me. I could feel her true love for me and her willingness to make sacrifices for me. There was even a time when I was sick, and she actually used her daughter's body to carry me up to the 6th floor. That was my old home, and there was no elevator. I was really touched that time, and even thought about working hard for a few years after graduation and marrying Li Qian. However, it was just a momentary thought. After all, being touched was just being touched, it was not love. After graduation, I joined the army. In fact, Li Qian and I never officially broke up. Even after I returned from the army and we contacted each other, we didn't say that we had broken up. Li Qian did give me a hint at that time. She asked me if I was busy going on blind dates after I came back. I said no, I was very busy and had no time. Li Qian replied to me that she is feeling the same now. She is too busy with work and did not go home for the new year. Sometimes she feels very lonely at night. But I didn't give enough response, so we had a video call. When I saw Li Qian at that time, I was shocked. The chubby girl was gone, and what I saw was a tall, well-proportioned, mature woman with a beautiful appearance. Li Qian has changed so much that it's hard to imagine. If we hadn't chatted online or met on the street, I would never have recognized Li Qian. She now looks like an internet celebrity. At that time, I really suspected whether Li Qian had had plastic surgery, and asked her several times in a veiled way. Li Qian did not give me a direct answer, but I could tell from her words that she did not have plastic surgery. She just kept exercising and eating very scientifically. Later, I compared her old photos and confirmed that Li Qian did not have plastic surgery. I never looked at Li Qian carefully when I was in school, but now I realize that Li Qian is actually a beauty, just a little fat. With a goal in mind, I stepped on the accelerator and sped towards Nanjing. Not long after driving out, a rustling sound came from overhead. I stuck my head out and, oh my god, missiles were flying through the sky like meteors, all heading towards Huayangtan. The missile arrived 20 minutes earlier than expected. Do you want to blow me up? Chapter 14, Ambush. Fuck you, I curse it in my heart. The target of these missiles was the giant bird, but the giant bird had actually been killed. Unfortunately, I was the only one in the world who knew about it. No, there was also Zhao Ruoshi. No one else knew that the giant bird was dead. The mobile phone is broken and can't make calls. Communications are completely paralyzed and information cannot be transmitted at all. The survivors in the gathering area must have launched the attack with the mentality of rather killing the innocent than letting them go. But that giant bird is indeed terrifying. If it were me, I would also order an indiscriminate attack. If this giant bird fell into a crowd of people, all the people would be killed by it. I just don't know how many of these terrible creatures there are on Earth now. The giant bird looks a bit like a rooster, but not exactly. It's just a bit similar in shape, but much larger and more ferocious. If it was really a mutation of a rooster, how many giant birds like this would there be? I soon felt that it was unlikely. Even if it was a mutation of a rooster, I was afraid that not every rooster could become like that. It must have evolved under certain conditions or under the influence of some specific environment. Of course, now is not the time to think about these things. In the blink of an eye, the missiles have already landed. I have only driven more than 20 kilometers now, and I don't know if I am still within the attack range. Can only pray it's not. Boom! There was a loud explosion behind me. Boom boom boom. There were bursts of loud noises. Boom! With the last sound, I saw a small mushroom cloud rising into the sky from the rearview mirror. A small nuclear bomb was really launched. It's over. I screamed in my heart and stepped on the accelerator hard, all the way to the bottom. The speed of the bus suddenly increased and soared to 150 miles per hour. It was the limit and there was no way it could go any faster. I just hope the shockwave doesn't reach my current area. After the violent explosion, dust and smoke rolled up from behind and covered the sky. It was still far away from me a minute ago, but in the blink of an eye it was already behind the car. Just when I thought I would be affected and was ready to overturn, the speed of the rolling dust behind me slowed down. A lot of dust and smoke still buried the bus, and I couldn't see anything in front of my sight. I didn't relax my steps, and a few minutes later, thick smoke burst out of the bus. My vision returned to normal, and my heart finally settled down. I had escaped. If I had really been killed by the missile, my death would have been too unfair. Doomsday didn't kill me, but I was killed by humans themselves. Huayang town is only 60 kilometers away from Nanjing city, which is very close. It only takes about half an hour to get there at normal speed. However, when I was less than 10 kilometers away from Nanjing, I stopped the car. Before entering the city, the number of zombies on the road was already astonishing. I really don't dare to imagine what the scene in the city is like. I'm just afraid that there will be zombies everywhere and I will get bitten if I'm not careful. Looking ahead, I hesitated. I really wanted to find Li Qian's trace and rescue him if possible and escape together. But now it seems that I was a little overconfident. After hesitating for a while, I finally turned the steering wheel and prepared to leave for Shanghai. But just as I turned the car around, it suddenly shook violently, as if it had crushed something. How could I have pressed something when I didn't see anything? Just as I was wondering, I heard a sound of air leaking, as if the tire was punctured by something. I was immediately shocked. How could the tires of a monster truck be punctured so easily? After stopping the car, I got out to check. As soon as I opened the door, two knives came towards me and slashed straight at my face. I stepped back and the knife missed. I frowned and was a little annoyed. If I hadn't upgraded to a level 3 demon slayer, I would not have been able to dodge the attack and would have really died. Hey! The other party made a sound of surprise, as if he was surprised that I was able to avoid the sneak attack. Only then did I see clearly that a woman holding two swords was staring at me, but there was no green light unique to female demons in her eyes, and her consciousness should be very clear. The woman failed in her first attack, and after a moment of hesitation, she attacked me again. At the same time, two men who were lying in ambush on the side also rushed out, one holding a bow and arrow, and the other holding a spear. The three of them attacked me at the same time, all aiming at my vital points. At this moment, a cold light flashed in my eyes. These guys were looking for death. I instantly pulled out the Chinese machete that I always carried on my back. I had already made up my mind to kill them. I had no intention of killing anyone, but if others wanted to kill me, don't blame me for being cruel. But just as I pulled out my Chinese machete, a shadow flashed past behind me. Zhao Ruoshi attacked like my shadow. Bang, puff, when. A man flew backwards for more than 5 meters in the air before falling to the ground. His head hit an abandoned truck on the side of the road. With a click, his head broke off and he died on the spot. Another man's arm was broken and he screamed in pain. The woman's two swords chopped Zhao Ruoshi's arms with a crisp sound. The woman stared at Zhao Ruoshi in amazement, as if she were looking at a monster. Not only that woman, I also looked at Zhao Ruoshi with my mouth wide open in disbelief. I knew she was strong, but I didn't expect her to be so strong. Could a pair of flesh arms collide with a steel knife? The scary thing was that there was a clanging sound when it collided, and it felt like Zhao Ruoshi's arm was made of metal. But I had touched Zhao Ruoshi's skin several times before, and her body clearly didn't feel stiff at all. It was extremely soft, no different from a normal human being. It was the body of a graceful woman. The man with the broken arm begged for mercy, "Don't kill me, we are just out looking for food." I gave the order to stop. Zhao Ruoshi stared at the woman coldly and stood still. I said with a dark face, "You didn't know right from wrong and just came up to kill me. Now that you can't beat me, you beg for mercy. But if you succeeded just now, I would have died on the spot. Why should I spare you?" The man with the broken arm said, "I'll tell you a secret in exchange for my life." Li Ming, don't say anything. The woman with double swords shouted. Yu Qing, it's already this late, there's nothing to be afraid of. They are so powerful, maybe they can get in there, said Li Ming, the man with the one-armed man. How do you know if they are mutant female demons? That woman is simply a female demon. If that's the case, it will only make the female demons even more powerful. The woman with double swords named Yu Qing continued to stop them. Li Ming covered his broken arm and said, "Yu Qing, when have you ever seen a man from the female demon tribe?" There was no strange light in that woman's eyes, so she couldn't be from the female demon tribe. Yu Qing pursed her lips and said, "Even if it's not the female demon clan, it could be someone from other forces. There are simply no reliable humans right now." I frowned and asked, "Have you said enough?" Li Ming gritted his teeth and said, "Friend, as long as you promise not to kill me, I will tell you a huge secret." I simply said, "Just tell me, I won't kill you." Chapter 15 Useless Secrets. Li Ming paused and said, "There is a fist-sized night-shining pearl under the center of Xuanwu Lake. It is said that it was secreted by a mutant oyster. This night-shining pearl has a natural assimilation property, which can make electronic products and metal materials active, making these dead objects also have the ability to upgrade. Not only that, if you kill the mutant oyster, you can also gain a lot of blood energy points." I said coldly, "Since you know about this good thing, why don't you go?" Li Ming swallowed his saliva and said, "We have been there. We sent out more than 50 people, but not only did we fail to get the goods, but more than 30 people died." I narrowed my eyes, how could so many people die? Li Ming sighed and said, "There is a water monster in Xuanwu Lake. It is too powerful. It should be a violent zombie. It is too powerful to be defeated." I asked again, "Then why didn't you notify the people in the military district? The Nanjing military district should still be there." If you all survived, the military can't fail to survive. There should be a very large base of survivors here. The army should be able to capture the water monster if they go out. Li Ming said, "We don't dare to publicize it." Last month, there was a collective outbreak of rampaged zombies. More than 30 rampaged zombies appeared at the same time. The largest survivor base in Nanjing was destroyed. Hundreds of thousands of survivors died or mutated. A very small number of women turned into female demons. After that incident, within a radius of 100 kilometers, as long as there was news of the appearance of rampaged zombies, several missiles would be launched for indiscriminate attacks. If it was a special rampaged zombie, a small nuclear warhead would be used directly. If the news leaked, the military would definitely blow Xuanwu Lake into a dry pit. There are many small survivor bases near Xuanwu Lake, and no one wants the safe house to be destroyed. After listening to Li Ming's words, I felt nothing. I thought it was some huge secret. This kind of thing doesn't mean much to me. Even if that thing is extremely magical, safety is more important to me. After seeing how powerful the giant bird is, I don't want to face another special type of rampaging zombie again. That would be a nightmare. Compared to my life, nothing is important in my eyes. It's not worth it to lose my life for something like that after surviving so hard. It's just like before the end of the world. No matter how rich you are, it's useless without your life. So after Li Ming finished speaking, I was a little disappointed. I was silent for a while and then said, "This news is not a big secret to me. It is not enough to buy your life." Li Ming was stunned and looked at me with fear, thinking that I was going to go back on my word. "Friend, you can't go back on your word like this. We had an agreement before." I said, "In this world, what agreements are still reliable?" Li Ming was speechless and stared at me with some fear. I continued, "Don't worry, I'm not going to kill you. I'm going to ask you a few more questions. If you answer them to my satisfaction, you can leave." Li Ming looked relieved. "Ask me. I'll tell you everything I know. If I don't know, there's nothing I can do." I nodded and said, "Do you know that there is a new energy company called Xingyuan Technology in Nanjing?" When I asked this question, I didn't hold much hope. After all, this company is not a big enterprise, but a startup company that has just started. There are companies like this everywhere, and it is unlikely to be known by anyone. But after I finished speaking, Li Ming replied confidently, "I know. A friend of mine works there. It's a very good new energy company with very good pay." I was immediately delighted. The reason I asked about this company was because Li Qian worked there. Li Qian told me about it during our online chat. I asked, "Where is this company located in Nanjing?" Li Ming thought for a while and said, "If I remember correctly, it should be near Xuanwu Lake." "Oh, now I remember, it is in the science park east of Xuanwu Lake. It is easy to find. There is only one tall building there. Xingyuan Technology is inside the building. I don't know which floor it is. As long as you enter the building, there must be a location diagram in the lobby." Li Ming took out a torn map and pointed to a place, saying, "Here." I walked over and took a look, my brows furrowed slightly. It was basically in the city center, which was quite difficult. For a moment, I hesitated again. If I really entered the city, I would face thousands of zombies. Moreover, the more zombies gathered, the greater the probability of a rampaging zombie appearing. For safety reasons, I shouldn't go into the city, but if Li Qian is still alive, her situation must be very bad. To save or not to save is just a matter of thought. In today's world, saving lives is the most important thing. But in my opinion, there are some things that cannot be lost. Otherwise, once you lose the most basic humanity, what is the difference between you and those walking corpses? Besides, I still have enough combat power to protect myself. Together with Zhao Ruoshi, the two of us should have no problem dealing with a rampaging zombie. Even if I face two rampaging zombies at the same time, I feel like I can protect myself greatly. Li Qian, I owed her too much back then. If there is anyone in this world who I feel sorry for, it is her. Ask yourself, I want to save Li Qian. Even if Li Qian is no longer alive, I still want to know whether she is dead or alive, or has turned into a zombie or a female devil. No matter which one it is, I want to know what she looks like now. I have experienced too much helplessness, the death of my biological parents, the death of my sister, and the death of my adoptive parents. I was so helpless and desperate at that time. At that time, I didn't have the ability to save them. I was powerless and wanted to, but I didn't have the strength. But now it is different. I have a certain strength. Maybe I'm not completely sure, but at least I have the ability. If I give up, I feel it will be difficult for me to survive in this doomsday because I have lost my spirit. I have been fighting for so many years, isn't it just to make myself stronger? After a brief contemplation, I made up my mind that I would go no matter what, even if I fell and was covered in bruises, I would have no regrets. Leave the map here and go, I said. Li Ming glanced at me, said nothing, dropped the map and turned away. As for the woman with dual swords, he didn't even look at her. A trace of loneliness flashed across the face of the woman with two swords. She put away her weapons, turned around and was about to leave. Stop. I said coldly. The woman with the two swords was startled and turned to look at me. Want to kill me? I had no expression on my face and just asked, did you puncture the tire? The woman with two swords lowered her head and said nothing. I said, fix it for me within an hour. The woman with two swords looked at me without saying anything. She took off the backpack behind her and started to act immediately. Her tools were really complete, including all kinds of tire repair tools. It seemed that they often encountered such situations, so they carried them with them in case of emergency. It only took the woman with two knives half an hour to repair the two punctured tires and fill them with air. Okay, can I go now? The woman with the dual swords asked me after packing up her things. No. I said coldly. Chapter 16, Rescue. The woman with the two swords looked at me with confusion, not understanding why I was so determined not to let her go. If you want to kill me, then do it quickly. The woman with two swords said as if she was ready to die. Why should I kill you? I asked back. Since you're not going to kill me, why don't you let me go? The woman with double swords was puzzled. I'm not familiar with Nanjing. You drive and lead the way. I need a guide. You can take me to my destination and then we can leave. I said directly. The woman with two swords pursed her lips and said nothing. She glanced at Zhao Ruoshi, who had been standing behind me without saying a word and with an indifferent expression, and finally got into the car. The double-blade woman's driving proficiency exceeded my expectations. When modifying the car, I put a lot of effort into the sound reduction, so it makes very little noise when driving. What's your name? I asked from the back of the cab. Yu Qing, said the woman with two swords. Have you been in Nanjing all this time? I asked. No, I'm a survivor from Zhenjing. I heard that there was a very safe shelter in Nanjing, so I formed a team and came here. It took us more than 3 months to walk just a few dozen kilometers. Many people died in the process. When we arrived in Nanjing, only 1/5 of the more than 100 people were left. Later, we met other teams and joined their team. When we entered the survivor base, a group of rampaging zombies broke out, and the base was completely destroyed by the rampaging zombies. So we built a base ourselves and waited for the rescue team to arrive, but we waited for more than a month and didn't see any rescue team. Our food was getting less and less, and we had to go out to find food every day. Yu Qing finished in one breath. After driving for about half an hour, we had entered the main urban area. Although there were many zombies along the way, those ordinary zombies were completely helpless in front of the huge vehicles. But when they arrived outside the main urban area, Yu Qing drove the car into an open-air parking lot. There were damaged cars everywhere, many of which were burned to empty frames. However, there were very few zombies here. Occasionally, there would be 1 or 2 paralyzed zombies lying in the car, unable to move, but just opening their mouths and making terrifying babbling sounds. What are you doing here? I asked curiously. The main urban area is not suitable for driving. The roads are full of zombies and cars lying all over the place. There are many sections of roads where buildings have collapsed, and there is no way to drive through. Although your car is good, it will be useless if you drive in. You can only walk the rest of the way. The building you are going to is about 7 or 8 kilometers away. Yu Qing said as she parked the car and turned off the engine. What Yu Qing said makes sense. Such a large car would become a burden if it entered the urban area. If it got stuck somewhere, it would be difficult to deal with. I carried a Chinese machete on my back, a dagger in my shoe, a revolver crossbow in my hand, and a backpack with 5 days' worth of food and water on my back. Similarly, I gave Yu Qing the same amount of food. When I gave it to her, Yu Qing was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting me to be so generous. Aren't you afraid that I will find a way to escape? Yu Qing asked after taking the backpack. I smiled and replied, trust me, you can't get away. Yu Qing bit her lower lip lightly and looked at me with a hint of mystery in her eyes. Have you always been alone? Yu Qing asked after getting out of the car. That's about it. I didn't want to say too much about myself. After getting off the bus, in order to avoid being discovered, I gathered a lot of vines to cover the bus and made it look like it was burned. There are such buses everywhere, and generally speaking, even if someone sees it, they would not think that the bus can still be used. Led by Yu Qing, our group of 3 walked towards Xuanwu Lake. Yu Qing walked in front, I was in the middle, and Zhao Ruoshi followed closely behind me, just like my shadow. A distance of 7 or 8 kilometers doesn't seem far. If you walk briskly, you can arrive there in about 2 hours. But when the city is full of zombies, it is hard to say how long it will take. After leaving the parking lot, there were zombies wandering aimlessly everywhere. In order to avoid these zombies, we walked very slowly, and from time to time we had to go around or even retreat. Sometimes when we encounter a large group of zombies, we need to enter some buildings to hide. After 5 hours, we only advanced 1 kilometer. When I walked to a building, I suddenly saw someone waving a white towel downwards. The person had a terrified look on his face, but he didn't shout, as if he was afraid that the sound would attract zombies. After getting closer, Yu Qing also spotted the man and said to me, it seems someone is trapped. Do you want to rescue him? I said, let's go check it out. After entering the building, we saw several zombies scattered around inside and killed them instantly by the 3 of us. Their health points of ordinary zombies are really pitifully small, and it seems that after reaching level 3, there is basically no health points left when killing ordinary zombies. The strange thing is that there weren't many zombies in the elevator and the corridor. I felt a little strange. How could the man not get out with so few zombies? I became more alert. Yu Qing also felt something was not right. After more than 5 months, the survivors who were still alive must have some skills, and the worst should be a level 1 demon slayer. Survivors like Yu Qing who often need to run outside have already been classified as level 2 demon slayers. However, it is difficult to upgrade from level 2 to level 3. Basically, if you don't kill a rampaging zombie, it will take at least half a year to reach level 3. Because at level 2, killing an ordinary zombie will only give you 1/10 of the original blood energy points. In other words, you have to kill 100 ordinary zombies yourself to accumulate 1 blood energy point. It takes 40 blood points to upgrade from level 2 to level 3, which means you need to kill 4,000 ordinary zombies to upgrade. It's really a bit of a rip-off. I didn't know it at first, but I found out during the conversation with Yu Qing. I secretly congratulated myself on having killed a special type of runaway zombie by accident. It was such good luck that I reached level 3 in one go. When I reached the 4th floor, I pushed the door open a crack and immediately closed it. Fortunately, no noise was made. There were zombies all over the place, most of them gathered in front of one door, scratching the door frame, trying to get in. What should we do? There are too many of them. I estimate there are about 100 or 200 of them. How long will it take to kill them one by one? Yu Qing said in a very low voice. No need to kill them. Just go to the 5th floor and wait. I will find a way to lure the zombies out. I said. How can we attract so many of them? It's too dangerous. We might get bitten if we're not careful. Yu Qing was very afraid of the zombies. There is a way. There is no movement on the 5th floor. You should go and hide there first. I said. Yu Qing looked at me suspiciously, but finally went upstairs. After Yu Qing hid, I took out a dagger and started hitting the crossbow. The sound was not very loud, but it was very crisp in the corridor. Soon some zombies pushed open the door and came out. I immediately ran to the 3rd floor. Soon a large number of zombies poured down from the 4th floor. I led the group of zombies into the 3rd floor and led them into the corridor, then I came out from the other side and locked the door. These zombies had basically no brains, and once trapped they had no way out. Now I can run very fast, and ordinary zombies have no chance of catching up with me. After blocking all the zombies on the 3rd floor, I went up to the 4th floor from the other side. I didn't need to do anything to the scattered zombies, Zhao Ruoshi killed them instantly. When I returned to the 4th floor corridor, Yu Qing had already come down. There was something strange in her eyes when she looked at me, and there was a slight blush on her face, as if she had been drinking. Chapter 17 Poisoning. I felt a little strange, but didn't care. Maybe Yu Qing just had a little fever. Entering the corridor on the 4th floor, there was no zombie left. I walked to the door of the room where someone was, and knocked. There was no movement from inside, so I said, "It's safe outside, open the door." After a while, footsteps were heard from inside, and the sound of tables and cabinets being dragged on the ground. They should be used to hold down the door. More than 10 seconds later, the door was opened, and a tall woman with a protruding chest opened the door. I was a little surprised because the person waving the white towel outside was not a woman, but a man. After opening the door, the woman looked timidly outside and asked, "Where are the zombies?" I said, "Leave it alone." The woman breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Thank you, we have been trapped here for 2 days and 2 nights. At this time, a young man in camouflage clothes walked out of the door. He looked pale and haggard, as if he had not slept well. "Can you take us away?" the young man asked. "Just you two?" I looked around the room and there was no one else inside. "Yes, just the 2 of us," said the hot woman. "How did you get trapped here?" I always felt something was wrong, but I couldn't put it into words. "We came out to look for food, but we made a noise and were driven here by the zombies," said the woman. The young man stretched out his hand and said, "My name is Lin Feng, and her name is Chen Yuanxiang." I reached out and shook his hand. Zhang Chong. When I was holding the young man's hand, I suddenly felt a sharp pain in my hand. My face changed immediately and I kicked the young man hard in the stomach. Bang! I kicked the young man so hard that he flew back more than 4 meters before he hit the office wall heavily. Puff! The young man spat out a mouthful of blood, but a smile appeared on his face. I opened my hand and saw a silver needle stuck in the palm of my hand. The area where it was pierced was a little red and swollen, and a little itchy. I'm so furious. I saved you with good intentions, but ended up being plotted against and repaid with evil. Yu Qing was shocked and hadn't reacted to what was happening until she saw the silver needle in my palm. She immediately reached back and pulled out the 2 swords behind her. Chen Yuanxiang, who has a hot body, showed a weird smile on her face and looked at me and said, "Do you feel sleepy?" "Sleeping your mother." I cursed, stretched out my hand, and grabbed the woman's neck tightly. "Where is the antidote?" Even though I was holding her vital points, Chen Yuanxiang wasn't nervous at all. It felt like I was grabbing not her neck, but a wooden stake, which was very hard and I couldn't move it at all. Chen Yuanxiang stretched out her hand and grabbed my wrist. A great force came over me and I was unable to resist. Even though I used all my strength, I was still unable to resist. Chen Yuanxiang's power was beyond imagination. At this moment, I saw a green light flash in Chen Yuanxiang's eyes. I was shocked. Fuck, a female devil. Just as I was about to launch an attack, Zhao Ruoshi moved behind me and threw a punch. Bang! Chen Yuanxiang flew backwards and hit the wall, which immediately caved in. Chen Yuanxiang nonchalantly got up from the ground and dusted himself off, looking at Zhao Ruoshi with interest. "So you are the boss? I thought it was this kid. Have you also upgraded to level 6 like me and have a normal ideology?" What the hell? I didn't quite understand what she was saying. What surprised me even more was that this female demon was just like a normal woman and could speak very fluently. I thought female demons were thoughtless or barbaric species with low intelligence. Chen Yuanxiang continued, "Are you also like me, keeping a gigolo, not sucking, but playing with him every day?" No matter what Chen Yuanxiang said, there was no change on Zhao Ruoshi's face. She just stood in front of me, blocking me. When there is no danger, Zhao Ruoshi will just stay behind me like a bodyguard. Once danger occurs, she will rush to the front silently to protect me. The spiritual connection between Zhao Ruoshi and I is very subtle. We can feel some vague thoughts of each other, but it is not very precise. If Zhao Ruoshi cries, I will feel depressed. If she laughs, I will be happy. Of course, this is just a metaphor. In fact, Zhao Ruoshi can neither cry nor laugh. At least from the time I met her until now, I have never seen any expression on her face. At this moment, I felt that Zhao Ruoshi was a little nervous, or to be more precise, she was afraid. Zhao Ruoshi was actually a little afraid of Chen Yuanxiang. At this moment, Yu Qing behind me turned around and ran without saying anything. Chen Yuanxiang moved suddenly. I didn't see clearly how she moved. Her body swayed and a shadow flashed. Bang! Chen Yuanxiang simply ignored the wall and knocked a hole in it, blocking Yu Qing in front of him. Since you are here, don't leave. This is my territory, and you are welcome to be my guest. You don't look like you have mutated yet. What's the matter? After the end of the world, haven't you tasted the flavor of a man? Chen Yuanxiang pinched Yu Qing's chin and teased. Yu Qing looked at Chen Yuanxiang in fear, her body shaking violently. Sister, I'm not saying anything bad to you. God has given us women the opportunity to stand up and be in charge. Why don't you make good use of it? The world has changed. Men have become vassals, and women are the strong ones, the masters of this world. We have become extremely powerful, and men have become like ants in front of us, without any power to resist. We can get back all the suffering we have endured 1,000 times. Har har har, wouldn't you be stupid if you don't use it? Chen Yuanxiang laughed with his head back, and his laughter was a little scary. I was standing at the door and the tingling sensation in my hand was slowly changing into a numbness and soreness, and the feeling in this hand was slowly fading away. But at this moment I felt relieved, because I was not poisoned, but anesthetic. It seems that Chen Yuanxiang's original idea was not to kill us as soon as they met, but had other purposes. Otherwise, with the strength she has shown now, she can kill us in seconds with just one encounter. This feeling of being suppressed by someone and having no power to resist made me extremely annoyed. At this moment, the desire to become powerful was spreading in my heart. Chen Yuanxiang's words deeply hurt the heart of a man like me. This woman actually said that men are just ants. Considering the current situation, she may not be wrong, but I just can't accept it. After being promoted to level 3 Demon Slayer, I thought I was so powerful, but now it seems that I am still a rookie. Come to think of it, I have missed 5 months after all. A lot can happen in these 5 months, especially in the early stage of the world's transformation, when the changes are the most drastic and rapid. Level 3 Demon Slayers are probably low-level beings among the survivors, let alone female demons. The female demons seemed to be born very powerful. I felt that even Demon Slayers of the same level were no match for her. Chen Yuanxiang suddenly reached out and tore Yu Qing's shirt open. "Arr!" Yu Qing screamed, and the 2 big white rabbits on her chest jumped out instantly, covering the entire chest with white. Chapter 18: The Horrible Female Devil. I have to say that Yu Qing has a very good figure. Except for not being very tall, she has everything she needs. Her big white rabbits are shaped like peaches, and the 2 little protrusions in front are extremely pink. Yu Qing tried to protect her chest, but was grabbed by Chen Yuanxiang. Lin Feng, come here, take her to the 5th floor first. Lin Feng showed a hint of greed in his eyes. He took out a syringe and stabbed it into Yu Qing's neck. After a while, Yu Qing's body went limp. Lin Feng hugged Yu Qing, and he held Yu Qing's big white rabbit in his hands and squeezed it twice, then he carried Yu Qing upstairs with satisfaction. I didn't move at all, not because I didn't want to, but because I couldn't. My arms were completely paralyzed and only one hand could move. The paralysis was still spreading, but very slowly. Even if I hadn't been drugged, I would still be no match for Chen Yuanxiang, and Zhao Ruoshi was like a puppet. She wouldn't take the initiative to attack unless I was in danger. Huh. Chen Yuanxiang turned around and looked at me strangely, and let out a sound of surprise. You are still standing. Could it be that the dosage of the anesthetic is wrong? You should have fallen down in 1 or 2 minutes. Chen Yuanxiang talked to himself, but his voice was very loud. Chen Yuanxiang walked towards me slowly. Just now, because I was thinking about something, I didn't look at Chen Yuanxiang directly. At this moment, when she walked towards me, I saw her as a whole for the first time. Chen Yuanxiang's figure was perfect, not inferior to Zhao Ruoshi, and her breasts were even fuller. Not only that, Chen Yuanxiang was dressed extremely revealingly, wearing only a white shirt with the 3 buttons on it either broken or undone, leaving her chest open, revealing deep cleavages that were bottomless, and her 2 big white rabbits would sway slightly with every step she took. She was wearing a miniskirt that tightly wrapped her voluptuous buttocks. The hem of the skirt only reached the base of her thighs. When she walked, her panties were faintly visible, and her pair of long, white legs were full of temptation. This woman is a stunner. Any man who sees her will be unable to control himself. Before the end of the world, any man will want to get Chen Yuanxiang and want to press her under him and ride her. But if anyone does that now, he will turn into a mummy. Just thinking about it makes me break out in a cold sweat. I suddenly agreed with what Chen Yuanxiang said. Maybe all this was really God's punishment for men. Seeing such a beautiful woman, he could do nothing but stare. Chen Yuanxiang is indeed beautiful, but after getting used to seeing Zhao Ruoshi, this kind of woman is not that lethal to me. After a brief moment of distraction, I quickly came to my senses. Looking at Chen Yuanxiang, who was almost approaching me, I took out my pistol, aimed with amazing speed, and pulled the trigger. Bang! I can't care about so many things at this moment. It is better to attract a large number of zombies than to face this female devil. A mentally retarded female demon was scary enough, but a fully conscious female demon was almost invincible. Bang! Chen Yuanxiang didn't dodge at all. She waved her hand and then slowly opened her crystal clear little hand towards me. Snap! The bullet fell from her hand to the ground. I gasped and looked at Chen Yuanxiang in confusion. What kind of monster is this? The giant bird encountered in the safe house was powerful enough, but bullets were still able to penetrate its skin. Chen Yuanxiang, who obviously looked weaker than the giant bird, was actually harmed by bullets. I suddenly felt an invisible huge pressure looming over me. How powerful has this female demon become? She is even more powerful than the giant bird. At this time, I also realized a strange situation. There was such a big noise on the 4th floor, but the zombies seemed to have not heard it at all. Until now, no zombie has appeared. Zhang Chong, you actually have a pistol, har har har, but it's a pity it's useless to me. Chen Yuanxiang laughed neurotically. I raised my crossbow and shot, swoosh swoosh. Chen Yuanxiang turned into a phantom on the spot and managed to dodge all the crossbow arrows at such a close distance. How fast must she be? I gritted my teeth, threw away my crossbow and pistol, pulled out my Chinese machete, grabbed it with one hand, and rushed forward. I must let Zhao Ruoshi take action. If she doesn't move, I will have no chance at all. Only when Zhao Ruoshi takes action will I have a chance. Sure enough, as soon as I moved, Zhao Ruoshi also moved, and the two of us pounced on Chen Yuanxiang from the left and right. Bang, click, boom. In a flash, they exchanged dozens of moves. As soon as I met him, Chen Yuanxiang punched me in the face. I flew backwards 7 or 8 meters and fell heavily to the ground. If I hadn't upgraded to a level 3 demon slayer, I would have been half dead. Zhao Ruoshi held on much longer and fought with Chen Yuanxiang for more than 10 moves, but was finally kicked away, hitting the wall and bouncing off the ground, almost smashing a hole in the corridor floor. Zhao Ruoshi was seriously injured this time and stood up shakily. Chen Yuanxiang had already appeared in front of her. She grabbed Zhao Ruoshi's neck and lifted her up as if Zhao Ruoshi had no weight at all. There's a song called, "Why Should Women Make Things Difficult for Other Women?" Haven't you heard of it? You are very strong. If the two of us can form an alliance, we can definitely defeat those women in Shiqing district, and ruling Nanjing city is just around the corner. What do you think? Chen Yuanxiang said to Zhao Ruoshi. There was no fluctuation on Zhao Ruoshi's face. She just looked at Chen Yuanxiang coldly and without any emotion. Then she raised one hand and punched out. Bang! Chen Yuanxiang caught Zhao Ruoshi's fist steadily, shook his head and said, "What a pity, since you don't want to, I have no choice but to kill you." Chen Yuanxiang was about to kill me, and I got anxious and said, "Wait." Chen Yuanxiang looked at me, "What? You don't want her to die? If I kill her, you can be free from suffering. Do you still want to save her?" In Chen Yuanxiang's eyes, Yu Qing and I should be slaves captured by Zhao Ruoshi, just like the young man Lin Feng beside her. I stood up from the ground with difficulty. The effect of the anesthetic was spreading further. I held onto the wall and said, "We have no grudge against you. We came here to save you. Why are you trying to kill us?" Chen Yuanxiang looked at me strangely. "Boy, do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know?" I looked at Chen Yuanxiang in confusion, not knowing what she meant, and asked, "What do you mean?" Seeing that I didn't seem to be pretending, Chen Yuanxiang continued, "This world is crazy, but also fair. After the mutation, several major camps emerged, the human demon slayers, the female demons, and the corpse clan. No matter which side kills the other side, they will gain blood energy points. When a certain number is reached, they will level up. Although you can't get blood energy points by killing the same kind, there is a certain chance of gaining blood evil, which is a powerful recovery agent. Level 1 blood evil can completely recover from very serious injuries within a day, level 2 blood evil can shorten the time to half a day, and level 3 blood evil can recover from serious injuries in just 3 hours. Why do you think I would kill you? Is it possible not to kill us? I said humbly. Okay, if you help me get the night pearl from Xuanwu Lake, I will let you go. Chen Yuanxiang said simply. Chapter 19 New Discovery. I used my energy to extend the spiritual thread, and a transparent thread emerged from my fingertips. But the spiritual thread only extended a little and then coiled around my hand, so I had to put my hand on Yu Qing's body. From her face to her chest, to her belly button, all the way to Yu Qing's crotch area, thighs and calves, and finally when I held Yu Qing's crystal clear feet, nothing changed. Yu Qing's vitality was disappearing bit by bit, her whole body was red and hot. Her breathing was very rapid just now, but now it is gradually calming down and getting weaker and weaker. After more than 10 seconds, Yu Qing's breathing stopped. I opened Yu Qing's pupils and took a look, then leaned over and lay on the white rabbit on Yu Qing's left breast. The soft touch made my heart slightly flutter, but I quickly recovered. Yu Qing's heartbeat was very slow, and it seemed like it might stop at any time. I hesitated for a moment and decided to save Yu Qing. No matter whether it would work or not, there was no harm in trying. After thinking about it, I started to give Yu Qing first aid. I pressed my hands on Yu Qing's chest several times, pinched Yu Qing's nose, and performed mouth-to-mouth artificial respiration. After repeating this several times, when I leaned over and blew air into Yu Qing's soft little lips for the 5th time, I suddenly heard a buzzing sound in my head. The spiritual thread extended from my mouth to Yu Qing's mouth. A few seconds later, a strong heartbeat sound came from Yu Qing's chest. At the same time, I felt a stream of fresh air being sucked into my body from the spiritual thread, followed by a surge of extremely hot fire poison. I quickly raised my head and separated my lips from Yu Qing's. Vomit. Yu Qing retched, tilted her head, and a stream of red liquid spurted out of her mouth. The red liquid boiled and intertwined on the ground and evaporated in a short while. Yu Qing wiped her mouth, and was a little dazed. After a while, she looked at me with a slightly red face and said, "Brother Zhang, thank you, I feel much better. I thought I was going to die just now." I hardly heard what Yu Qing said, all my thoughts were on the effect of the spiritual thread just now. The mental thread can not only absorb the opponent's mental power, but also absorb the poison. It's just that I can't control it very well now, and most of what I did just now was just a fluke. If the poison in Yu Qing's body wasn't too obvious, I really wouldn't know what to do. The excitement only lasted for a short while. My expression froze and I thought of a problem. The 2 times that the mental thread worked just now, both times I had close contact with Yu Qing. The first time was when Yu Qing sat on me and I entered, and the second time was when I was giving Yu Qing artificial respiration. If this is not the case, then the spiritual thread will not work. I was a little confused. If this is true, then this seemingly powerful skill has too many limitations. Maybe I am too weak now, so I can only use it when I am in close contact. If I become stronger in the future, I may not need it. This is all I can think of. When I stood up, Yu Qing also stood up, but her little face was slightly red and she looked at me with something to say but stopped. "What's wrong?" I asked curiously. "Brother Zhang, are you in pain? Do you want me to help you solve it?" Yu Qing said shyly. "What should I solve?" I was a little confused, but soon I realized something and looked down, only to see that the tent below me was actually propped up high. Yu Qing's stimulation and everything that just happened made my body react, but because my attention was elsewhere, I didn't even notice it. "I don't want to become a mummy," I said bluntly. "As long as you don't do it, it'll be fine." Yu Qing's face flushed red, and after a pause she continued, "You saved me, and I have nothing to repay you with, so just let me serve you this time." I actually felt my throat a little dry. I stared at Yu Qing blankly, not knowing what to do. It would be a lie to say that I didn't want to. I had put all my energy into building the safe house over the years and hadn't been close to any woman for several years. Seeing that I didn't say anything, Yu Qing squatted down on her own initiative. I looked at Yu Qing blankly, feeling a little embarrassed, but I didn't stop her. Just like this, everything happened naturally. The long-lost feeling made people yearn for it. The damn doomsday actually deprived men and women of love. What a damn thing! I cursed in my heart. Then all my thoughts were filled with Yu Qing. Perhaps it was because I saved her life. Yu Qing worked particularly hard. That night, Yu Qing and I slept in each other's arms. Yu Qing hugged me with a satisfied look on her face, as if she had found her belonging. The next day, when the grey light appeared, I opened my eyes and saw Yu Qing leaning naked on my chest, sleeping soundly. I didn't wake Yu Qing up immediately, but looked at the ceiling and thought quietly. Half an hour later, Yu Qing woke up. Seeing that I was awake, she blushed and said nervously, "Brother Zhang, you're awake?" "Yeah," I responded. "Do you have other clothes in your bag?" Yu Qing asked. "There should be one more," I replied, glanced at Yu Qing, and then said, "You wear it." Yu Qing nodded, picked up my backpack, took out a set of my clothes and put them on. My clothes seemed a little big on Yu Qing, but they had a different flavor and looked really good. When Lin Feng followed Chen Yuanxiang to the 6th floor and saw that Yu Qing and I were safe and sound, a hint of surprise appeared on this boy's face. After Lin Feng was briefly surprised, an even more vicious light appeared in those sinister eyes. He wished he could shoot me to death, but because Chen Yuanxiang was there, this kid didn't dare to make any move. Lin Feng's body would tremble unconsciously when he stood next to Chen Yuanxiang. He had a perverted attachment and fear of Chen Yuanxiang, like an attendant before the queen. Chen Yuanxiang returned the weapon to me and said, "Let's go. I'll give you a month. If you don't come back after a month, I will kill that woman, no matter if you are dead or alive. She should be a level 5 female demon, and the chance of producing blood evil is very high." I clenched my fist and said, "Don't worry, whether I can successfully get the night pearl or not, I will come back alive." Chen Yuanxiang's expression was cold. "That would be the best. I'll wait for your good news." I thought about it and asked, "You are much stronger than me, why don't you go to Xuanwu Lake to get the night pearl? With your strength, the chances of success should be very high, and those zombies seem to be very afraid of you and dare not approach you at all." Chen Yuanxiang's eyes moved slightly, and she looked at me without answering immediately, as if she was considering whether to tell me. 10 seconds later, Chen Yuanxiang said, "Some things are not your business. I advise you to leave immediately, because in an hour rampaging zombie will be hunting nearby. It will roam around for a long time every day. It will be much easier to travel before it appears. Otherwise, you may die before you even leave this block." After saying that, Chen Yuanxiang turned and left. I suddenly shouted, "Can I take her with me?" I was referring to Yu Qing. Chen Yuanxiang said without even turning her head, "If you don't mind her being a burden, take her with you. Be careful that she won't be able to bear it and suck you dry one day. As far as I know, as time goes by, the primitive desires in women will become more and more difficult to control." When Lin Feng heard what I said, he looked at me with gritted teeth and glared at me fiercely. He was very annoyed that I proposed to take Yu Qing away. After hearing Chen Yuanxiang's agreement, he did not dare to say anything to stop me. After Chen Yuanxiang and Lin Feng left, Yu Qing looked at me gratefully, "Brother Zhang, thank you for taking me away." "You're welcome. I said before that I would let you go as long as you take me to my destination. As long as you are still alive, I will not break my promise," I said. Yu Qing stared at me blankly, a complicated expression flashing in her eyes, and she said with some emotion, "Brother Zhang, I have seen too many despicable sides of human nature in the past few months, and I have never met someone like you." I equipped my weapons, put on my backpack, and said, "If we lose our humanity, what's the difference between us and zombies? Let's go." Yu Qing smiled, picked up her double swords and straps, put the swords on her back, and walked downstairs with me side by side. Chen Yuanxiang seemed to have driven away the zombies, and we walked out of the building very smoothly without encountering a single zombie. After leaving the building, Yu Qing and I moved forward carefully. The threat posed by ordinary zombies to us was very limited. As long as we didn't fight a large-scale group of zombies, we could easily deal with them. But when we walked just 2 blocks away, we heard the sound of fierce fighting ahead. Chapter 20, Misfortunes Never Come Singly. I planned to take a detic, but Yu Qing said that this road was the only intact one among the 11 nearby streets. The others were either occupied by corpses or had collapsed buildings, making them completely impassable. I had no choice but to take a detic. If you choose to take a detic, the journey will be greatly extended, and you have no idea whether there are rampaging zombies in those areas. The so-called violent zombies are actually evolved from ordinary zombies. As time goes by, there will be more and more violent zombies. Yu Qing said that at the beginning, there were no rampaging zombies in the area where she was active. After a month, some gradually appeared, but they were not very powerful. However, after another month, the rampaging zombies became more and more powerful. The evolution speed of these zombies is really too fast. The demon slayers can be said to be the slowest evolving group among the three major camps. Taking a DTIC not only means a longer journey, but also means the danger increases exponentially. In this case, we have no choice but to continue along this street. Yu Qing and I walked for another 100 meters and finally came to a three-way intersection, where we saw 5 demon killers surrounding a humanoid zombie. There were 3 demon slayers lying on the ground around them, 2 men and 1 woman. They had suffered varying degrees of injuries and had lost their ability to fight. When Yu Qing saw this group of people, she immediately said, "They are from Zhejiang Mountain." I looked at Yu Qing in confusion, and the latter continued to explain, "There are 4 major survivor bases in Nanjing. The largest survivor base disappeared a month ago. Now there are 3 major survivor bases left, namely, Purple Mountain, Sun Yat-sen Mausoleum, and Jiming Temple. Purple Mountain is one of them, accommodating about 30,000 survivors, and there are more than 2,000 demon killers, who are the strongest among the 3 survivor bases. That zombie doesn't look like a humanoid zombie, but it doesn't seem to be a rampaging zombie either," I said, a little confused. "That's an awakened zombie," Yu Qing said immediately. Awakened zombies. It was the first time I heard this term. Yes, it is a mutation of an ordinary zombie. Once it awakens, it will begin to prey on the pituitary glands of ordinary zombies around it, or eat demon slayers and female demons. As long as it eats enough, it will evolve into a rampaging zombie, Yu Qing replied. As he was speaking, the 5 demon killers surrounding the awakened zombie moved, and the 5 of them attacked the awakened zombie from different angles. The awakened zombie's red eyes emitted a faint green light. It let out a roar and turned into a phantom. Bang, click. 4 demon slayers missed their targets, and another demon slayer was directly knocked away. The awakened zombie appeared 10 meters away. Yu Qing took a deep breath and said in surprise, "It's actually an awakened zombie with skills. No wonder Zhejiang Mountain sent out so many demon exterminators to surround it." The speed was so fast that I narrowed my eyes. The speed of that awakened zombie was much faster than my maximum speed after reaching level 3. "Brother Zhang, do you want to help them?" Yu Qing asked for my opinion. "Not for now. We have to wait and see. Anything can happen in this world. Even if we help others, they may not appreciate it. They might even think we are trying to steal their prey. It seems that the awakened zombies are no match for them. It's only a matter of time before they are killed. We just have to wait until the battle is over and they leave." After experiencing a few things, I became much more cautious. Yu Qing nodded, agreeing with what I said. It was obvious that she also felt the same way about the cruel reality. As they were talking, the 5 demon slayers exchanged a few moves with the awakened zombies, and soon 2 more demon slayers were injured. However, the awakened zombie also had several deep scars that could be seen to the bone, and the right side of its chest was almost completely exposed, but such serious injuries seemed to have no effect on it. Yu Qing and I hid behind an overturned truck, and the 2 sides in the fierce battle did not notice us. The 4 demon slayers started up again, cooperating with each other and covering each other. 3 of them held long knives, the other one held a long sword, and the injured demon slayer held a pistol with a silencer. Although the awakened zombie was very fast, it could not dodge the bullets. It tried to attack the demon slayer with a gun, but the other 4 demon slayers protected that man. After several attacks, the awakened zombies gradually couldn't hold on and were about to be killed. But at this moment, a roar came from a building next to it, and a black shadow leaped down and landed in front of a male demon slayer who had been injured before. My pupils shrank. The black shadow was still a zombie, but it was extremely huge, at least 2 meters tall, with sturdy legs and bulging muscles, like a gorilla. "Rampaging zombies," Yu Qing said in a lost voice. In fact, even without Yu Qing's explanation, I could see that the zombie was a rampaging zombie. The situation immediately took a turn for the worse. The runaway zombie grabbed the head of the demon slayer, whose eyes were filled with despair, and with a light claw, his brain burst and his head was easily crushed. "No!" A female demon slayer screamed hysterically. The rampaging zombie had a hideous look on his face. He grabbed the crushed brain and put it into his mouth to eat it, making a satisfied groan in his throat, as if he was enjoying the delicious food. He swallowed the rampaging zombie in one gulp, grabbed the corpse and threw it away. Their headless corpse shot like a cannonball towards the 5 demon killers who were surrounding the awakened zombie. The 5 people dodged in a hurry. Bang! The corpse smashed into the awakened zombie, knocking it away. Boom! The awakened zombie crashed into the truck where Yu Qing and I were hiding. There was no time to react. The truck slid several meters away, and the place where Yu Qing and I were hiding suddenly disappeared, and we were both exposed. The next second, everyone, including the rampaging zombies, discovered us. You 2 idiots, you're still in the mood to hide aside and watch the fun. Come over and help. A burly male demon slayer glared at us. But before he could finish his words, the rampaging zombie leaped up and landed in front of him. With a puff, its thick arm, wrinkled like a dead tree, pierced the man's chest. The man looked at the rampaging zombie in disbelief, blood gushing out of his mouth. The rampaging zombie repeated its old trick, crushing the man's head, taking out his pituitary gland and eating it. Bang! A loud noise came from a distance, which seemed to be the sound of a sniper rifle. A flash of fire hit the chest of the rampaging zombie. The huge body was knocked back several steps by the impact and its chest was pierced. Roar! The rampaging zombie let out a roar. They are here. We are saved. Another demon slayer said in surprise. It seems that reinforcements have arrived. But before he could finish, the rampaging zombie moved again and rushed directly towards the demon slayer who was speaking. The man was so scared that he turned around and ran away. The rampaging zombie jumped up. Bang! There was another loud bang, and the flames hit the violent zombie again, directly knocking the violent zombie leaping in the air away and falling heavily to the ground. After being exposed, Yu Qing and I stood still without moving. However, just when we thought that the rampaging zombies would be killed by reinforcements, we heard a gust of wind behind us. I turned around and my pupils shrank suddenly, and I thought to myself, oh no. The awakened zombie stood up again at some point and came quickly. I instinctively pushed Yu Qing, and the awakened zombie crashed into me. I immediately flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, and hit the wall more than 10 meters away heavily, breaking through it and falling into a building. Even though the collision was heavy, I was at least a level 3 demon slayer, so I could still withstand it. I just managed to stand up. The awakened zombie appeared again and hit me, and I flew backwards again. Its speed was too fast. This time I flew out more than 10 meters and landed in a house across the street on the other side. After 2 consecutive heavy blows, I felt like all the bones in my body were going to break. I gritted my teeth and tried to stand up. A tall blonde woman appeared in front of me, with green light flashing in her eyes. She looked at me with extreme hunger, and a low gurgling sound came from her throat. Saliva instantly flowed from the corners of her mouth. Damn, to make matters worse, there is actually a female demon here. You're doomed now. For a moment, my mind went blank, and out of the corner of my eye I saw the awakened zombie walking in. Chapter 21 Blonde Demoness. Attacked from both sides, my throat went dry. The awakened zombies are already enough to give me a headache, and now here comes a tall white female demon. Judging from her body shape, white female demons are taller and stronger than yellow women. She looks more wild, but her figure is no less hot. I was fine after being hit hard twice in a row by awakened zombies. After becoming a level 3 demon killer, my physical resilience has greatly improved. The blonde demon only had eyes for me, and was completely unaware of the awakened zombies slowly approaching. Nice, said the blonde female demon. I swallowed my saliva. Beautiful? What does that mean? The blonde witch grabbed me and tried to take off my clothes. I reached out and grabbed her wrist. In the contest of strength, I was not at a disadvantage. This female demon only looked powerful, but her level was not very high. The blonde female demon was stunned for a moment, then she began to take off her clothes with her other hand, and with a slight push, her top was pulled down. Almost at the same time, the blonde female demon suddenly leaned forward, and the awakened zombie actually punched her from behind. The blonde witch pounced on me instantly. She also has a faint fragrance on her body, which makes me a little obsessed. It smells really good, and after smelling it, I feel itchy in my heart. I was shocked to find that the body fragrance of this female demon actually had an aphrodisiac effect. Although this feeling was very comfortable, my reason told me that it would be very dangerous if I was completely caught up in it. It is very likely that he had sex with the female devil unconsciously and became a mummy. The body of a female demon is exactly the same as that of a normal person, and is not as scary as a zombie. The blonde female demon completely ignored the threat of the awakened zombies behind her, grabbed my face and kissed me. I tried to break free, but the body fragrance of the blonde which made me a little numb and my body went limp. At this moment, I wished I was immune to all poisons, but I could only imagine that it was not easy to obtain blood energy points, and skill blood energy points were even more difficult. Only rampaging zombies have skill blood energy points. It is extremely difficult to deal with any rampaging zombie, and skill blood energy points must be collected to 100 points before the skill can be triggered, otherwise it will be useless. Falling into the gentle fragrance again and again, but unable to enjoy it, the heart-burning and lung-burning torment is enough to drive people crazy. They wish they could bang their heads against a wall and pretend to pass out so that it would be all over. At this moment, the awakened zombie coming up from behind growled, a red light flashed in his eyes, and he grabbed the blonde female demon's hair and lifted her up. The blonde female demon also roared at the awakened zombies, seeming very annoyed at having her good deeds disturbed. Bang! The blonde female demon raised her hand and punched the awakened zombie. However, this punch had no effect on the awakened zombies, and the awakened zombies didn't feel anything at all. Just when I thought the awakened zombies would kill the blonde female demon and then eat her pituitary gland, a strange scene happened. The awakened zombie actually pinned the female demon to the ground. Zombies can mate. I was stunned. It violated common sense again, and I couldn't stand it anymore. Everything happened very quickly, in just a few seconds, it was over. I watched awakening zombies curiously to see what would happen. The next scene shocked me. The awakened zombies began to shrink, just like what happened before when the female demon mated with a normal male. This is so scary. The female demon can even suck zombies dry. What the hell is this? Is it true that no species in this world can mate anymore? I have a bold imagination that all maternal organisms have the function of mating and absorption. Of course, this has not been confirmed. Everything in front of us is still happening. The awakened zombies turned into mummies and fell down unwillingly. The female demon who was struggling earlier stopped. The vitality of awakened zombies is strong. Even if they have basically turned into mummies, they are still alive and have not died. There was still a flash of red light in the pair of shriveled eyes, but at this moment they seemed very unwilling. You have to know how difficult it is to awaken a zombie. I heard from Yu Qing that there is only one awakened zombie among every 1,000 ordinary zombies. Once awakened, it means that it has the ability to evolve. After becoming a rampaging zombie, it will be the ruler of the zombie group. Moreover, the hunting and evolution speed of the rampaging zombies will be further increased, and the next level will be higher level zombies. Yu Qing said that once zombies become advanced zombies, they will have a brain similar to intelligence and a certain IQ, and will no longer kill and eat aimlessly. The female demon began to change at this moment. Her body was actually glowing, as if there was too much essence of the awakened zombies and she couldn't digest it all at once. Boom! A loud noise came from outside. It seems that the strong rampaging zombie had a fierce battle with those demon destroyers. Maybe it is because of this that he hasn't come to look for me until now. I just don't know how Yu Qing is doing. Suddenly my eyes lit up and I thought of something. The awakened zombie is no longer useful. If I kill him at this time, will I get blood energy points? As soon as the bold idea came into my mind, I took out the Chinese machete on my back. The female demon was evolving, her expression somewhat painful, but she definitely couldn't do anything about me at the moment. I made up my mind, raised my knife and smashed the awakened zombie's head, which had almost turned into a mummy, into pieces. Kill the awakened zombies and gain 30 blood energy points. The accumulated blood energy points for level 3 are 32. There are still 48 blood energy points left for the next upgrade. A mechanical female voice immediately sounded in my mind. I was delighted, as I was right. The demon slaying watch only gave credit to the person who dealt the final blow. However, even though I killed the awakened zombies, the blonde female demon absorbed all the essence of the awakened zombies, and her changes became more and more intense. The skin on her body was as smooth and silky as a peeled egg. After the light faded, the female demon slowly stood up. The female demon looked okay, but not a top beauty. However, after her evolution, her figure was amazing, even more perfect than the heroine in the movie. "You smell so good. I want to eat you." The blonde female demon looked at me with an indifferent expression after getting up, and suddenly spoke. My pupils shrank. It was true. Zhao Ruoshi had said the same thing before, and now the blonde female demon said the same thing. Is it a coincidence, or is there really some smell on me that the female demon likes? If so, wouldn't I really become the last monk in the world? God, wouldn't he play tricks on me like this? I felt distressed, but I quickly put it aside. Now was not the time to think about these things. The key was how to deal with the upgraded blonde witch. The blonde female demon moved and pounced on me. I dodged it and swung the Chinese machete in my hand violently, chopping at the back of the female demon. When the blonde female demon picked up an iron rod to block, and a sound of metal collision broke out. The scent of the blonde which always disturbs my mind during the fierce fight. Within a few seconds, I exchanged dozens of moves with the blonde female demon, but neither of us could do anything to the other. The effect of the fragrance on me was wearing off. Although it was not completely useless, it at least could not capture my mind, and I was still awake. I feel like the demon girl and I are equally strong, and I don't know how long the fight will end if we continue like this. I must get rid of this female demon before those demon killers kill the rampaging zombies. I don't want the prey in front of me to become someone else's prey. I pretended to lose my balance and fell to the ground. The witch immediately pounced on me, kissed me eagerly, and then sat down. At the critical moment, I took out a dagger from my shoe and stabbed it into the back of the female demon's head, with a fierce look in my eyes. Just when I thought I would definitely succeed, the female demon raised her hand without even looking and grabbed my wrist holding the dagger. She actually saw through it. However, the next second, there was a gun in my other hand, and the muzzle was against the chin of the blonde female demon. Bang! He pulled the trigger and a gunshot rang out. When I killed the blonde female demon, I always felt that it was a pity, but I had to not kill her. If I showed any mercy, I would probably be the one to die. But the next second, my body felt dry and hot. I was surprised to find that the witch was still sitting on me at the moment of her death. A light red mist floated out of the female demon's body and entered my body. My body is getting hotter and drier. Can the female demon absorb the essence even if she is dead? Am I going to become a mummy? Chapter 22 Upgrade. I was scared to death. Even though I had been a Special Forces soldier for so many years, I was still really scared when I saw this unimaginable and strange scene. Even the bravest person in the world would have obvious psychological fluctuations if he realized that he was about to become a mummy. My whole body was burning hot and I felt my blood was boiling. My mouth is dry, as if I were being roasted on fire. Just when I thought I was finished, the mechanical female voice from the Demon Slayer watch rang out in my mind. Kill the level 2 special female demon, gain 50 blood energy points, upgrade to level for Demon Slayer, level 4 accumulates 2 blood energy points, and the next upgrade requires 158 blood energy points. When I heard the sound, I gasped. It was really a bummer. After each upgrade, the blood energy points will automatically double. To put it simply, blood energy points are similar to the experience in the game. Levels 0-1 only require 10 points, level 2 requires 20 points, level 3 requires 40 points, level 4 requires 80 points, and level 5 requires 160 points. At the later stages, it is probably harder than climbing to the sky to upgrade to the next level. Just as I was thinking distressedly, the mechanical female voice sounded again. Strength 40, Speed 32, Agility 36, Endurance 63. The comprehensive combat capability has been initially formed. Congratulations! Combat Power 45, which is above average among level for Demon Slayers. Trigger Hidden Skill, Transformation. This skill can convert the initial skill into 3 other skills at once when it is optimally loaded: Fury, Psychic Attack Wave, and Critical Strike. It can only be converted into one of them at a time and cannot be repeated or converted multiple times. Side effect: after using it once, you will lose all your strength and combat ability. Fuck you, the side effects are so severe. I use it to resolve the crisis, and then I will be completely defenseless, and an ordinary zombie can easily eat me. What kind of skill is this? I quickly broke away from the mechanical female voice. Brother Zhang, are you here? Yu Qing's voice. I leaned against the wall and looked at Yu Qing weakly. Help me up and find a place to hide first. I feel so bad. Yu Qing nodded, came up to me, held my arm, and helped me walk to the back, where there was a densely populated residential area. This area should have been the old city of Nanjing, and the terrain was quite complex. As long as ordinary zombies do not form a large scale, they are nothing to Yu Qing. Yu Qing helped me into an empty house. Apart from being covered in dust, everything was in order. The owner should not be at home when the doomsday broke out, and the door was locked tightly. Yu Qing had to use a lot of force to kick the door open just now. Yu Qing put me on the bed. Because I was tall, Yu Qing couldn't stand steadily and fell on me. A lot had already happened between Yu Qing and I last night, so it wasn't that embarrassing to have it happen again. The most important thing is that my mood now is completely different from last night. I don't know why I really want to press Yu Qing under my body. Irresistible, absolutely irrepressible. Not only that, the hot feeling in my body made me feel extremely uncomfortable, as if I might explode and die if I didn't vent it. At this moment, I vaguely felt that the current condition of my body was closely related to the blonde female demon I had just killed. I killed the blonde female demon not long after she sucked away the awakened zombies, and she was in a state of fusion with me at the moment of her death. Everything is a coincidence. I believe no one in the world has ever experienced such a coincidence. So no one knows what kind of changes have taken place in me. Yu Qing's response was enthusiastic, without any resistance at all. It seemed that as long as women today were teased, the primitive desires in their hearts would burst out completely and uncontrollably. Just like taking drugs, it makes women irresistible. The last line of defense of consciousness completely collapsed with Yu Qing's low moan. I pressed Yu Qing under me and penetrated her body. My mind was in a mess throughout the whole process. I neither enjoyed the process nor resisted it. I was just venting in a free state. Subconsciously, I told myself that I was about to die, and when I reached the climax, I would turn into a mummy. Yu Qing became more and more excited, and finally she hugged me tightly. The climax came, and at that moment I was disheartened and waiting for the arrival of death. However, a few minutes later, Yu Qing and I were still hugging each other and nothing happened. Yu Qing didn't change, and neither did I. I didn't show any signs of turning into a mummy. Moreover, the hot feeling in my body disappeared, and my condition returned to normal. I was no longer hot, and my body felt good and full of strength. If that awakened zombie came again, I believed that I could smash it into pieces with one punch. When I lay aside from Yu Qing, she stared at me in disbelief with her beautiful eyes. When she woke up just now, her face was full of guilt, as she thought I would turn into a mummy. But nothing happened. Brother Zhang, how do you feel? Yu Qing asked with some stuttering. I curled my lips. I don't feel anything special, it seems like nothing happened. Yu Qing sat up and looked at me as if I were a monster, as if she could see through me. She felt around my body for a while but found nothing unusual. She said in surprise, Brother Zhang, you didn't turn into a mummy, and I didn't turn into a female demon. How strange. I myself don't understand what's going on, but my mood at the moment makes me happy and sad at the same time. When I am happy, I can actually enjoy love between men and women without becoming a mummy. There is no difference between me and I was before the end of the world. What worries me is that if I am the only man in the world who can do this, you can imagine how dangerous I would be. Once this secret is exposed, I will become the only target of competition among female demons and female demon slayers all over the world. In Journey to the West, the female demons all wanted to eat Tang Monk's flesh, and in Doomsday, the female demons are going to take my turn. I am even more miserable than Tang Seng. By then, even if I don't turn into a mummy during mating for some reason, I will become a mummy because of being gang raped. That would only be more terrifying. Thinking of this, I took a deep breath and immediately said to Yu Qing, can you help me keep this secret? In fact, at this moment I had the intention to kill her. Yu Qing and I were not that familiar with each other. We had only known each other for 2 or 3 days. I didn't know her well enough, so there was no question of trust. Only the dead are the most trustworthy. My secret is too shocking in this world. In this case, doesn't it mean that the hope for the continuation of mankind only lies with me? No, since I can undergo such miraculous changes, the world is so big, there may be other people like me. Even if the number is very small, it is definitely impossible that I am the only one, right? Yu Qing seemed to sense what I was thinking at the moment. When she met my eyes, she trembled and was startled. Brother Zhang, I won't tell. Yu Qing said immediately. I struggled internally. Killing or not killing was just a matter of thought. Brother Zhang, do you think I would be so stupid? If I tell others, I won't be able to have you all to myself. What good will it do me? This world turns men into eunuchs who have not been castrated, and women into female cats who are in heat all the time. As a woman, I know very well the pain of enduring that kind of desire. Once Brother Zhang's secret gets out, those powerful women will come after me and may even kill me. Think about what will happen if that female devil Chen Yuanxiang knows Brother Zhang's secret. She will definitely kill me and have you all to herself. That Lin Feng will also die. Yu Qing said quickly, and every word she said made sense. Yu Qing's words were indeed very convincing, because what she said was also true, and the murderous intent in my heart gradually subsided. Brother Zhang, it felt so good just now. I have been holding it in for a long time. Can you give it to me again? Since I knew I wouldn't turn into a mummy, how could I refuse such a thing? I immediately turned over and pressed down Yu Qing. But when I just entered, I immediately felt something was wrong, and Yu Qing's face suddenly changed. We were both dumbfounded. The feeling at this moment was completely different from before. A huge suction force came, and the normal look in Yu Qing's eyes disappeared, replaced by a faint green light. What the hell? I cursed in my heart. The suction force was getting stronger and stronger. Yu Qing pressed me down suddenly, moving up and down. My head buzzed and went blank. Suddenly I realized that I didn't seem to be anything special. I didn't know why I didn't turn into a mummy just now, but if I don't control myself now, I'm afraid I will die. Chapter 23 Court. In critical moments, the mental thread comes into play. Every time I am in danger, the mental thread automatically appears to protect me. Because of the close contact with Yu Qing, my spiritual threads can directly enter her body. I roared and pushed hard, and Yu Qing was pushed away from me and fell heavily 3 meters away. The heavy impact made Yu Qing wake up. She looked at me in shock. She was also dumbfounded and couldn't figure out what was going on. I was breathing heavily at this moment. I was almost suffocated just now, and my body was deflated little by little like a deflated balloon. Fortunately, it only lasted for a few seconds, and Yu Qing and I did not fall into that spell. After a short rest, Yu Qing and I dressed neatly and left the house. But as we just stepped out of the door, a huge shadow suddenly appeared in the sky. Boom! With a loud bang, the shadow smashed into the house next to it, and the whole house collapsed instantly, filled with dust and smoke. Then several figures flashed over and landed on us in a moment. They were the group of demon killers from before, but now there were a few unfamiliar faces. The shadow that just crashed into their house was exactly the muscular and runaway zombie from before. Under the siege of more than a dozen demon killers, the runaway zombie was covered in wounds. It fell into the ruins and couldn't get up for a while. There were many wounds on its body so deep that the bones were visible. It looked like it was dying. A dozen demon killers glanced at Yu Qing and me and didn't ask us anything. Among them, a stern young man slowly walked into the ruins. The young man held a red sword in his hand, with a faint red light flashing on the sword. The air was filled with a very strong smell of blood. Yu Qing and I were both very depressed because of our unwise actions just now. I was exhausted and had no strength at all. It was difficult for me to stand. Yu Qing was not much better than me. Her physical condition might be okay, but her mental state was particularly bad, seemingly because she suffered from the sequelae of my mental attack. Right now, Yu Qing and I have almost no fighting power and can only stand still. The stern young man walked up to the rampaging zombie, stabbed a sword into its leg, and pulled it out after a while, saying, "It's AB level rampaging zombie. I don't need it. Chen Hui, you still need 30 points of health to upgrade, so I'll leave this one for you." The stern young man's words were like an imperial decree. No one else had any objection. A woman walked forward, picked up the dagger in her hand, and stabbed it hard into the violent zombie's head. A green mist entered the body of the woman named Chen Hui from the body of the violent zombie. She stood there and waited for a while, as if listening to the prompt sound of the demon-killing watch. A few seconds later, Chen Hui smiled and said to the stern young man, "Captain Nangong, I've been upgraded to level 3. The stern young man nodded, then looked at me and Yu Qing and asked, "Where are you survivors from?" Yu Qing immediately replied, "I am a survivor outside Nanjing. I got separated from my team a few days ago and came here." The stern young man glanced at me with disdain on his face, and when he saw that I looked listless and weak, he looked even more contemptuous. "You almost ruined our good thing just now. If you hadn't been standing in the wrong place, this rampaging zombie wouldn't have suddenly appeared. We lost several team members because of this. Tell me, how are you going to compensate us?" The cold, stern young man said lightly. I found it difficult to speak at the moment, and I was not familiar with the local power environment, so I simply kept silent. Yu Qing seemed to sense that I was unwilling to say more, so she continued, "We have some food and scattered skill energy points. Is that enough?" A middle-aged man with a ferocious face said fiercely, "Take it out and let's see it first. The other side has more people and more power. Yu Qing and I don't have much power to resist in our current state, so submission is our only option. If I were in my best condition, I should be able to fight, but now even Yu Qing may not be my opponent." Yu Qing gave all the food in the 2 backpacks to the middle-aged villain, and gave her skill blood energy points to him. I was very reluctant, but still gave up the 5 skill health points in my hand. A wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. After the middle-aged thug counted the items, he said to the stern young man, "Captain Nangong, these 2 guys have some pretty good stuff." Another thin man looked at Yu Qing with greed on his face, and his eyes were fixed on Yu Qing's chest. In this crazy world, although men and women cannot do that, they can do anything else. Therefore, female slaves and male slaves became the most sought-after commodities in this world. If Yu Qing hadn't told me these things on the road, I wouldn't even dare to think about it. This world has long been possessed by a demon, and everything in it has been possessed by a demon. Humanity is worthless here. The so-called female slaves have their lower body sealed with a very special method, while the male slaves only need to cut off their hand with the demon-slaying watch, or dig out the skin and flesh. Without the demon-slaying watch, men will lose the possibility of advancement and become slaves without any ability to resist. The weak have no say here and can only be bullied by the strong. If they dare to resist, they will only end up dead. At this moment, Yu Qing and I were like meat on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. The strength in my body is recovering little by little, but the speed is very slow. It will take a day or 2 of rest to recover. After killing the awakened zombies and the blonde female demon, my strength has increased significantly. In addition, the emergence of hidden skills has given me a secret way to save my life. I can attack them by surprise in an instant. Even when facing rampaging zombies, I have the ability to kill them alone. But now I am powerless. The thin man grabbed Yu Qing's hair, reached out and rubbed Yu Qing's face fiercely and said, "Captain, this girl is good, give her to me." The stern young man glanced at the thin man and said coldly, "Monkey, you will die at the feet of beauty sooner or later." The monkey replied nonchalantly, "It's romantic to die under the peony flowers and become a ghost. Take her with you if you want." Although the stern young man was somewhat disgusted with the thin man, he did not seem to object to him forcibly taking Yu Qing away. Yu Qing looked at me in horror, with a helpless look on her face. I clenched my fists tightly, but I could do nothing. After Yu Qing and I had sex twice, I had already regarded her as my woman, but now I can't save her. Chen Hui, who had just killed the rampaging zombie, glanced at me and said, "Captain Nangong, the construction site is short of manpower recently. This guy looks tall and strong, so he should be a good manpower porter. Let's take him away together." The stern young man nodded, and then I was tied up by 2 demon slayers. Yu Qing and I were taken into a jeep and blindfolded. The car started driving for about half an hour, and then I heard a noisy sound, as if we had entered a survivor base. After getting off the car, Yu Qing and I had our blindfolds taken off. We both looked surprised, as if we had entered another world. Everything here is in order and prosperous, as if this is not the end of the world, but a civilized society where nothing has happened. The entire survivor base is very large, with high walls on all 4 sides. Those walls are 20 meters high and circular in shape. The center of the circle is a building with more than 30 floors. With that building as the center, the buildings gradually become lower. However, the architectural style here is different from that before the end of the world. The buildings near the wall are like slums, while the buildings inside are magnificent. The area is very large, and half of the area is still under construction in full swing. But everyone here was very busy and nervous. Occasionally, a few people in silver uniforms walked by, and everyone else would give way to them. Yu Qing and I were taken to a large factory building. After being escorted in by 4 demon exterminators, several people in white coats and masks began to check us. It seemed like they were checking to see if we were infected with the destructive virus. While I was being examined, an old man in tattered clothes in a glass room was found to have problems. The old man kept begging and explaining, but was not allowed to go in again. A man with a gun walked in and shot the old man dead with 1 shot. Cold-bloodedness to the extreme. The examination for Yu Qing and I lasted for more than an hour. We both passed the examination, and then we were handcuffed and locked in a cage. There were several other people in the big cage, 5 men and 2 women, a total of 7 people, including Yu Qing and me, making a total of 9 people. Although it is called a big cage, its area is actually no more than 20 square meters, and it immediately seems small when 9 people are imprisoned at the same time. There is a toilet in the corner, simply separated by a wooden board. If you want to urinate or defecate, you have to make do with it. When the 7 men saw Yu Qing and I come in, they glanced at us casually and ignored us. They had already occupied the best seats, 2 of which were occupied by 2 burly men. These 2 guys are strong and muscular, over 1.9 meters tall, and a power-type demon killers. These people should have been brought in from outside just like us. Yu Qing and I didn't want to have a conflict with these people, so we found a spot to sit near the toilet. At this time, a boy who looked no more than 15 or 16 years old walked up to me and greeted me with a smile. "Hello, my name is Mr. Zhang. And my cousin." I glanced at the young man with some suspicion in my eyes. "His name is really special, Mr. Zhang." "Hello, Zhang Chong. You're from the same family, nice to meet you." The boy's eyes lit up. There were bruises on the boy's face, as if he had been beaten. When he saw Yu Qing and I come in, he moved closer, as if he wanted to stay away from the other 6 men and women. Each of those guys looked like they were not easy to deal with. They were led by 2 muscular men and seemed to be in the same group. Seeing that the boy was very talkative, I asked, "Why did they lock us up here?" The young man smiled and said, "Observe for 2 days and see." I looked skeptical. 2 days of observation. The young man whispered, "Brother Zhang, the destruction virus has an incubation period, especially within 48 hours of poisoning. If there is no obvious wound, it cannot be detected at all. So even if you pass the inspection, you will have to be detained for another 2 days, and then undergo another inspection. After passing, you can enter the survivor base." The boy and I chatted for a long time. Yu Qing seemed very tired and fell asleep leaning against me. As night fell, there was a dim light above the cage, which could barely provide illumination. At night, 2 people in white coats brought some liquid food, compressed biscuits, and a few pieces of dried meat. Most of it was snatched away by the 6 men and women, and Yu Qing, the boy and I only got liquid food and 3 compressed biscuits. The boy took out 2 hard steamed buns from his pocket, and the 3 of us ate some of them. Behind the famous man and woman's back, I took out 3 pieces of fresh dried meat and quickly distributed them to Yu Qing and the boy. These were the ones I had put in my pocket earlier. In order to avoid being seen by the 6 people, we swallowed it all in 1 gulp. After eating, I felt my body recovering faster, and soon I fell into a deep sleep leaning against Yu Qing. I don't know how long I slept, when suddenly someone kicked me and I frowned and opened my eyes. I saw a giant man standing in front of me at some point, and said in a gruff voice, "Get out of the way, you little bastard. I need to take a shit." Chapter 24, Cage. The boy and Yu Qing were also awakened. The 3 of us moved to the side together, but after moving, we were inevitably squeezed together with a fat man on the other side. The fat man had a face full of flesh, glared at him and said, "Fuck you, Mr. Zhang, I didn't hurt you before, did I? Stay away from me." Mr. Zhang nodded repeatedly and squeezed towards me, not daring to offend the fat man. For a moment, the 3 of us were almost stuck together, which looked a little funny. The giant man sat on the toilet and peed and pooped without caring about the other people around him. Soon the whole cage was filled with stench, and the 3 of us were the most direct victims. Yu Qing hid behind me and her breathing became smaller and smaller. She was obviously disgusted by the giant man's rude and despicable behavior, but she didn't dare to say a word. After the giant finished pooping, he pointed at Yu Qing and said, "Take off your shirt and start pooping for me." It was then that I realized there was no paper on the toilet. Yu Qing frowned but didn't move. Zhang Xiansen immediately whispered, "Sister, give it to him. The 6 of them are all demon slayers, and they are all level 2 demon slayers. After the observation is completed, their status in the base will not be low. Don't provoke them." Yu Qing and I rested for most of the day and ate something. At this time, our weak physical state had recovered a lot. I am not sure about Yu Qing's recovery status, but I have recovered at least about 60%. Originally, I didn't want to have a conflict with this group of people. I just wanted to conserve my strength and have a good rest, and then make plans after the observation period is over and I get out. But the giant was obviously in a dominant position and was only picking on the weak. "Fuck, didn't you hear me? Come on, if you don't take it off after I count to 3, you have to lick it clean for me." After the giant finished speaking, the other 5 accomplices looked at us at the same time, especially the other 2 women. Not only did they not have any sympathy for Yu Qing, but they looked like they were enjoying a good show, as if they were eager to see Yu Qing make a fool of herself so that they would be happy. Yu Qing was much prettier than the other 2 women, and the jealousy that was unique to women was fully reflected in the 2 women. I raised my eyebrows slightly, a sneer appeared at the corner of my lips, and stood up for the first time after sitting down. Including the giant man who was taking a shit, the 6 of them looked at me strangely, not knowing what I was going to do. I walked up to another giant man lying on a wooden bed and said coldly, "Get lost." As soon as I finished speaking, Yu Qing and the young man looked at me in astonishment. The giant was even more surprised, and several of my accomplices also looked at me as if I were an idiot. The giant man who was shitting twitched his face, and the giant man lying on the wooden bed sat up and looked at me fiercely. "Little bastard, are you tired of living?" As the giant said this, he suddenly stood up and punched me in the face. Yu Qing let out a cry of surprise, while Mr. Zhang turned his head away, not daring to look. Bang! The expected tragedy did not happen, there was only a crisp sound. I caught the giant's fist steadily with an indifferent expression. Click! The sound of bones breaking. The giant groaned, sweat broke out on his face and his expression was painful. "Are you kidding? I'm a level 4 demon slayer, how can I allow a few level 2 losers to run wild in front of me?" Bang! I raised my leg and kicked the giant in the stomach. The huge body flew backwards, slid more than 3 meters in the air, and hit the iron railing on the opposite side. It bounced back to the ground and couldn't get up anymore. For a moment, the entire cage was silent. The other 5 accomplices looked at me with their mouths wide open. The contempt in their eyes disappeared, replaced by a deep fear. I sat on the wooden bed and pointed at the giant man on the toilet and said, "You sit there and block the toilet before dawn. If I smell any stink, you will eat the shit and urine inside." The giant wanted to explode, but after taking a look at the other giant who was lying on the ground and vomiting blood, he finally stopped talking. The other 4 were completely silent and looked at me with fear on their faces. The 2 women even stayed away from me for fear that I would cause trouble for them. The strong are respected, and this is magnified to the extreme in this world. I said to Qing and Zhang Xiansen, "Come here and go to sleep." Yu Qing obediently walked over to my side and lay down, while Mr. Zhang lay down on another bed. The boys' eyes looked at me differently, with fear and admiration at the same time. "Brother Zhang, what level of demon slayer are you?" Mr. Zhang asked curiously. "Don't talk, go to sleep," I replied impatiently. "Oh." Mr. Zhang responded and didn't dare to ask any more questions. In order to prevent these guys from attacking me at night, I extended my spiritual thread. After reaching level 4, my spiritual thread could extend more than 1 meter. It can form a warning line. Once it is touched, I will sense it immediately and wake up instantly. With the spiritual thread, I slept soundly, and my body was indeed very tired. Sufficient sleep can help me recover faster. A night passed and nothing happened. When I woke up, the giant man I had injured was still healing himself. The giant man sitting on the toilet really sat there all night without daring to move. His courage was inversely proportional to his size. The 2 women were sitting in the corner farthest from me, leaning against each other with bloodshot eyes, and looked like they hadn't slept all night. The fat guy who used to be so arrogant now leaned against the cage with dark circles under his eyes, looking as helpless as a frightened bird. I stretched my waist and sat up, feeling much better. After a night, my body had recovered to about 90%. It was obvious that a lot of strength was sucked away by Yu Qing during the second attempt yesterday. It was very strange. Until now, I still don't really understand what happened. Why was I able to have sex 10 minutes ago, but not 10 minutes later? If I can't figure it out for now, I'll stop thinking about it. There are too many unknown aspects of this world, and I can't figure it out in a short time. I can only take it slowly. Someone came to deliver food in the morning. It was still the same things, but this time none of the 6 people dared to snatch the food from me. The fat guy even looked at me flatteringly and said, "Brother, I have a piece of dried meat here, do you want some?" I pouted and said nothing. Suddenly, a very rough voice came from the other side, but their voice sounded very distressed. "Brother, can I get up now? It's the giant guy sitting on the toilet." "Yeah," I responded. The giant man stood up with his trousers pulled up as if he had heard of amnesty. There was a circle of red marks on his huge buttocks, and bruises appeared in some places. That night was enough for him. I have a problem. I only respond to soft words and not hard ones. These guys are so nice, they are obviously cowards. I have no reason to trample them under my feet. "Brother, my name is Yusan, a level 2 demon slayer, and my initial skill is crushing," the fat man said to me with a smile. I nodded and glanced at the fat man indifferently. The giant on the toilet stretched his body and tried to get close to me. "Brother, my name is Taisha, a level 2 demon slayer, with the skill of petrification." "Brother, my name is Taishan, a level 3 demon slayer, with an initial skill of demonization," the giant who was injured by me last night said. As soon as Taishan finished speaking, Mr. Zhang took a deep breath and looked at me with even more awe. At this moment, I also understood why the other 5 people were so frightened and lost the thought of resistance in an instant after I injured Taishan with one blow last night. It turned out that Taishan was the strongest one among them. The strongest one was killed by me in an instant. How could the others still have the slightest intention of resisting? "Brother, my name is Chen Wu, a level 2 demon slayer with the initial skill of clairvoyance." Another young man who had not spoken before also introduced himself. After the 4 men introduced themselves, the 2 women looked at me timidly with a hint of blush on their faces. In terms of appearance, Yu Qing is inferior to these 2 women. Because I am used to Zhao Ruosh's stunning beauty, which makes me very picky. In addition, Chen Yuanxiang's enchanting and magical beauty has penetrated into my heart, so it is difficult for ordinary women to move my heart. But to be fair, these 2 women actually don't look bad, at least they are not ugly, and their figures are even better. None of the female demon slayers I have seen have had a bad figure. It may be because of long-term fighting, and the fact that the body will undergo some changes after becoming a demon slayer, which will automatically adjust the body to a relatively perfect state. The same goes for the female demons. Each one is more beautiful than the other, but the faint green light in their eyes makes it impossible to look directly at them. The 2 girls looked at each other, walked up to me together, and looked at me shyly. One of the taller girls with brown hair spoke first. "Brother, you are so awesome. My name is Xiaolan, and I am a level 2 demon slayer. My initial skill is poison." Another skinny black-haired woman followed up. "Brother, my name is Xiaofang, a level 2 demon slayer, with the initial skill of invisibility." After listening to the 6 people's initial skills, my heart was filled with excitement. Each and every one of them was very good. If I were to introduce myself to others and talk about my initial skills and endurance, they would laugh their heads off. I was a little annoyed, and my expression darkened. My unintentional action shocked Xiaolan and Xiaofang. Xiaolan even said in panic, "Brother, did we say something wrong?" The other 4 male demon slayers also noticed that something was wrong with my expression, and they all moved away and turned their backs to avoid looking at me. Yu Qing was meditating with her back to me at this time, while Mr. Zhang was huddled in the corner of the cage with his eyes turned outside. Am I that terrible? I suddenly didn't quite understand, just because I injured Taishan yesterday. Before I could figure it out, Xiaolan slowly leaned on me, her full breasts pressed tightly against my arms, and she blushed and said, "Brother, do you need me to serve you?" This question made my heart flutter, and I almost lost control. Xiaolan's breathing became a little rapid. At the same time, Xiaofang stood in front of me, slowly unbuttoned her shirt, revealing 2 pairs of little white rabbits on her chest. The pair of firm little buns were not very big, but very upright, and the little protrusions were pink and flawless. I was a little confused and didn't know why Xiaofang and Xiaolan suddenly behaved like this. "What are you doing?" "Brother, as long as you are happy, you can ask us to do anything." "Don't worry, Xiaolan and I have been sealed, so we will not be in any danger. Xiaofang said coquettishly. Brother, don't be angry. After we get out, Xiaofang and I are willing to be your slaves, okay? Xiaolan followed. Oh shit. I was completely confused and had no idea what was going on. Was it just because I had a stern face just now? But what I did just now was clearly an unintentional act, but I scared the two girls so much that it made me look like a cruel old devil who might kill them at any time. Chapter 25 Rapid Recovery. As Xiaolan said this, she started kissing me on the face. Her wet little lips kept moving back and forth on my cheeks, making me feel itchy inside. The kiss became more and more passionate. Xiaofang's thighs kept rubbing against my legs. Then she squatted down and tried to pull down my pants. What the hell is this? I was enjoying myself when I screamed in my heart. There were 9 people in such a small place, and these 2 girls actually wanted to do that with me. It would be a lie to say that I don't want to, but I really don't want to become a beast. In such a world, once you lose your bottom line, you are no different from a zombie. Even if you are not dead, it is no different from being dead. The mental thread in my mind suddenly lit up, and I immediately regained my clarity. Looking at the 2 girls who were trying their best to please me, I slowly pushed them away. Just when I stretched out my hand, Xiaolan pushed her chest forward and moved towards my palm. I didn't notice that it was covered by my palm, and a soft feeling spread throughout my body. I moved my hand subconsciously and immediately withdrew it. Get dressed, I said calmly. Xiaolan and Xiaofang were frightened and looked at me blankly. I explained helplessly, don't look at me like that. I'm not going to eat you. Just sit back. You don't need to treat me like this. Xiaolan and Xiaofang looked at me in surprise, not quite understanding what I meant. Yu Qing opened her beautiful eyes and looked at me with interest. Seeing my embarrassed look, she spoke to help me out. You don't have to be like that to him. He has no problem with you. It was just an unintentional expression just now. Xiaolan whispered, brother, don't you need us to serve you? I curled my lips and said, no need. I added in my mind that it was not necessary here. If it was a dark and windy night, or if it was deep in the mountains and forests, it would be hard to say. After this little episode, the atmosphere in the cage became noticeably more relaxed. The 6 demon slayers discovered that I was not a vicious person, but rather someone who was easy to get along with. Suddenly everyone started to get close to me, calling me Big Brother left and right. I was very uncomfortable with it, so I had to tell them my name. Then Brother Zhang, Brother Chong and others appeared in the cage one after another, and I was also drunk. An hour later, the man in white brought breakfast, the same as last night. This time no one dared to snatch it from me, and of course I wouldn't enjoy it alone, since I couldn't eat that much anyway. He gave the dried meat brought by the man in white to Yu Qing and Zhang Xiansheng, kept a few pieces for himself, and then took a bowl of liquid food each. The remaining 6 demon slayers divided it equally. After eating, I closed my eyes and rested on the wooden bed. After a night, I felt that there seemed to be some changes in my control over the spiritual threads, which needed to be studied carefully. Thinking carefully about my current strength, it should be pretty good. A level 4 Demon Slayer has endurance far beyond that of ordinary Demon Slayers. At first I thought this skill was useless, but now it seems that is not the case. Because the endurance seems to have made my recovery ability much faster than that of ordinary people, Yu Qing was still listless when she woke up in the morning, but I have basically recovered. Although Yu Qing is only a level 2 Demon Slayer, her initial skill is Whirlwind Slash, which can be said to be a very powerful skill. In addition, Yu Qing has been in the apocalypse for several months, so her physical fitness should be better than mine. However, her recovery ability is simply rubbish compared to mine. I asked Yu Qing in the morning, and she had only recovered about 40% at most. In addition to my recovery ability, if I face an opponent of equal strength, I can easily drag him to death. That is to say, among the level 4 Demon Slayers, as long as I am careful enough, I am almost invincible. The only flaw is that I cannot defeat the opponent instantly. Of course, this is assuming I haven't acquired any hidden skills. After accidentally acquiring a hidden skill yesterday, my strength has increased significantly. Although this skill called conversion is a bit tricky and cannot be used lightly, it at least gives me a means to save my life. Using transformation in times of crisis can greatly increase my strength, with 3 options to choose from: Berserk, Mental Attack Wave, and Critical Strike. Of these 3 skills, I have some understanding of Berserk, but I am not very clear about the other two. Even though I know something about Berserk, it was only when I saw the middle-aged man use it once in the safe house. It looks very powerful and is quite practical, instantly increasing one's strength, speed and burst several times. Although I don't know much about the psychic attack wave, this skill seems to be tailor-made for me because after absorbing the giant bird, I got a very strange skill, Psychic Thread. Without this skill, there would be no way to launch a mental attack wave, and even if it was launched, the power would not be too great. The last fatal blow confused me and I didn't know what it was until I used it once. It sounds powerful, but it seems that I only have one chance to use it. After using it, I will be disabled immediately. I can't use it easily. Near noon, several people in white coats came and took the 6 people away. Xiaolan and Xiaofang were reluctant to leave me. It seemed that they had experienced so many horrible things in the months after the apocalypse that they suddenly felt close to a powerful and amiable demon slayer like me. Seeing my puzzled look, Yu Qing smiled and said, "Brother Zhang, they like you and hope to get your protection." I scratched my head and said, "My protection? Do I have that much power?" Yu Qing continued, "Last night you crippled the level 3 demon slayer Taishan with one strike, and he had already used his skills, but he still couldn't withstand your attack. Brother Zhang, you have become stronger again, congratulations." I looked at myself and didn't notice any obvious changes. Really? Yu Qing looked at me curiously and said, "Brother Zhang, after meeting you, I feel like you don't belong to this world. It's as if you just traveled through time and space, and you don't seem to understand anything here. Did you fall from the sky?" In a sense, I really did fall from the sky. When the doomsday happened, I was pushed into a time and space vortex, and lost 5 months. When I reappeared, the world was like this. The world has changed dramatically in these 5 months. Because of the missing time, I am just a newcomer who has just arrived at the end of the world. Of course, I don't understand many things in this world. I laughed and said, "It's true." Yu Qing pouted and replied mischievously, "I don't believe it." I shrugged my shoulders and looked nonchalant. Yu Qing then took the initiative to walk to my side, with a hint of heat in her eyes. She whispered in my ear, "Brother Zhang, you were so brave yesterday. I wonder if we can do it again." When Yu Qing was talking, she bent down with her collar wide open. The girl even pulled it up openly, and I immediately saw a pair of big white rabbits inside, so bright and blinding. I pouted and said, "Forget it. I don't want to be absorbed and turned into a mummy. Yesterday I proved that there is nothing special about me. As for why nothing went wrong the first time, maybe we just happened to meet some conditions and didn't mutate by chance." My unintentional words made Yu Qing's eyes light up. She grabbed my hand and said excitedly, as if she had discovered a new world, "Brother Zhang, what you said makes sense. We must have met certain conditions, so we didn't mutate. Could it be that men and women can still do that, but they just need to meet certain specific conditions? But why is there no prompt sound on the demon killer watch?" Yu Qing and I fell into deep thought. I still couldn't figure out what was going on. Recalling what happened, there was nothing special. Could it be that there was something strange about the female demon I killed, and I only got a chance after I absorbed her? But I quickly overturned this idea. It couldn't be that simple. This world has been running for 5 months. I don't know how many female demons have been killed and became stepping stones for other demon slayers to upgrade. I also haven't heard any news on the radio about anyone having sex. If there was, it would definitely be reported. I couldn't figure it out, so I simply stopped thinking about it and entered a meditative state. Since I had the skill of spirit thread, I could empty myself. In such a state of nothingness, my body's recovery would be accelerated. In the afternoon, Mr. Zhang was also taken away. He was very reluctant before leaving and seemed to want to be with me. Mr. Zhang said that he felt more comfortable with me and did not feel oppressed. However, Mr. Zhang did not dare to go against the wishes of the men in white coats and followed them. I don't know what their fate will be, and right now all I can think about is myself. With my current strength, I should be able to protect myself, and I can also fight against a level 5 demon slayer, but my fighting power will be greatly weakened if I bring Yu Qing with me. Yu Qing herself was very clear about this. At night, there were only Yu Qing and I in the cage, and no new people entered. Yu Qing and I discussed it and decided that after we go out tomorrow, we would act according to circumstances. If these people could settle us down well, Yu Qing would stay first and I would act alone and find a way to get out and go to Xuanwu Lake to get the Night Pearl. Chen Yuanxiang only gave me 1 month, and now 2 days have been wasted. Time is running out, and I will not let Chen Yuanxiang kill Zhao Ruoshi no matter what. For some reason, I have a deep feeling for this woman who spent the last night with me before the end of the world. Perhaps I am a very nostalgic person. If these people don't treat us well, Yu Qing and I's plan will have to change drastically, and we will have to find a way to force our way out. Yu Qing said that as far as she knew, the strongest demon slayer in Nanjing City would not exceed level 6, which was Chen Yuanxiang's level, and Chen Yuanxiang was a female demon. At the same level, a female demon was stronger than a demon slayer. In order to deal with a level 6 female demon, one must have the strength of a level 7 demon slayer. At the same level, the female demon can completely crush the demon slayer. Among the 3 major camps, the most powerful is still the zombie group, because the rampaging zombies are only level 3 zombies according to the level classification. But even Chen Yuanxiang might not be a match for a special type of rampaging zombie. If we encounter a higher level zombie, it will be a disaster. Yu Qing said that one higher level zombie is enough to destroy the entire city of Nanjing. However, so far there has been no news of the appearance of higher level zombies in the middle and lower reaches of the Yangtze River. But there are signs of advanced zombies appearing in both the south and the north. After a night, Yu Qing fell asleep hugging me tightly. She slept very sweetly, feeling very safe with me. At noon the next day, several people in white coats took Yu Qing and me out. In fact, this cage could not hold me at all after I recovered. However, I did not want to use force for the time being. I would hide myself and attack them by surprise to achieve the best effect. Chapter 26 Vulnerable. After leaving the testing station set up in the ruined factory building, there was someone outside to meet us. The 2 demon slayers who brought Yu Qing and I here 2 days ago seemed to have appeared here early and were waiting. One is Chen Hui, and the other is the skinny guy called Monkey by others. The 2 men took Yu Qing and me out of the outer city and into the inner city, but they didn't go too deep and just entered a building. This should have been a residential area in the past, but now it is one of the few modern residential areas in the survivor base. It seems that only demon slayers can live here. Yu Qing and I were almost taken into the building, to the 3rd floor, and entered a room with complete living facilities. There were 2 other people in the room, a man and a woman. The man looked like a pig, ugly and fat, with a huge body and a butt as big as 2 adult men. The woman had a big black mole at the corner of her mouth, but other than that she looked okay. She just looked a bit like the snake spirit in the Calabash brothers, a very vicious type. Did they both pass the test? The pig man asked, staring at Yu Qing's chest with his small eyes. Passed. Chen Hui replied. Such good stuff rarely appears recently. This time I can make a small fortune. The pig man said with shining eyes. He looks delicious. This guy is so white and clean. If I didn't want to become a mindless thing, I would eat him. Hee hee. The snake-like girl stared at my lower body. Old rules, 40% to 60% split, said the pig man. Okay. Chen Hui agreed immediately. Yu Qing and I looked at each other, and both saw a hint of foreboding in each other's eyes. I didn't quite understand their conversation, but I was sure it was definitely not a good thing. Boss Nyo, before turning them into male and female slaves, why don't you let us have some fun with them first, said the monkey with a lewd look on his face. Hee hee, of course. Demon slayers become more popular after they become slaves. We must try some of them. The pig man said with a smile. Then, Yu Qing was taken into the next room by the pig man and the monkey, and I was taken into another room by the snake woman and Chen Hui. You can tell what they are going to do with your toes. Yu Qing told me before that after the apocalypse, men and women will lose the ability to have sex, so they can only seek other ways to vent. Nuclear radiation, unknown pollutants, and destructive viruses have completely aroused the most primitive desires of mankind. Everyone is crazy, hungry, and easily excited. The desire for sex is like taking drugs. As soon as we entered the room, the snake-faced girl couldn't wait to press on me, and her huge breasts pressed against my chest. Chen Hui, who was very calm just now, took off all her clothes in an instant. Her snow-white skin was silky and delicate, and there was a streak of black underneath, which made me distracted and unable to control myself. The snake-like girl was very good at teasing. Her tongue was as flexible as a spinning top. If it weren't for the spiritual thread that kept me awake, I would have fallen on the spot. She actually gave me the opportunity to have a threesome with her for 2 consecutive days. However, when I heard Yu Qing's scream from next door, I was suddenly startled. Now is not the time to indulge in the gentle fragrance, so I pushed the snake-like girl away. The snake-like woman said coldly, "Boy, be obedient and let me enjoy you. I will definitely give you some benefits later. If you are good enough, I can take you in and make sure you have good food and drink in the future." Chen Hui also said, "If you don't want to die, just be quiet." I sat up slowly with a stern expression. The snake girl tried to hold me down, but the difference in strength was too great, and her pressure was of no use to me at all. I sneered, "Are you going to knock yourself out, or let me do it?" The snake-like woman was furious. "Fuck it, if you don't accept my toast, you'll have to drink the wine." "Chen Hui, come on too." Bang! I punched the snake girl in the stomach. Wow! The snake girl immediately spat out a mouthful of sour water. Bang! A knife-handed blow hit the snake-like woman on the back, and she fainted immediately. Chen Hui looked at me in horror. The calm expression she had just had disappeared, and she actually covered her big white rabbits on her chest with both hands. "Who are you?" Chen Hui seemed to realize that something was wrong. "Earthling." With a faint smile on my face, I grabbed Chen Hui's neck and carried her out of the room. Bang! He kicked open the door of the next room. In the room, Yu Qing was lying on the bed with a look of horror on her face. Her upper body clothes were torn off, and her firm and full breasts, which I was very attached to, were actually grabbed by the monkey. The pig man slapped Yu Qing in the face and cursed, "Fuck you, bitch, how dare you bite me?" 5 finger marks immediately appeared on Yu Qing's face. A nameless anger rushed directly from my toes to the top of my head. I was furious and threw Chen Hui out with my hand, hitting the pig man. With a bang, both of them fell heavily to the ground. The monkey turned and looked at me with some disbelief. The next second, he jumped up and kicked me in the face. Bang! He grabbed the monkey's ankle and broke the bone with a crisp sound. The monkey screamed in pain. I grabbed the monkey's hair and slammed it against the wall. With a thud, the monkey fainted. At this time, Pig Man and Chen Hui had just climbed up from the ground and looked at me in disbelief. They obviously didn't expect that I could knock down the monkey in an instant. "Who are you?" The Pig Man asked the same question as Chen Hui did before. "Earthlings." I answered in the same way. The Pig Man looked at me coldly and suddenly asked Chen Hui, "Chen Hui, what level of Demon Slayer is monkey now?" "Level 3. Fuck, how do you do things? How come you brought in a Demon Slayer above level 3 without even knowing it?" The Pig Man cursed. When he saw this kid, he couldn't detect his level at all and thought he was at most level 2. Chen Hui looked at me with a puzzled look on his face. "Damn it, you dare to show off in front of me, thinking you are awesome just because you have a high level?" The Pig Man said angrily, stretched out his hand and grabbed Yu Qing, who was still lying on the bed. I didn't pay attention for a moment, letting the Pig Man succeed. I said coldly, "Fatty, let her go. Let your mother go and cut off your arms, otherwise I will rip this woman's heart out." The Pig Man said fiercely. I looked at the fat man coldly as if he were a dead man. I didn't want to kill him at first. I just wanted to knock these guys unconscious and tie them up. Even though Yu Qing was almost raped just now, I didn't have the intention to kill her, but now this pig man dared to threaten me. I have killed people before the apocalypse, and when I was on a mission, so killing people does not feel any psychological burden to me. However, I don't want to kill unless it is absolutely necessary. I fucking hate being threatened the most, that's my weak spot. "Fuck, hurry up," the pig man said impatiently. "Boss Nyo, I think we should just forget it and report it quickly. A level 4 Demon Slayer is an extremely valuable force for our base." Chen Hui said in a panic. "Humph, if we can turn a level 4 Demon Slayer into a male slave, the resources we get will be enough for us to upgrade to level 4. Chen Hui, if you're scared, then I'll give it to you alone. There's no share for you." The pig man said greedily. Chen Hui remained silent and looked at me with a hint of fear in her eyes. A strand of my spiritual thread extended from my body and quickly spread to the pig man's wrist that was holding Yu Qing. The distance between the pig man and I was more than 2 meters. With my current ability, this distance was a bit far, but I could still reach it. "Damn it, you little brat, if you don't do something, I'm going to kill this woman." The pig man roared. "Go ahead and kill him. I said coldly. Yu Qing's eyes widened. She didn't expect me to say that. The pig man was stunned for a moment, then he tried to strangle Yu Qing with his hands. But no matter how hard the pig man tried, his hands wouldn't move. I sneered and slowly walked towards the pig man. A demon-killing person. Chen Hui exclaimed, and then shouted, "Boss Nyo, let that woman go." The pig man was sweating all over his face at this time. He looked at me in horror and immediately became cowardly. He said in a pleading tone, "I can't move my hands. I can't let go. Big brother, no, sir, I was wrong. I am blind. I'm sorry, don't." I turned a deaf ear to the pig man's words. The closer I got to him, the stronger my control over him became, and the more unable he became to move. I slowly stretched out my hand, placed it on the pig man's head, and held his crown tightly. "No!" the pig man yelled. But it was too late. I said coldly, "You dead pig, I hate being threatened the most." As he said this, he suddenly exerted force on his hands. Click! With a crisp sound, the pig man's neck was broken by me. The pig man's fat body turned into a pile of meat paste and fell to the ground. Yu Qing broke free from the pig man's hands. Bang! I kicked the pig man on the head, and immediately his head became strangely shaped. At this moment, the pig man was deader than dead. Yu Qing fell down on the bed, gasping for breath. Chen Hui trembled and looked at me in horror. "Don't kill me, I can do anything you want me to do, I am willing to be your slave girl." I looked at Chen Hui silently. After killing the pig man, the anger in my heart had mostly disappeared, and I had no intention of killing Chen Hui. Although I don't like this woman very much, at least she didn't have any malicious intentions just now. I raised my eyebrows and said, "I cannot kill you, but you have to take me out and return my weapon to me." Chen Hui's pretty face showed embarrassment. "Your weapons are not with me. I am only a level 3 demon slayer, a commando under Captain Nangong. Your weapons are with Captain Nangong." My face darkened. "There's nothing I can do about it." "Then what's the point of keeping you around?" Chen Hui's eyes widened in fear as she said, "It's not that there is no way, but it's more dangerous. Captain Nangong is a level 5 demon slayer, a very powerful presence in the entire base. He keeps all the spoils in his private residence, and outsiders can't get in at all. Captain Nangong's 2 guards are also level 4 demon slayers. There are only 2 people in the entire base who can defeat Captain Nangong. One is our base commander, Lord Shadow Demon, and the other is Deputy Commander Silverface. These 2 strong men are both level 6 demon slayers." Chapter 27 Nangong Mansion. I frowned. There were actually 2 level 6 demon slayers. If they were only level 5 demon slayers, I should be able to fight them. But facing level 6 demon slayers, I should not have much chance of winning. It would be good enough if I could escape from their pursuit. Just as Chen Hui and I were talking, a muffled groan came from the other side and the monkey seemed to wake up. Snap! There was the sound of a knife stabbing into the body. Yu Qing calmly inserted a dagger into the monkey's temple, her eyes full of cruelty. I looked at Yu Qing in shock. As if sensing my gaze, Yu Qing turned around and said, "I can't get rid of the hatred in my heart unless I kill this kind of person." Thinking of how roughly the monkey treated Yu Qing just now, I shrugged and said, "Just kill it. It's not easy to deal with it if it's kept alive." After saying that, I thought of something, left the room, and entered the room I had just come out of. The snake-like woman was still fainted on the ground, so I dragged her into another room. "What position does this woman hold here?" I asked Chen Hui. "She is a human trafficker who specializes in selling slaves. There is a black market in the north of Nanjing City where there is a huge auction every month. People can use skill blood points or materials to trade. Slaves are a relatively scarce product in the black market. Because all major surviving bases have banned human trafficking, but sometimes the demon killers in the base also need to upgrade and vent, they still secretly sell slaves for profit. As long as it is not too excessive and the quantity is not large, the commanders will turn a blind eye in most cases." Chen Hui replied honestly. "Has the auction been held this month?" I asked. "Not yet, there are still 3 days." Chen Hui said. 3 days. I frowned. I couldn't wait for 3 days. This was someone else's territory. The longer I stayed here, the more dangerous it would be. Besides, if I killed one of their people now, they would never let me go once people outside knew about it. Is there any way to lure your Captain Nangong out? I asked again. No need to lure them. Captain Nangong takes the team out hunting every day. Chen Hui replied. Hunting? Isn't that looking for food? I asked curiously. The food stored inside the Purple Mountain base is enough to last for 10 years. There is no shortage of food. What is lacking are powerful demon slayers to guard the base. The zombies are evolving too fast. If the demon slayers don't become stronger, once a powerful zombie appears, the base will be destroyed in an instant. It will be more difficult for the demon slayers to upgrade, and the improvement in strength is very limited. It is not so easy to kill a runaway zombie. Only by forming a team can you have a chance of winning. In a one-on-one fight, even a level 5 demon slayer like Captain Nangong will have a hard time. Not only Captain Nangong, but all 23 action teams in the entire base will send members out hunting every day. Chen Hui said. I see. I nodded, thought for a moment and asked, did Captain Nangong go out today? Chen Hui immediately said, I'm out. I won't be back until the afternoon. Why didn't you go? I'm just an ordinary team member. I went out yesterday and can take a rest today. We are the third team, and there are always about 90 demon killers in the team. Except for Captain Nangong, others can rest for 3 days after going out. Captain Nangong only takes 23 people out each time. It's inconvenient to act with too many people, and we're worried that we won't be strong enough if there are too few people. Chen Hui answered my questions in great detail. This woman is smart. She knows that she has no power to fight back against me. If she wants to save her life, she must be extremely cooperative. Do you have a locator or something like that to know the location of your teammates? I asked again. Yes. Chen Hui answered straightforwardly without any hesitation. So do you know Captain Nangong's location now? No. Lead the way. What do you want to do? Chen Hui looked surprised, as if she vaguely guessed what I was going to do. Of course, talk to your Captain Nangong about returning my weapons, I replied. In Captain Nangong's eyes, the spoils are his personal belongings and will never be returned. These spoils are Captain Nangong's bargaining chips for trading on the black market. Chen Hui said knowingly. I suddenly thought, why should I go so far away? Am I stupid? Captain Nangong is not at home, so I might as well go to his mansion and maybe I can get some good stuff. After thinking about it, I said to Chen Hui, since we can't talk about it, then take me to Captain Nangong's house and I'll go get it directly. Chen Hui replied with a look of fear, I dare not. If Captain Nangong knew that I brought people to his house, he would kill me. You're afraid that he will kill you, but aren't you afraid that I will kill you now? My tone turned cold. Chen Hui lowered her head and remained silent, her body trembling slightly. It was obvious that she was afraid. Of course I'm afraid. I've survived the difficult past few months. I don't want to die. Chen Hui was surprisingly calm when she said this. She suddenly raised her head and looked at me and said, I can take you there, but I won't go in with you. I'll leave after you go in. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. I'll just pretend nothing happened. How about that? I narrowed my eyes, how do I know if you will call someone to arrest me? Chen Hui fell silent again, and after a while she said, I have no way to prove it. Yu Qing suddenly spoke up, Brother Zhang, as long as she takes us there, we can let her go. We just need to take a video of her taking us there. It's very easy to do. If she dares to tell on us and broadcast the video, her accomplices will definitely not let her go. We are on the same boat and I believe she won't be stupid enough to give herself away. My eyes lit up and I immediately said, okay, let's go. Yu Qing pointed at the snake-like woman lying on the ground and said, Brother Zhang, what should we do with this woman? I thought for a while, and a strand of spiritual thread extended out from my hand and entered the snake girl's head. Okay, she won't wake up for now. Why don't you kill her? This woman doesn't look like a good person at first glance. Who knows how many people have been tortured by her? Yu Qing asked curiously. It'll be useful if you keep it, I said. What's the use? You'll know when the time comes. I didn't answer directly. I glanced at Chen Hui when I said this. I didn't have absolute trust in her yet. Yu Qing and I put on silver uniforms, exactly the same as the demon slayers walking around outside the base. Under the leadership of Chen Hui, we arrived at Captain Nangong's residence more than 10 minutes later. Once the demon slayer reaches level 4, he will be a very powerful presence in the base and the main force in dealing with zombies. Because only by reaching the level of a level 4 demon slayer can one have the power to kill rampaging zombies. As for the base, ordinary zombies cannot pose any threat at all, not even a large-scale group of them. The awakened zombies have the initial strength to challenge the base, and the rampaging zombies can almost destroy all small survivor bases. A group of more than 10 rampaging zombies would be a disaster. The base can only deal with more rampaging zombies by constantly attracting and training level 4 demon killers. Therefore, the treatment of level 4 demon slayers in the base will be greatly different, and each person has a house with a private entrance and yard. Not to mention the level 5 demon slayer, who is close to the top and the absolute top of the base. The residence of Captain Nangong is an antique courtyard house, which is larger than ordinary courtyard houses. Above the gate hung the words, Nangong Mansion. Although such a yard was quite expensive before the end of the world, it was nothing. It was inferior to a better villa, not to mention a luxury house. But after the apocalypse, being able to live in such a big house alone is indeed a luxury. Most of the area is occupied by zombies, and the area occupied by the survivors is very small. Chen Hui sent us to a few dozen meters outside Nangong Mansion and then she didn't dare to go any further. I didn't make things difficult for her and asked her to go back to where she was just now and wait. After I get the things, I still need Chen Hui to find a way to get Yu Qing and me out. Outside the Nangong Mansion, there are 2 demon slayers guarding. Just by looking at their posture, one can tell that Captain Nangong must have a lot of collections. As a special forces soldier, infiltration is a basic skill. The 2 demon slayers only guarded the gate, and the other parts were unguarded. After the solar storm, most of the electronic products on Earth are scrapped, and satellites either fall into the atmosphere or directly become space junk. Therefore, even the residence of a level 5 demon slayer does not have an alarm device. Of course, no one in the base dares to break into the residence of a level 5 demon slayer without permission, as that is tantamount to seeking death. Of course, there is always an exception to everything, and today I am that exception. Climbing over the wall to enter the hospital was an easy thing for me even in the past, let alone now. Yu Qing and I went around to the back of the house and easily jumped in. The Nangong Mansion was not as big as I had imagined. It had only a few square rooms. Yu Qing and I searched separately and soon made a discovery. A large wing on the west side was filled with all kinds of strange items. There were unknown bones, guns, swords, and even some completely incomprehensible bits and pieces. When Yu Qing picked up a small stone that was casually placed on the table, she took a breath and said, "Energy gathering stone, it's actually an energy gathering stone." I looked at Yu Qing in confusion, energy gathering stone. What is that? Yu Qing explained, this is a special substance that is naturally formed after a solar storm. It is a solid petroleum that is unique to the Doomsday world, but its energy efficiency is much higher. If it is made into a bullet, the power of one bullet can be comparable to that of a cannonball. However, energy stones are very scarce, and the price on the black market is amazing. A palm-sized energy stone can be exchanged for 3 dying rampaging zombies. My eyes jumped, and I said, exchange for 3 dying rampaging zombies, and then kill them to obtain a large amount of blood energy points, at least more than 100 points. Maybe a level for Demon Slayer can be upgraded to level 5 in one go. Yes, that's what I mean. Yu Qing nodded. Chapter 28 Bronze Set. I thought to myself, there is such a good thing, wouldn't it be possible to cheat and level up this way? As long as you collect enough energy stones, you can get something for nothing and kill the dying zombies. Isn't this thing more precious than the gold and diamonds before the apocalypse? Looking at the energy gathering stone the size of a pigeon egg, I took it directly from Yu Qing's hand. There was also a piece the size of a glass ball on the table, and I took it as well. I would be a fool if I didn't take such a good thing. It looks better than the weapon I made from the giant bird skeleton. I'm level 4 now. If I rely on killing zombies one by myself, I don't know how long I will have to wait. And searching for rampaging zombies is too dangerous. Even if I find them, it's not easy to kill them. Even if you don't trade the energy stone, making it into bullets will give you an extra life-saving treasure. It's a good thing. I had no idea what was in the house, but Yu Qing knew most of them. After listening to her explanations one by one, I learned a lot. The world has undergone tremendous changes. Things that were useful in the past are worthless here, but many new things that are extremely valuable have emerged. These things are either extremely powerful or have some special effects, and some can even enhance the physique of the demon slayer. The silver grass that Yu Qing was holding in her hand at this time was a mutated grass that could increase the strength of the demon slayer after taking it. The most direct way for a demon slayer to increase his strength is to level up, but there are many other ways to increase his strength. The most intuitive thing is weapons and equipment. For demon slayers of the same level, the one with better equipment can even kill the one with poor equipment in seconds. If a level 3 demon slayer has a bronze suit, he can even defeat a powerful level 4 demon slayer. Therefore, a high level does not necessarily mean absolute strength. There are many other factors that determine combat effectiveness. In addition to weapons and equipment, the most effective way to improve your strength is to take mutant grass. Mutated grass is also rare and not easy to find. Many environmental conditions and growth cycles must be met before it can form. Currently known mutant grasses are divided into 4 levels: green grass, silver grass, gold grass, and star grass. This is basically the same as the levels of weapons and equipment, which are divided into bronze, silver, gold, and diamond levels. According to Yu Qing, she has not seen anyone reach the complete bronze level of weapons and equipment. A complete set of bronze level equipment consists of 4 items. Any cold weapon, such as a sword, dagger, gun, or stick, will do. A protective garment should at least protect the head and chest. A hot weapon, a pistol, a rifle, or a sniper rifle, it doesn't matter, as long as you have any one. The last one is the most important. If you don't have it, even if you have the above 3 pieces of equipment, it cannot be considered a bronze suit. A space storage object made of storm metal. It can be a ring, a necklace, earrings, a watch, a belt. In short, as long as it is made of storm metal, it will be thirsty. Storm metal, like energy stone, is a new substance formed after a supersolar storm. It is extremely scarce and its value is even higher than that of energy stone. It can form a spiritual link with the demon slayer. The demon slayer's spiritual power is far greater than that of ordinary people. After forming a connection with the storm metal, it can enter the space formed by the storm metal. After searching the entire house, they found a fist-sized silver soul stone. Yu Qing said that this was the material for making bullets. It was not as good as the energy stone, but it was much more powerful than ordinary bullets. Ordinary bullets are completely useless against rampaging zombies. Even if you use a machine gun to shoot at them, it is difficult to kill them. But if your bullets are made of silver soul stone, if you shoot accurately enough, you can take down the rampaging zombie with one shot, provided that you hit the vital point. Silver soul stone is also rare, not as rare as energy stone, but it is not found everywhere either. I accepted the silver soul stone as requested. Thinking of the predicament I encountered when dealing with the giant bird before, I was still frightened. If I had a bullet made of silver soul stone at that time, killing the giant bird would not have been so difficult. After receiving these 2 items, I was very happy, but also a little strange, because in this room, which was obviously used to store items, there was no weapon of mine. However, after listening to Yu Qing's words, I realized how precious the giant bird's skeleton is. It turns out that all of my cold weapons are bronze level. Brother Zhang, from your description, the bird you killed before should be a special kind of runaway avian zombie, the steel-boned iron-winged bird. It is a terrifying creature hatched from a mutated and upgraded avian awakened zombie. A level 4 demon slayer has no chance of winning against it. Only a level 5 demon slayer can deal with it. Yu Qing said. The bones and feathers on its body are light, hard, and very tough. They are many times stronger than metal, I said. Yes, the bones of the iron-boned iron-winged bird are very popular on the black market. I was a little surprised when I first saw you, but I was not very sure at that time. This is also the first time I have seen so many cold weapons made of the bones and feathers of the iron-boned iron-winged bird, enough to exchange for a thumb-sized energy stone. Yu Qing exclaimed. Could it be that Captain Nangong hid my things or carried them with him? I muttered. They probably won't carry it with them. I observed Captain Nangong the other day. He was carrying a long sword on his back, which means he didn't use a knife. Big Brother Zhang has 2 knives, and the pistol hanging on his waist is made of Fengyin, which is no worse than Big Brother Zhang's. There's no need to change guns since he's used to it. As for the crossbow, it's something that very few people use. It's redundant to have a crossbow with a pistol. As long as a silencer is installed, the sound of firing a gun will be very small and basically won't attract the attention of zombies. Yu Qing analyzed. I suddenly have a new respect for Qing. She knows a lot. But when Yu Qing said that as long as one survived the doomsday, even if they did not upgrade to become a demon slayer, these were basic common sense. I was quite shocked. I became illiterate and knew nothing. But now that I have been educated, I have memoized every word of Yu Qing, especially the names and uses of those items. Yu Qing suggested that I get a doomsday survival manual. It basically covers all aspects, but it is expensive and requires at least a bronze-level cold weapon to exchange for it. I didn't give up and went to look in other rooms. Just when I felt disappointed, Yu Qing ran out from another room. Brother Zhang, we found it. It's here. Yu Qing rushed out with a tang sword in his hand. When I saw the tang sword in Yu Qing's hand, I felt very familiar with it. After taking it, I followed Yu Qing into the room. This room is a bedroom, probably where Captain Nangong sleeps. A tang sword is hung on the wall, seemingly as a decoration. After searching the house, I found my homemade pistol in a drawer. It was also made from the melted bones of a giant bird. Seeing my gun, Yu Qing exclaimed, "Brother Zhang, how did you make this gun?" I told Yu Qing the whole process. When she heard that a microwave oven could actually dissolve the skeleton of a steel-boned iron-winged bird, a look of surprise appeared on her face. I see. I said that it is extremely difficult to grind such a tough thing into the desired shape and parts. So here is the secret. No wonder there are many silver-grade materials on the black market that can be easily made into the desired weapons. There must be some special means. Brother Zhang, this secret cannot be told to anyone. I don't think many people will know about it, and there are very few microwave ovens still intact. Where is yours? Yu Qing asked. On the bus I converted, I replied. The solar storm destroyed too many things. The price of a microwave oven on the black market is more valuable than a complete set of silver-level equipment. I didn't understand why before, but now I finally know. Brother Zhang, that is a treasure. You must hide it well. Yu Qing exclaimed. The bus was well covered and should be safe, but if someone found a microwave inside, they would probably pry open the bus even if it meant taking a risk. Suddenly, I really wanted to get back on the bus immediately, but that was obviously not possible. After searching the entire bedroom, they only found tang swords and pistols, but there was no trace of Chinese machetes and crossbows. I made these for weapons with great care and put a lot of effort into each one of them. Now that I can't find them, I'm feeling a little anxious. However, it is not advisable to stay here for a long time. It will be difficult if Captain Nangong comes back. Yu Qing and I had just walked into the yard when we suddenly heard a noise outside the gate. We were startled and quickly hid in a room next door. Almost at the same time, the door opened and a middle-aged man in a silver uniform walked in. He was not Captain Nangong. The middle-aged man was still talking to someone at the door when he came in. Are you sure you heard any noise inside? Sure, my sharp ears can't be wrong. The man outside said as he followed in. He was a young man wearing a silver uniform, tall, with a pair of protruding ears that were particularly eye-catching. After the two men came in, they closed the door and began to search the entire mansion. The house that Yu Qing and I temporarily hid in seemed to be a storage room for food. Brother Zhang, what should we do now? I didn't expect that one of Captain Nangong's guards has the initial skill of super ear. This skill is equivalent to the radar before Doomsday. If combined with the Demon Slayer with clairvoyance, it will be a very powerful long-range attacker and can avoid most dangers. Yu Qing whispered. A cold light flashed in my eyes. If you don't enter this room, forget it. If you do, I will kill you. Yu Qing took a deep breath. 2 level for demon slayers, Brother Zhang, you can't kill them. I took out my pistol and said, with this, we should be able to kill him. Just go to the beam and don't expose yourself. I'll take care of it. I thought about it and realized that if we were really discovered, the only way would be to kill them, otherwise it would be unlikely for Yu Qing and I to get out. The opponent is as strong as me. If we face each other head-on, 2 against 1, I will definitely lose. But if I hide in the dark and attack by surprise, I still have a chance. If all else fails, I can unleash the frenzy in my transformation skill, which still has a high degree of certainty. Just as I was thinking, I heard footsteps outside the house, and the next second, the door was slowly pushed open. Chapter 29, Sneak Attack Counterattack. I crouched in the corner on the side, aiming the gun in my hand towards the door. As long as the two people came in, I would launch a thundering attack. But after the door was pushed open, no one came in. After a few seconds, the door was closed again and voices were heard from outside. Not here. Strange, I clearly heard a sound. Then there were footsteps again, and it seemed that the two demon killers had gone out again. Yu Qing and I waited for a few minutes, and only left the house after making sure that there was no movement outside. However, when Yu Qing and I just entered the yard, we heard a gust of wind behind us. My pupils dilated, and without a second thought, I started the transformation instantly, violently, and then turned around at an incredible speed, swinging the tang sword in my hand. Base. A flash of silver light. Hiss, the sound of cutting meat. The sharp tang sword made of the steel-boned iron-winged bird skeleton was like a silver thread, cutting the demon slayer who was attacking me from behind in half. Third uncle. There was a scream from the other side, and a young man in a silver uniform came rushing from the corner at an extremely fast speed. The one who attacked me was the middle-aged man. At this moment, he looked at me in disbelief, his eyes full of despair and shock. He looked down at his stomach, where there was a line of blood. At this moment, my body felt like it was boiling, my eyes were full of red light, and my consciousness was extremely excited as if I was drunk. Although I was in a drunken state, I was conscious and my vision was not blurred at all but even clearer. There's an energy constantly erupting from my body, and I can't feel relieved until I let it out. I feel like if I don't vent it, I might explode and die. Without waiting for the young man to rush up, I moved, stomped my feet hard, and shot out like a sharp arrow. The speed was so fast that even I was shocked. It was at least 3 times faster than when I was in full condition as a level 4 demon slayer. When the first sword collided with the young man, who was using a long sword of a different shape. With one strike, the strength of the opponent is immediately determined. The young man took a few steps back and looked at me with horror in his eyes. Xiao Chen, run away quickly, you are no match for him. The middle-aged man who had not fallen yet roared. The middle-aged man didn't dare to move at this moment. In fact, his upper and lower body had been cut apart, but because the speed was too fast and the blade was too sharp, his body had not yet reacted. If the middle-aged man didn't move, he would be fine for at least 10 seconds, but more and more blood was flowing out of the crack on his stomach. The young man also felt something was wrong, his face was full of fear, he no longer had any intention of fighting with me, and turned around to run. My mind was filled with murderous intent, uncontrollable murderous intent. In my violent state, I became extremely irritable and just wanted to destroy everything in front of me. With a thud, he stepped on the ground and a deep pit was created. The next second, he appeared in front of the young man. Damn it. The young man cursed and slashed at me with the sword in his hand again. I moved my body to the side and swept the tang sword. Base. A head flew into the sky. The middle-aged man on the other side stared at me with unwillingness, and there was a hint of regret in his eyes. But it was too late now. If they hadn't ambushed me just now, I wouldn't have died. After killing 2 level 4 demon killers in seconds, Yu Qing was stunned. She looked at me in disbelief with her mouth wide open. Yu Qing's body was trembling, and her eyes were full of fear when she looked at me, as if she didn't know me. At this moment, I suddenly had the urge to kill Yu Qing. It seemed that all living things were very troublesome in my eyes, and I would only feel at ease if I destroyed them. Just when I could hardly control myself, a stream of clarity emerged in my mind. It was a spiritual thread. The manic mood soon subsided, but the explosive power in my body did not disappear. I just lost the intention to kill, but the desire to vent was still there. I said with difficulty, "Quick, check if they have any good stuff, if so, take it away." Yu Qing finally came to her senses and quickly searched the 2 men, looting them indiscriminately, regardless of whether they were useful or not. As long as they looked like weapon materials, they would put them into their backpacks. Seeing that I had almost finished looting, I could no longer control the fury in my body, so I grabbed Yu Qing and jumped out of the yard. We ran as fast as we could along the route we came from. In order to avoid being seen, Chen Hui had taken us on a relatively secluded route. Although it was a bit of a détour, there were not many people around. Even when I was in a violent state, I still remained restrained. I didn't run around with my head down. If I saw someone, I would take a detour or hide for a while. But even so, it only took me 3 minutes to run several kilometers. I carried Yu Qing back to the building we were in before. When we entered the room, Chen Hui didn't dare to walk around. She waited for us to come back in the room. When Chen Hui saw me, she was shocked and her face was filled with fear. My condition at this moment was a bit scary. My muscles were bulging slightly, my eyes were almost red, and black scales appeared on one of my arms, which was extremely terrifying. I was a little puzzled as to why the violent state had not subsided for so long. 7 minutes had passed since it started, and the explosive force in my body was still there, with no sign of disappearing. The middle-aged man I met in the safe house before, his violent state lasted for a very short time. Even though my level is higher than his now, it lasted a little too long. Chen Hui seemed to notice blood on my body and asked in panic, "Did you kill someone?" I was very excited at the moment, and almost growled back, "2 guards have discovered us, so we have to kill them." Chen Hui subconsciously took a small step back and looked at me in disbelief. She seemed to have never expected that I could actually kill 2 level 4 Demon Slayer guards outside the Nangong mansion. I glanced at the still unconscious snake girl, trying to control my frenzy, and said to Chen Hui, "Take us out, quickly." Chen Hui nodded tremblingly. If she had any intention of resisting before, it was gone now, like a mouse seeing a cat. "Come with me." Chen Hui's voice trembled a little. I picked up the snake-like girl and followed Chen Hui. Yu Qing followed behind me. We walked out of the building, and Chen Hui headed straight for the outer city. After many twists and turns, we entered a dilapidated house, which actually had an underground passage. After going down, they found that it was a former air raid shelter. Chen Hui was leading the way, running very fast. After a few minutes, she came out from a sore cover. We are already out of the base and the distance is still quite far. The tall walls of the base stand majestically hundreds of meters away. Chen Hui closed the manhole cover. I looked at my red eyes with a hint of doubt. "What? You're not going back?" Chen Hui pursed her soft lips and said, "I can't go back. You killed 2 guards. Captain Nangong will go crazy. Boss Nyo and Monkey are also dead. If I were still alive, it would be easy for them to know that I helped you. I can't stay in the Purple Mountain base anymore." I looked at Chen Hui and asked, "Where are you going?" Chen Hui plucked up the courage to look me straight in the face and straightened her chest. Her already plump breasts immediately popped out, and the open collar was almost bursting. The 2 big white rabbits inside immediately became the focus, and the semicircular white buns were full of temptation. If it were under normal circumstances, I would at most just look at it a few more times and would not have too many thoughts. But now, for some reason, I feel extremely manic and I can't help but want to reach out and pinch it hard to satisfy myself. If it weren't for the existence of the spiritual thread, I am sure that I would have already thrown Chen Hui to the ground and pinned her under me. This thought shocked me. Although violence is good, it seems that the disadvantages are also very serious. It is easy to lose control of my emotions. Facts have proved that I still cannot have sex with women, otherwise I will still be sucked into a mummy. As for what happened with Yu Qing that time, it is still unknown. Chen Hui seemed to see the desire in my eyes, which gave her more courage. She slowly walked up to me and whispered in my ear, "Can you take me to other survivor bases? I can serve you as long as you need me. I have 3 silver soul stone bullets on me. How about giving them all to you?" Chen Hui's full breasts deliberately pressed against my arms, and the 2 soft lumps even rubbed back and forth a few times. "Deal." When I heard about the silver soul stone bullet, I replied without thinking. When I finished speaking, I noticed that Yu Qing's gaze was wrong and she was looking at me down there in surprise. I looked down and was shocked. Something as hard as iron was propped up high, making a big tent on my pants. The dimension was much larger than usual. I immediately realized that it should be a reaction in a violent state, and at this time Chen Hui also discovered the abnormality. "Wow, it's so big." Chen Hui actually screamed out loud, but after she finished screaming, she immediately covered her mouth and looked at me panically, as if she was afraid that I would be angry. I can't describe what state I'm in right now. It's very strange, and I really want to do it, but at the same time, a voice tells me that I must not lose my mind now, otherwise I will be doomed. I controlled the mental threads and focused them downwards, and soon the tent that had been propped up slowly fell back down. How far is this place from Xuanwu Lake? I asked after I calmed down a little. It's more than 7 kilometers, and the road is very difficult to travel. The area near Xuanwu Lake is almost a zombie paradise, and the number of awakened zombies and rampaging zombies is unpredictable. All teams in our base will avoid it when going out and will never enter within 5 kilometers. That would be very dangerous. Chen Hui replied. Take me to the Science and Technology Park east of Xuanwu Lake. I seemed not to hear Chen Hui's warning. What? Chen Hui looked at me in horror. If you don't lead the way, I won't take you to the other survivors' bases. You can go on your own. I said simply. Chen Hui remained silent, her brows slightly furrowed, as if she was having a difficult ideological struggle. Finally, Chen Hui slowly raised her head and said helplessly, I'll take you there, but it's already late today. Let's find a safe place to rest for the night and set off tomorrow. I nodded. Okay. In fact, I don't want to hurry now. My current state is too unstable. The violent state has lasted for about 15 minutes and has not disappeared yet. But once it disappears, I will fall into a state of exhaustion and lose my combat effectiveness, which is very dangerous. Now there are 4 of us. The snake girl is still in a coma, Yu Qing is only a level 2 demon slayer, and Chen Hui is level 3. Their strength is simply not enough to deal with emergencies. Once we encounter an awakened zombie, we will be killed instantly. It is already around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. In 2 hours, it will be completely dark. At night, the zombies' fighting power will become stronger, while the demon killer's fighting power will become weaker. I know a place, come with me. Chen Hui said immediately when she saw I agreed. With a guide, everything becomes much easier. All of you get on my back, Chen Hui, just show the way. I said in a deep voice. Chapter 30, Howling in a Small Supermarket. I turned to look at the snake girl and said coldly, don't worry about where you are. Do you want to live or die? The snake girl looked at me in shock, and looking around, she seemed to have understood, and her almond-shaped eyes were filled with fear. Don't kill me, I'll do anything you ask me to do. I'm a snake girl, and I know many tricks that can make men feel extremely happy. The snake girl said in panic. I won't kill you, but how about you take me to the black market? I said. Black market. The snake-like woman was very surprised. She obviously didn't expect me to make such a request. She paused and asked, why are you going to the black market? What do you think? I asked with a slight chuckle. If you want to go to the black market, you don't have enough chips and you don't have enough strength. It will be in vain and you may lose your life instead. The snake-like woman said with some embarrassment. Why? I didn't understand. I suggest that those below level 5 should not go to the black market, otherwise you will be seeking death. Not everyone can go to the black market. This world has completely fallen into darkness, and the black market is even darker than this world. There are no rules at all there, and strength is the only way to obtain trading rights. The snake-like woman replied. Could there be a robbery? I immediately thought of this and asked. As long as others find out that you are not strong enough and have no backing, they will immediately target you. Once you are out of the market, you will be dead. They will kill you without hesitation and take away everything on you. The snake-faced woman said alarmistly. I know what the snake girl said is true. Not to mention the black market, it is the same outside. As long as you are not strong enough, you will face the danger of losing your life at any time. I have only just reached level 4, and I am still a long way from level 5. It seems that the trip to the black market is going to be stranded. It doesn't matter if I don't go to the black market, at least I have to get my other 2 weapons back from Captain Nangong. Originally, I didn't care that much about the 2 weapons, but after listening to Yu Qing's introduction, I changed my mind and decided to get them back no matter what, as they were originally mine. After sleeping for a day and a night, I was surprised to find that my spiritual threads were stronger than before. They could easily extend 2 meters away from my body, and 2 of them could extend at the same time. Their strength was also stronger than before. I stretched out my hand and an invisible thread appeared in my hand. Only when I looked closely could I see a strand of thread floating in the palm of my hand. I pointed at the snake girl's forehead, and the silk thread sank along my fingers into the snake girl's crown. The snake girl looked at me with horror and asked, "What are you doing?" I replied with a cold expression, "I just injected a mental shock wave into your brain. If you don't behave, I only need to think about it, and the mental shock wave in your brain will expand and shake your brain into a mess." The snake girl looked at me suspiciously. Although she was afraid, she was more disbelieving. It was obvious that she was very skeptical about the magical method I told her about. The corners of my lips slightly raised, the thread of my mind moved slightly, and a signal was transmitted. R. The snake girl screamed instantly, holding her head with both hands in pain, her facial features tangled together, and she rolled on the ground. "No, stop," begged the snake woman. As soon as I retracted the spiritual thread signal, the snake girl immediately stopped feeling pain, but it only lasted for a moment. The snake girl's face turned pale, as if someone had drained all her blood, and she became extremely weak. This is a warning. Don't doubt what I say to you. I don't have time to play psychological warfare with you. If it happens again, you will become a corpse. I said coldly. Sir, please spare my life. I won't dare to do it again. The snake-like woman replied timidly. When Chen Hui saw this scene, besides surprise and doubt, there was more fear on her face, and there was even more fear in her eyes when she looked at me. When I looked at her, Chen Hui looked away, but her body involuntarily twisted towards me, as if to express her submission to me. Seeing Chen Hui's reaction, I sighed in my heart. This world has completely turned human beings into beasts. Even emotions are no longer so clear under the drive of instinct. I put on the pinky ring, and with a move of my mental power, I immediately saw the small space hidden inside the pinky ring. Although the space is not large, it is enough to hold all the items I carry with me. A tang sword, a dagger and a Type 92 pistol are all the equipment I have at the moment. There are also 3 small things, one energy-gathering stone of different sizes, and a silver soul stone. I don't know how to make the silver soul stone into bullets now. The microwave oven is on the bus, so I can't do the experiment right away. I can only put it aside for now. Fortunately, Chen Hui gave me her 3 silver soul stone bullets. It is said that the power of bullets made of silver soul stone far exceeds that of conventional bullets and is not on the same level at all. Even a rampaging zombie can't withstand a few bullets, but this kind of bullet is extremely precious and difficult to obtain. Chen Hui also received it as a reward after making meritorious service in the base, and it is simply not available at other times. The best thing on those 2 levels for demon slayers is the pinky ring. The other items are useless to me. A long sword, 2 pistols, and a dozen 5-pointed darts were divided between Yu Qing and Chen Hui. Because I had planted a mental shock wave in the snake girl, I didn't have to worry about her doing anything tricky, so she had been untied. I also put more than 10 kilograms of dried meat and more than 100 dry buns from the freezer into the space on the pinky ring. After resting for an hour, we left the hotel. They headed towards the Science and Technology Park and it was already noon when they came out. Originally Chen Hui was leading the way, but now it was the snake-like woman who took over. She was more familiar with the road conditions in Nanjing than Chen Hui. The snake-like girl's real name is Shixini, and her last name is Shi, which is very consistent with her image. The routes that Shixini led were very secluded, and we walked for 2 hours without encountering any danger. But we didn't move forward in a straight line, but took a circuitous route. After 2 hours, the actual distance we traveled in a straight line was only a little over 1 kilometer. But if you don't do this, you might get into danger. Yu Qing told me that the more ordinary zombies there are in a place, the higher the probability of awakened zombies appearing. Similarly, awakened zombies will attract rampaging zombies. Awakened zombies can evolve into violent zombies, and violent zombies also need the pituitary gland of awakened zombies. As long as it does not enter the territory of awakened zombies, this zombie in the transition period will not actively attack, because it needs to carefully prey on ordinary zombies to allow itself to calmly evolve into a rampaging zombie. The straight line distance I walked was more than 1 kilometer, and the actual distance I walked was more than 5 kilometers. Just as we arrived at a basically intact neighborhood, we seemed to hear screams ahead. The sound came from a small supermarket. I frowned, and the other 3 girls also looked strange. There were a few ordinary zombies scattered around this block, walking around aimlessly, looking very listless. Apart from that, it seems very peaceful and there is basically no danger. Let's go and take a look, I whispered. In the current group, the 3 ladies seemed to have treated me as the leader, and every word I said became an order. Even though Shinny was a little reluctant, she didn't say it explicitly. She seemed to be a little disgusted with people meddling in her affairs. Under my intimidation, she had no choice but to walk towards the supermarket. Basically, no one would be interested in such a small supermarket. After a few months, the things in the supermarket would have probably been emptied out, and it would be impossible for there to be anything valuable. But the screams in the supermarket still made me feel a little strange. When I got closer, I moved my ears slightly and heard the conversation inside. After upgrading to level 4, my vision and hearing have improved greatly. At this moment, we were at least 30 meters away from the supermarket. In order not to attract the attention of the zombies around us, we walked very carefully. We dodged and took a few steps, dodged and stopped for more than 10 seconds, and made sure that we did not make any noise before continuing to move forward. Fortunately, those zombies were relatively far away, but Shinny said that an awakened zombie seemed to have recently formed near this area, so it was best not to alarm it. The strength of the 4 of us is more than enough to deal with the awakened zombies, but no one is willing to lure the awakened zombies out, because once the awakened zombies appear, if they cannot be killed instantly, they will soon attract the violent zombies, and that will be troublesome. Eat quickly. A very fierce voice came from inside the supermarket, but the voice should still be inside the supermarket, very faint. If my hearing hadn't improved, I might not have been able to hear it even at the door of the supermarket. Please let our family of 3 go. You can take all your belongings away. A man's voice begged. What's the use of these things of yours? Stop talking nonsense. If you don't want to die, eat these braised pork quickly. Otherwise, I'll kill one of you first. The fierce voice replied. At this time, the 4 of us moved forward more than 10 meters and were about 15 meters away from the supermarket, but at this time 2 zombies were blocking the way. If we rushed over, we would definitely alarm them. Not only that, one of the zombies actually had a string of firecrackers tied to his body. When I saw the string of firecrackers, I cursed in my heart, damn, they actually used zombies as mechanisms. If I kill this zombie, as soon as it falls down, it will explode with a loud noise. These 2 zombies were obviously placed here on purpose by someone. It should have been someone in the small supermarket who did it to serve as an alarm. Please, let us go, we pose no threat to you. A woman's voice came out. Damn it, giving you braised pork is like taking your lives. The fierce man's voice sounded again. What are you doing? Don't touch my daughter, don't. A miserable female voice. You bunch of beasts, you shall not die a good death. The voice of the man who begged before was filled with despair. Fuck. Cursed. Bang, crack, a dull sound accompanied by the sound of broken bones. R. I frowned, and my figure flashed and shot out, instantly appearing in front of the 2 zombies. I held the dagger in reverse, and slashed with 2 moves in one go. The 2 zombies were beheaded directly. The moment they fell, I picked up the 2 zombies and slowly placed them in the corner. I walked to the door of the small supermarket with a gloomy face and gently pushed it open. There was no one inside, but there was a lot of noise in the room at the back, crying, wailing, and struggling. Chapter 31, Dehumanization. For some reason, when I heard the miserable screams coming from the small supermarket, what came to my mind was the scene when I was a Special Forces soldier performing missions in Syria. War is inhumane, and doomsday is completely inhumane. Images of countless miserable civilian deaths flashed before my eyes. Anger rose up in my heart for no reason. I walked to a door and slowly pushed it open. A man was lying on the ground in the room. One arm and one leg were missing, and the back of his head was covered in blood and flesh, and he looked dead. A woman with despair on her face fell to the ground, staring blankly at something, without even the strength to cry. A young man saw me come in, was stunned for a moment, then stood up and looked at me warily. "Brother, are you passing by?" the young man asked. I nodded without saying anything. Suddenly, the noise in another room stopped. Then the door opened and a tall young man walked out. The man looked at me and said, "Brother, did you see the 2 zombies when you came in from outside just now?" "Killed by me," I replied, with no fluctuation in my eyes. The man immediately smiled and said in a low voice, "Brother, my name is Chen Yuan, he is my brother, Wang Shan, we are the survivors, and seeing that you have an extraordinary demeanor, you must be a capable person. If you don't mind, we are willing to follow you and live in this doomsday." The woman lying on the ground slowly stood up and yelled at the 2 men, you two beasts, return my husband to me. Even if I become a ghost, I will not let you go. I suddenly became curious about what happened here and wanted to know the whole story. I looked at the woman and asked, "Tell me what happened." The woman glanced at me, her eyes were cold, as if she had lost the will to live, and only a sense of resentment supported her. The woman wanted to see through me, but after looking at me for a while, she gave up and said with a determined look, "Big brother, if you help me kill these two beasts, I can do anything for you." Chen Yuan hurriedly said, "Brother, don't listen to this woman. The three of them have been hiding here for several months, using various methods to attract people to come in for refuge, and then they will kill those people and eat them." When I heard the word eaten, my pupils shrank. Cannibalism is so horrifying. The woman sneered, "The thief cries thief, it's obviously you two cannibals who forced us to eat human flesh, and now you're biting back. Big brother, you must not listen to them. These two are no longer human, they are beasts, no, worse than beasts." There was a hint of coldness in my eyes. I couldn't accept the idea of cannibalism. Wang Shan flattered me, "Brother, we were really led here by this family. They used the radio to attract people. Brother, if you don't believe me, you can go to the room next door. There are many human skeletons in it. They were all done by this family." In fact, no matter what the woman said or what the two young men said, I didn't believe it. In this world, if you don't see it with your own eyes, nothing can be trusted. No matter what happens, it's not surprising. The only thing I don't quite understand is why there are still people wandering around outside instead of going to the survivor base. After all, Nanjing has 3 large survivor bases and several small survivor bases. It is safer to seek shelter in any of them than to wander around alone. But now is not the time to dwell on these things. If you want to know who is telling the truth, just give it a test. As soon as Wang Shan mentioned the room at the back, I immediately turned around and pushed the door, completely exposing my back to the two young men. When I pushed open the door, there were no human skeletons inside, but a kitchen. There was a pot of meat cooking on the gas stove, and all the seasonings were ready, and it smelled very nice. Just then, a cold wind blew behind me. A cold look flashed across my face, and I turned around at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye, and snap. Grabbing Chen Yuan's wrist firmly, he held a dagger in his hand and tried to chop me down with thunder and lightning when my back was facing him. Click! I squeezed my hand gently and heard the bone breaking. "R. Big brother, please spare me, it's a misunderstanding." Chen Yuan let out a miserable howl. Wang Shan, who was covering the woman's mouth at this time, was stunned and said in horror, "Let him go, or I will kill this woman." The corners of my mouth slightly raised, and a sneer appeared on my face. "I don't know her at all, and you use her to threaten me. Are you crazy or do you have an asshole in your head?" As I was speaking, I grabbed Chen Yuan's other hand and broke it easily with a snap. R. Chen Yuan howled again, his arms hanging at his sides without support. Wang Shan was dumbfounded. He yelled, "Damn it," and was about to stab the woman's chest with the dagger in his hand. Instigate. A dart flew in from outside and hit Wang Shan's wrist accurately, piercing through it. Before Wang Shan could react, a graceful figure flashed in from outside, and a long knife was pressed coldly against Wang Shan's neck. It was Yu Qing. Later, Chen Hui and Shi Sini followed in. When they saw the 3 women appear, Chen Yuan and Wang Shan looked puzzled. Yu Qing said to me, "Brother Zhang, are you going to kill him?" I replied without any emotion, "Chop off both arms." "Yes." Yu Qing responded, like a soldier receiving orders from his superiors. Swoosh! 2 silver lights appeared, and 2 arms fell to the ground. R. Wang Shan let out a heart-wrenching scream and fell to the ground. Chen Yuan was stunned. There was nothing but fear in his eyes when he looked at me. He seemed to realize that he had offended the wrong person. "Brother, please spare my life. I was blind and didn't know you were a high-level demon slayer. Please spare my life since we have no grudges against each other." Chen Yuan almost cried. "You attacked me from behind and tried to kill me just now, but now you're asking me to spare your life. Are you fucking kidding me?" I simply couldn't understand the logic of this idiot in front of me. I kicked Chen Yuan on the knee, breaking both of his legs at the joints. R. Chen Yuan shouted in despair and fell to the ground. When Yu Qing saw me taking action, she also swung her knife and cut off Wang Shan's 2 legs. Chen Yuan and Wang Shan were lying on the ground with their limbs broken. They were dying. The begging for mercy they had shown before was gone. Chen Yuan roared crazily, "Kill me, come on, kill me. I've wanted to die for a long time. After I die, I can become a ghost and eat all of you garbage into my stomach." At this time, a disheveled girl came out from the inner room. She was pale, her legs were shaking, and her hair was disheveled. It was obvious that she had been raped. When the girl saw Chen Yuan falling to the ground like this, she laughed out loud, "Har har har, that's great, Dad, you can rest in peace now." After laughing, the girl threw herself on the man whose back of the head was covered in blood and started crying desperately and hysterically. "Dad, woo woo woo." I untied the woman and she stood up and looked at me, "Thank you, what can I do for you?" I didn't say anything, just looked at the woman, not knowing what she meant. The woman glanced at the other three women, and suddenly a look of insecurity appeared in her eyes. She hesitated for a moment, took my hand, and led me into the kitchen at the back. I didn't refuse, I just wanted to know what women wanted to do. When she walked to the stove, the woman took a look at the meat in the pot and her body shook noticeably. "Is the meat here human flesh?" I asked casually. The woman nodded and said, "It was my husband's thigh. The two beasts chopped it off and started cooking it in front of us. After it was done, they forced my poor husband to eat it himself and asked my daughter and I to eat it too." Two perverts, I frowned, unable to understand what caused those two young men to become like this. The woman seemed to see my confusion and explained, "Those two guys are members of a cannibal base. Due to the lack of food, some weak-willed survivors and some survivors with psychological problems gathered together to hunt living people for fun and eat human flesh for a living. Why don't you go to the survivor base?" I asked. "We came out of the survivor base. My husband injured his wrist while saving me and my daughter. His demon-slaying watch disappeared and could no longer be upgraded. Someone in the base planned to capture my husband and sell him as a slave." The woman sighed. "Then why don't you and your daughter upgrade? I see you don't even have a demon-killing watch." I said. "Not every female survivor will have the demon-killing form. My daughter and I are more suitable to mutate into female demons." The woman said, walking to the back of the kitchen, where there was a small door. After pushing it open, she entered a small courtyard. Entering the yard, the woman looked at me seriously and said, "Brother, I just said that as long as you help me kill those two beasts, I am willing to do anything for you. If you do it, I will not break my promise. There is a giant snake head buried under this yard. When my husband and I found it, we were very surprised. We were going to kill it, but later we found that it was because of the existence of this snake head that the zombies dared not approach here, making it very safe, so we buried the snake head." I didn't quite understand what the woman said. "What snake head?" The woman explained, "It should be an unlucky zombie snake. It should have evolved to the level of a rampaging zombie, but for some reason, its body was gone and only its head remained. It must have been chopped off by someone. A zombie will not die as long as its central nervous system is intact. My family of 3 does not have the ability to upgrade, and the snake head can drive away ordinary zombies, so it has been left behind." As she spoke, the woman opened an underground door that was obviously covered up, and immediately a strong fishy smell wafted out. A bottomless cave appeared, and the woman took me down into the cave. I never thought that there would be such a hidden world in the small yard behind a small supermarket. This cave is really deep. I estimated that the woman took me down at least 50 meters. Finally, we entered a large pit, which seemed to be an air raid shelter dug in the past. The pit was not very big, only about 5 meters high and more than 10 meters long. At the end, a snake head as big as a bucket was stuck between 2 rocks, and the snake's tongue in its mouth was still retracting and retracting. Although it is called a snake head, there is actually another part behind it, about half a meter long. When the snake head saw me and the woman coming, it opened its mouth wide and made a hissing sound, which was very scary. Just by looking at the snake's head, you can imagine how terrifying this zombie snake would be when it was complete. Chapter 32, Unexpected Gains. "Are you a demon slayer?" the woman asked. I nodded. "You can kill this big snake. You will definitely get a lot of blood energy points." The woman continued. I observed the snake's head and was really surprised. I have to say that this unintentional good deed brought me a blessing from heaven. This snake looked very powerful, and at worst it should be a rampaging zombie. I stretched out my hand and a tang sword appeared in my hand. With one swipe, I split the snake's head in half without any hesitation. I certainly won't let go of such a good opportunity to upgrade. Sure enough, the moment I killed the snake head, a thick green mist penetrated into my body. Then, the demon slaying watch responded, and a mechanical female voice sounded. Killed, awakened rampaging zombies, gained 120 blood energy points, demon slayer level remains unchanged, accumulated blood energy points are 122 points, 38 blood energy points away from level 5. Gain 50 thermal vision skill health points. Gain 10 health points for the skill of invulnerability to poisons. The spiritual thread has been upgraded by 1 level. Just like every time I killed a powerful zombie, I gained many benefits, but because the blood energy points required to upgrade from level 4 to level 5 were too many. Even if I killed a very powerful awakened rampage zombie, I couldn't upgrade. There were still 38 points away from the next level, which means I have to kill at least one more rampage zombie before I can upgrade. However, I never thought about getting 120 blood energy points at once. I thought I would have to wait for a while before I could upgrade. Now, I am very close to level 5. This zombie snake is definitely very powerful, but the things I got are very ordinary. Only the level up of the spirit thread is useful, and the rest only grants skill energy points, but not complete skills. However, skill energy points can be traded. I feel that those 2 skills are of no use to me. The first one, thermal vision, should be what a ranged attack demon slayer wants. I am a melee fighter and don't need it. The second one is immunity to all poisons. It is a good thing, but it requires a very high level to activate. It is so difficult to upgrade from level 4 to level 5. I don't know when I can upgrade to the required level. It is better to use it as a bargaining chip, maybe I can exchange it for something more practical for me. Since I was so close to level 5, I had the idea of heading to the black market again. I pondered for a moment and took the dead snake head out of the stuck gap. With the previous experience with the giant bird, I knew that the body of this thing would be useful. Since I didn't have time to study it in detail, I put it in my pinky ring. When the woman saw me taking away the snake head, she said, "Let's go." I followed the woman back to the yard, and I thought she would go back, but she took me into another room. After entering, the woman began to take off her clothes, saying as she did so, "I told you I can do anything for you. Do you need me to serve you?" I looked at the woman in surprise. She had already taken off her top, revealing 2 pairs of snow-white and plump breasts. The 2 small brown protrusions were very tempting. I was puzzled and asked, "What are you doing?" The woman was very calm. "I don't have much time left. This is all I can do for you. Don't worry, I've been sealed and can't do that. So I won't suck you dry and turn you into a female demon because I can't control you." I took the clothes the woman had taken off and put them on her. The snakehead is the best reward. You don't have to do anything else. In fact, I killed those 2 people not for you. I just wanted to kill them. The woman looked at me in surprise, but her expression was indifferent, as if she had nothing to be attached to in this world anymore. "Are you sure you don't need me to serve you?" I subconsciously took a look at the woman's extremely beautiful breasts. My instinctive desire made me want to touch them, but I didn't want to be driven by desire. Humanity must be preserved. I shook my head. I was once captured and used as a slave girl. I have received special training. If you help me to get revenge, I will devote 100% of my energy to serve you once if you are willing. Is that really not necessary? When the woman said such tempting words, there was no emotion change on her face. She just looked at me sincerely. "No, let's go. Your daughter is very sad now and needs your comfort. I can take you to the nearby survivor base." "Thank you, you are different from others." The woman looked at me and said, "Maybe." I replied. After that, the woman left the room and we returned to the kitchen and then to the room where the incident happened. Yu Qing was still in the room, Chen Hui and Shi Sini were outside. Chen Yuan and Wang Shan, whose limbs were broken, lay on the ground pale-faced. The blood had stopped flowing, and they would not die for a while. The girl held her father's body with a dazed look on her face, humming a song. When the woman entered the room, a kind look came over her face, and I wondered if I was seeing things. The woman actually showed a kind look at this time, which felt very strange. The woman slowly squatted down, hugged her daughter, and whispered a few words. The girl was stunned for a moment, then nodded slightly. I heard what the woman said. I frowned and wanted to stop her, but in the end I didn't say a word. I winked at Ching and asked her to go out first. After Yu Ching left, the woman looked at me and said, "Brother, go ahead. The farther you go, the better. There might be a lot of noise here soon, which might attract a lot of zombies." I sighed and made one last effort. "I can take you away." The woman smiled and said, "Brother, it is our mother and daughter's luck to meet you. Thank you so much." After she finished speaking, the woman's expression changed, and her face instantly became ferocious, as if she had been possessed by a demon, and she was no longer herself at this moment. The woman pounced on Chen Yuan and bit his face. R. Chen Yuan howled in fear. A piece of flesh on his face had been bitten off by the woman, who was chewing it in her mouth and eating it. The girl climbed onto Wang Shan, bit off his ear and began to eat it with relish. Seeing this scene, I felt extremely sad, but there was nothing I could do. I knew that even if I rescued the mother and daughter by force, it would be useless because their hearts were dead. Living would be painful for them. Watching their loved ones being cut into pieces and eaten, and then being killed in front of them, and the girl being raped, this world has no meaning to them anymore. Eating Chen Yuan and Wang Shan was their final cry and protest to this world. I turned my head and left the room. Yu Qing saw me coming out and asked, "Do you want to take them away?" I shook my head and said, "No, let's go." R. The extremely terrified howls of Chen Yuan and Wang Shan were heard again in the room. Yu Qing looked suspicious and wanted to go in to see what was going on. I pulled her aside and said, "Don't look, let's go." After leaving the small supermarket, Shixini continued to lead the way. At this time, the sky gradually darkened. After walking for a few kilometers, we found a residential area, cleaned up the zombies, and then closed all entrances and exits. We rested for a night and then continued on our journey. As night fell, a loud explosion was heard in the distance, and through the window one could see a ball of mushroom-like flame rising into the sky, as if a missile had hit its target and exploded. It was in the direction of the small supermarket. I heard the woman say to her daughter, "Child, you must be hungry. Eat as much as you can. After you finish eating, we will go to accompany your father. Our family of 3 will be together forever." My heart couldn't help but tremble at that moment. What exactly does this world want to turn people into? No matter what, I don't want to become like that. Humanity must be preserved. It is the only proof of being alive. Otherwise, what is the difference between me and a zombie? I thought a lot before I fell into a deep sleep, but I was still worried about Shixini, so my mind was always locked on her when I slept. When they woke up the next day, they made a hearty breakfast with the dried meat and steamed buns they had looted earlier, and the 4 of them were well fed and satisfied. The 4 of us hurried on the road again and were already very close to the Science and Technology Park. Shixini said that if everything went well, we could arrive at noon. We took a half-hour break and finally saw the Science and Technology Park around 1 p.m. Li Qian told me that her company provides food and accommodation, and the dormitory is near the Science and Technology Park. I think she must have been nearby when the super solar storm occurred, but I don't know whether she was in the company or in the dormitory. Li Qian said she often works overtime, sometimes until late at night. Standing outside the science park, Shixini said, "I have brought you to your destination. Can you let me go now?" "I can't let you go yet. I need to go to the black market," I said. "If you want to die, I can take you there, but you have to promise me that you will let me go when we get to the black market, and I will not accompany you on the rest of the journey. I will wait for you in this residential area." Shixini stated the conditions. I noticed that Shixini seemed to be afraid of the Science and Technology Park ahead and didn't want to go in. I didn't care about that. She was just a guide and I didn't expect her to provide help in other areas. Carrying 3 women at the same time was a huge burden for me. After leaving the base, I was lucky along the way. I didn't encounter any powerful zombies or meet any powerful demon destroyers. I agreed to Shixini's request. She stayed in Building 10 of a residential area, waiting for us to come back. After much hesitation, Chen Hui also stayed. She seemed to be afraid of the Science and Technology Park. I asked just in case. Chen Hui said that the Science and Technology Park is a densely populated area, so there are relatively more zombies. In addition, the interior is relatively closed and there is no way to clear the zombies inside. More importantly, There were more than a dozen biological companies in the science and technology park before the end of the world. The genes and some artificial organic matter they studied mutated into very powerful creatures after the super solar storm. I wonder why the military doesn't bomb this place if it's so dangerous. Chen Hui told me that the military did not dare to bomb this place because there were several chemical companies here. Once bombed, it would likely cause the mutated chemicals to leak and spread. The entire city of Nanjing might be covered by the mutated chemical gas, which would be a catastrophe. In addition, indiscriminate bombardment is useless against the rampaging zombies themselves and will only make them angry. Chen Hui and Shi Sini were unwilling to follow me and I didn't force them, but Yu Qing insisted on following me. I actually wanted Yu Qing to stay. After all, she was only a level 2 demon slayer and her strength was the weakest among the 3 women. If she encountered danger, I would have to protect her and it would distract my attention. But Yu Qing insisted and I didn't stop her. In fact, among the 3 women, only Yu Qing is one of us. The other 2 were only forced to follow me because of my strength or because I had planted the mental shock wave in them. Otherwise, they would never have followed me.